Okay, you're live, Tim.
All righty. Welcome to day 2 of Blue Marble Week. My name's Tim Chrisman, founder and executive director of Foundation for the Future. I want to thank the pros who are in here in the Zoom channel. Many of you were here yesterday or are going to be presenting later today. You are the foundation of what we are doing, the network building component of Blue Marble Week is bringing people like you together, mashing the ideas that come out, and then rinsing and repeating monthly until greatness is achieved. So I want to thank you. Also thank our sponsors. Today, the Space Force Association sponsored several presentations. Between us and them, we complete 2/3 of the government advocacy associations, us advocating for a organization that does not yet exist. And I'll talk about that in a second, and them with the newest space entity, Space Force. Today is a little different than yesterday's theme. Yesterday, we talked a lot about the launch infrastructure and economics around strapping yourself or someone else or something that you've worked on for years onto a modified nuclear missile and hurling it into space, and how that has driven innovation, how spaceports are emerging around the world, and what that looks like going forward. Today, we're discussing some of the even further in the background things around launch. When you hear launch, you hear rockets. Maybe, if you're lucky, the fueling rig that plugs into the rocket. It's what you think of. But today we're going to be talking about the workforce, the cybersecurity, the investment architecture that goes into making launch and space access writ large happen. And as you'll hear, a lot of these things are not surprising, but you're glad somebody smart is doing them. And so it's going to be a great day of presentations, and I look forward to hearing from a lot of our presenters. I'm going to start the day talking about the Foundation's #1 priority for 2021, which is the Space Act of 2021 and the creation of a public-private partnership for space infrastructure development. I've titled the presentation Crossing the Chasm, and if you've read the book, you understand the reference to how a technology life cycle happens, how we find the customers that, unfortunately, Michael Mealing's not here for me to poke at, find the customers that he is always asking about. And this presentation is really, and our proposal is really about addressing that issue so that space doesn't go the way of a number of other exciting exponential technologies that became overhyped, followed by disillusionment and years of stagnation. We saw a little bit of that after Apollo, where we all assumed we were going to be living in space villages by now. And the idea is to build a future that works, that is well supported, and ultimately advances the US economic security, our national interests, and promotes a free and fair economy around the world. So with that, we'll go into the Space Act of 2021. So every good pitch needs to address a problem. Every problem deserves its own special solution. And what we have identified is that there is a mismatch between the missions and purposes of the current space ecosystem, the government and commercial entities that make that up. And that is ensuring that at every junction, some entity is doing more than they need to be, and therefore not doing it as well as they could be. NASA's running the International Space Station, a phenomenal accomplishment and something I love discussing with people new to the space world. Explaining we have had permanent human habitation off-world for over 20 years now. But that's not exploring. That's not pushing the frontiers. It's useful and we need it. And in fact, it should probably be an international monument. But it's not pushing the envelope like NASA's chartered to do. Space Force is obviously chartered to defend the sea lanes of space, defend the US national interests. But given time and attention, they're going to notice that everything they look at is a nail in search of a hammer. That's not going to result in a well-built economic infrastructure system. And the private sector is constantly adapting and innovating and overcoming. But they don't have the patience, the incentives, or frankly, the opportunity to take a 20-year look at enabling infrastructure for wherever they're going, in this case, in space. And so that leads us to where we are, which is nearing this peak of expectations around the space economy, investment in these startups, and major players buying large, what were startups just years ago, while we still live without the customers. Nobody is in space asking for McDonald's. There are a million different ways it could happen, but we have to cross that chasm between those visionary entrepreneurs who have been pushing the envelope for years and the Nike Air Space Edition boots that will happen once there's a million people living and working in space. And so that's what the Space Act seeks to address. Our purpose here at the Foundation is to make space boring. Not as in not interesting, but as in your commute home, where you forget it even happens. You forget what just went by because you're busy doing other things in your head. It's the opportunity to use your mental capacity as an innovator, not to survive, but to thrive. And so we're proposing the creation of an organization that can build the basics of subdivisions in space, so to speak. The ability to drive employment here on the ground in a space economy that works, not one that's just defense contractors building antennas or NASA contractors fixing the SLS. But no kidding, people able to live and breathe the space economy no matter what profession they want to do. We don't ask someone who's interested in acting if they want to act on film or on stage or somewhere else. They tell us where they're doing it. It shouldn't be different in space, where a welder, an HVAC repair person, if they're interested in space, why can't they be part of the space economy? We see a need for easing access to capital. And this is not necessarily the idea that more money needs to be pumped into the system, but instead an idea that, and this gets to the final part of this value proposition, that the risk of institutional investors, the risk to them, is exceptionally high in these early stage markets. If they're looking at space and noticing that the economy writ large has not crossed that chasm from government only sponsorship of projects and billionaires playing with their toys, there's not the same willingness for a pension fund to invest. And so our proposal is that the government needs to buy down some of that risk and create a stable source of capital for those risk mitigation techniques. And it needs to be separate from the political cycle, and as much as possible, given a mandate that is bipartisan in nature, to insulate it from changes in administrations and the sort of back and forth of moon to Mars and back again. Somehow when we talked about moon to Mars and back again, I assumed that meant we were actually going to come back from Mars, not just change priorities back and forth.
Thank you, Bill.
So our pitch to Congress is what we're calling Space Corporation, or the Space Public-Private Advanced Commercialization Enterprise. Any good bill in Congress needs a good acronym. Any good government organization has to take the acronym they want in mind before they propose it, because somebody's going to make fun of it if you don't do that right. This organization would be a puzzle piece that fits between Space Force and NASA, that handles the basic infrastructure investment in space and serves as the belly button for the private sector, the one-stop shop that knows government and works with government. And so, like Aerospace Corp, is able to know the inside baseball for entrepreneurs who are building the sorts of widgets and systems needed in space. Some people ask, well, why does the federal government need to invest in infrastructure? The foundation here, we pride ourselves in, as much as possible, spanning the political spectrum. And so the question does need to be answered to libertarians. Why do we need infrastructure investment? Why should the government be spending more? Doesn't the private sector do this better? And the answer is yes, the private sector is going to do it faster, of higher quality, and it is. And as this quote says, you should never ask a civil engineer. Well, you probably shouldn't ask them much, but they're going to tell you every time you need more infrastructure. But we have seen, as we talk inside and outside Congress, talk with economists and financiers, one of the best uses of government stimulus money is infrastructure investment because of the return on investment to the economy. And this is something that, aside from the capital that is created with infrastructure, because of its enabling nature, more people are working on more things more of the time. What we're still in the process of grappling with is the multiplier you see here of about $1.60 for every dollar that the government puts in. That multiplier is what's used across the economic forecasting industry for bridges, ports. If it is infrastructure you can think of, that's what that is the average of. We don't think that's right for space. There's not enough research that's been done to formally define this. And we would prefer to use examples like GPS to talk about the return for infrastructure investment. But realistically, when you're opening a new frontier, regardless of what kind of terrain it's in, the infrastructure benefits are significantly higher than when you have or are repairing old. And so we maintain that the why should government invest in infrastructure is it's going to be a good return. It's going to create more jobs than you would create repairing existing infrastructure. And because it's a new terrain for humans to go live and work in, you've created, by doing the investment, a pipeline for workers and customers to grow. We've touched on a little bit the why a new organization in discussing the different mandates of NASA versus Space Force. But I put in here the actual visions and missions or mandates and duties of these organizations, NASA and Space Force, to show you where we see Space Corp fitting in and how it then enables the existing space players to refocus on their core missions. So if NASA's vision is to expand knowledge for the benefit of humanity and drive advances, they have a need for a partner to pick up the tab when they have reached the tipping point, when something is no longer an advance, when it's no longer the edge of knowledge. Who's taking over the mining camp or exploration facility? There needs to be that partner for NASA. Otherwise, they become bogged down, as we've seen in other projects. It's not a result of them doing bad work. It's that there's not a clear handoff of responsibility once things no longer are pushing the envelope. Space Force has a mandate to protect and defend, to function similar to the US Navy in that it provides freedom of operation and freedom of commerce in space. This is great But just like hundreds of years ago, when the US Navy and the British Navy first took up mandates like this, there was a need for coaling stations and other basic facilities to make sure those ships, those services could be provided as that global good. And so that's where we see Space Corp being able to seamlessly integrate with NASA in the handoff of more boring parts of space as NASA continues to push further and further, and support the work of Space Force so that at the end of the day, the military is not building the equivalent of road and rails in space. I've talked a fair bit about the sort of duties and responsibilities of Space Corp. I think it's important to take a second and provide some context about how we envision this working from a business side, because what I don't think would be beneficial is the creation of another federal agency that has a vested interest in creating regulations, long, tedious applications for everything from certifications to money. We view the best model available as being one that is a federally chartered corporation. This has been done dozens of times by the US. And the model we like to point to, among others, is ComSat, founded in the 60s as a response to a need for global telecommunication services, at the time in support of our conflict with the Soviet Union. But ultimately, it was a way to spur innovation, growth, and development, both at home and abroad. And so taking that model to heart, we have developed the skeleton framework for a system that would serve as a, I say linchpin here, another phrase I like talking about are the fusion cells. Back in my time in Army Intel and the CIA, these fusion centers were places where everyone from law enforcement to intelligence officers to SWAT liaisons would live and work together to ease the flow of information, to ensure that the post 9/11 terrorist world was not one where the terrorist could exploit gaps in the US capabilities. Similar to that, we view Space Corp as being that hub where companies that Space Corp invests in have a partner in navigating federal regulations, the other sort of interactions they will need to have with the government. I'm going to move fairly quickly through the sort of three offices that we refer to for space investments. It's probably more appropriate to call them three categories of investments. The first being space access. With all of these categories, the intent around them is when Congress charters this corporation, we want it to be enshrined in the charter that Space Corp is required to build towards capability, not specific systems. And I joke about this a lot. For space access, the capability required that we are saying is cheap, reliable, sustainable access to space. Now, in the ancient world, Earth was held up by turtles, and you knew that because it was turtles all the way down. And I like to say, I don't care if we just pile turtles up all the way up. If that's the cheapest way to get to space, that's the cheapest way to get to space. So let's do that. And above all, we don't want there to be a systems focus in terms of the types of tools used, but instead looking at capabilities. And you can find more information about these different categories of investments and specific types of projects that would fall under them on our website. And so in the interest of making sure our Director of Government Relations, John, has a chance to discuss the how we would go about getting this corporation chartered, I'm going to move a little faster through these. I should say, so we talked the 3 categories of investment: space access, the 2 from and through; space sustainment, the living, working, and thriving in space, the sort of plug and play capability for entrepreneurs. And the space support is the sort of catch-all rest of things, where it is those advanced materials needed for spacecraft manufacture, the workforce, the cyber capabilities that are going up to space to sustain and expand the infrastructure there, but also those systems that bring benefits back down in a tangible way. So GPS would fall into this if it was something we were creating now. Space-based solar power would be another. Any good pitch deck is required to have charts showing money and exciting exponential growth. This is in here not because there's any exponential growth curve. As you can see, there's the revenue projections are not the tapping into $1 trillion markets, but instead pointing out that this is a government organization we're proposing that would be revenue positive to the Treasury while creating nearly 1 million jobs in its first decade. There would be an upfront investment from Treasury as part of its charter, but at the end of the day, this is not a drain on the budget. It's meant to be a creator of wealth, creator of jobs, while also not burdening the US economy. So how can you help? How can you get involved? What are we looking for at the foundation as we give presentations like this, as we go and talk with you one-on-one? There's really 3 categories that we're needing. And they all revolve around this idea that if we are crossing the chasm for an entirely new domain of human existence, there has to be a level of credibility in the entire ecosystem that exceeds anything that is reasonable. And if you've read anything about Cialdini and persuasion, there's this idea of super credibility, where things instantly appear credible because of all the social proofs around them. And that gets to the first part about formal partnerships. We need more and a wide variety of people, groups, and organizations to partner with, whether it's for ideas, access, or just the willingness to share information as we go forward. A broad coalition is what's going to advance the space economy and is what's going to be the natural response when Congress people ask, why does space matter now? Isn't that science fiction? The second is advocacy support. Whether that is you as an individual being willing to sign on to a letter to your congressperson and us then advocate on your behalf to that office, or your organization joining us in our presentations to Congress people. We need more, and again, broader sources of advocacy to Congress, all saying similar things about the need now, especially as the country looks to make investments in infrastructure, in COVID relief, and building a future that is equitable and sustainable. And finally, the sort of catch-all, we need support finding entities, be they you or others, who can support our operations, whether it's supporting our research into planning Space Corp, the studies about how soon projects, capabilities, and educational programs can get off the ground. The more, and again, more varied sources of this, the better. Because at the end of the day, us being representative of America gives us the ability to go forward representing America. If we're supported by one or two large corporations, we now have that tying our message. And so with that, I'll close. Thank you. And yeah.
Thank you, Tim. We're gonna kind of try to speed up and get back on track this morning. We're gonna swap directly over to John. Jordan, are you reading the bio or am I?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be happy to do the intro. Honored. Hello, everybody. My name is Jordan Day. I'm on the board of directors for Foundation for the Future. Tim and I go way back in our Army days, starting with being commissioned at the White House together, and then accidentally coming across each other throughout our Army duty stations from Arizona to Alaska, down to Tennessee. So it's wonderful to be part of this with him and help explore this vision. I am duly honored to introduce Mr. John Chwat. He's a senior vice president of the McKinnon Group. So the Foundation of the Future, as Tim outlined, has a very strategic plan to introduce and engage with the U.S. Congress, government, and third parties, both in legislation and policy for the next administration, and the new 117th Congress for 2021 through 2023. Mr. John Chwat is our government relations consultant and lobbyist with over 40 years of experience. He is an expert in the legislative process, and we're briefly reviewing events on Capitol Hill and in the government today. His insights and high points on what to expect for 2021 for the Foundation and space policy in this challenging congressional leadership and executive branch environment will be discussed today. John, it's an honor. We're very lucky to have you as part of our effort, and thank you so much for taking the time today. John, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have very, very limited time, and I could talk for 5 hours about this topic, but I'll keep it short and to the point. The next slide, please. The rationale for this particular legislation that we're pursuing comes from an era in 1962, and I will just reiterate the fact that for those of you who know history or love history just like I do, these are points that are very, very important to present to Congress and to the government and the new administration as to the context of why we're focused on this particular issue. 50 years ago, almost 60 years ago, around 1961, those of you who might remember, the first human being to orbit the Earth was Yuri Gagarin. And the Russian Soviets came with him as a result of Sputnik, which caused the American government under President Kennedy and the Congress to speed up American space and telecommunications activity. 1962, during the consideration of the ComSat Act, which we're going to talk about in 1 second, the first Saturn V moon rocket, which launched every Apollo, was shot up in the sky. In February of 62, during the debate in Congress, John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, and there was a succession in 62 of other astronauts who orbit the Earth. And this is important. Telstar made the first publicly Atlantic television program around the summer. There was no international telecommunications activity. And of course, we all know in October of that year, the Cuban Missile Crisis during the Soviet. So in this context, on December 3rd of this past year, the Chinese, under their Chang 5 moon, planted a Chinese flag on the moon. Now, I'm not comparing the Chinese to the Soviets, but it is critical to put all of this in context. What happened in the Congress is that President Kennedy and the administration, within 1 month of the bill being introduced, the House of Representatives created a federally chartered corporation called ComSat, Communications Satellite, whose primary purpose at that time was to take new technology and develop an international telecommunications system through satellites so that people could talk around the world. And according to what happened, the bill was introduced on April 2nd in the House of Representatives. It passed 354 to 9, almost unanimously, 1 month later. And then in the Senate, after the summer recess, of course, it passed 66 to 11, which is almost a pretty good majority. And the president signed the bill less than a week later. Unprecedented, and an actual bill passing within 10 or 12 months. Now, I can't guarantee to the foundation and to the people watching this program that this can be done again in such a quick manner. But I can guarantee that the same historic example exists now as existed almost 60 years ago. And Tim has explained the space development and technology. So for the precedent in history, we have selected a very, very difficult operation to pursue. Among others, there's lots of other space activity that's going to happen in the Congress. And of course, the new Biden administration with all new people coming in with policies. So our main focus is to utilize a precedent, which is the ComSat Act of 1962. And the only reason is the third bullet on the screen, and that is that there are many, many, many other bills that are going to be introduced, other options in the space program. There are going to be hundreds and hundreds of them, which the foundation certainly can monitor and report to its supporters. But the government and the Congress needs to look at an overall option, and then we have that option based on precedent, which is Communications Satellite Corporation. Please switch the thing. The next slide, please. Now, I will say that I was a lobbyist for ComSat many, many years ago, and I'm fully aware of this need. And so I do this not just on my background working in or around the Congress, but also I happen to be very well versed on this particular topic. So in Congress right now, everything has a sort of a cute little meaning. Every bill has a sort of, a title that everybody can understand. So when we say Space Act, this is what we mean in the first bullet. We say space, public-private, advanced commercialization enterprise. And of course, it's a play on words with the Starship Enterprise, but space, that's what it spells out. And the request to Congress is basically what we're pursuing right now with the leadership in the House and the leadership in the Senate, which I'll get to very, very briefly. It is a composite of a draft bill that is based on the provisions of the ComSat Act of 1962. And it flows through the same precedent that existed back then. And it's really a very, very small 4-page bill, which of course can be obtained. You can read it from the foundation. We welcome comments on the bill, and we welcome comments on the way that we have arranged the legislation for consideration. Next slide, please. Now, in a previous webinar, I explained what these statistics mean, this 535, 3%, and 14,000. I'll do it again because it's very, very important. There are 435 House members that we need to convince, and 100 senators. So there are 535 elected officials, which have approximately 2,500 to 4,000 top staff people that run around Capitol Hill. This is an unprecedented time. Actually, it's very challenging, and I've never seen this in the 4 decades that I've ever been involved for Congress. It is very, very ideologically split. We have new leadership in the House. We have new leadership coming into the government. And so it's a very, very difficult time to push for particular legislation one way or another. The 3% represents the average number of bills that actually become public law. So the 14,000 is an average of the number of bills in the Congress that are introduced in any given Congress, which usually is 2 years. So in this Congress, we have the first session, which is 2021, and then we have the second session, which is 2022. And I estimate we'll have about 13,000 bills, and only 3% of those will pass into law. Will the Space Act be one of those? That is our challenge, and that is what we are working towards. Now, I don't have the time to go through the next two bullets. I just want to hit a highlight of them. In our process, we need to have the bill sponsored by a House member and sponsored by a Senate member, a champion, somebody who believes that the options that should be debated in the committees and in Congress and in the government and in NASA and everywhere else, that the ComSat Act of 62, based on a renewal of it for the Space Act, should be considered as an option of all these options. And once the bill has a sponsor, it's introduced, and then they secure co-sponsors with our help, people that believe in it. There are public hearings that need to be pursued. And then, of course, the bill goes through its little process to get passed in the House and the Senate, and hopefully signed and supported by the administration by Biden. Now, in the committee structure that we are in, this particular bill comes under the jurisdiction not of the normal space or NASA committees, but its primary committee is called Financial Services or Banking in the Senate, Financial Services in the House. And that is because we're creating a federally chartered corporation, which deals with Title 31 of the U.S. Code, and it's more under the jurisdiction of those committees. There are 34 Democrats, 26 Republicans. I won't go into the details, but this is a abnormal committee that doesn't usually deal with space issues. Now, I briefly listed in my own mind some of the committees that will have to be considering this issue. Appropriations for funding, armed services for national security issues, oversight and reform when you change government and government structure, coordination with the science, space, and technology committee, transportation and infrastructure. I guarantee you the list is a little bit overwhelming for somebody who doesn't deal with that process, but I do every day. And so it's a multidimensional and multitasked type issue. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So I put the first one down because this is not a normal time. It's not a normal time because there's a transition of leadership in our executive branch. And starting next Wednesday on the 20th in the afternoon, and through the nomination process that the Senate has to give to President-elect Biden's nominees, there'll be changes all over the government, both in the White House, in NASA, and all the other federal agencies and departments that everybody listening either deals with or understands, from the Commerce Department all the way through Office of Management and Budget. So this line that I've included in here, a space, I don't mean our, but the Foundation's idea for a renewal of a ComSat Act through Space Act is being presented and has been presented over these last couple of weeks, and the intensity will accelerate after Wednesday, to officials within the White House. That OSTP is the Office of Science Technology Programs. OMB is like the large accountant, the Office of Management and Budget for the President. And the NSC is the National Space Council. It is very, very important for space policies. And I estimate there's about 20 or 30 other agencies that will need executive branch, both the political appointees of the president. There's about 3,000 jobs he has to fill over a period of maybe 4 or 5 months, plus existing civil servants, scientists, and people that have continuity in government. The highlights for 2021 on getting the process done for the foundation is basically to target a sponsor willing to introduce the bill to begin the debate. The bill is not sacrosanct. It is draft. It's a draft version. It'll probably be changed as it goes through the process. But the key element is what Tim had suggested, and that is we need supporters to have the issue of a space corporation debated. We have a need for people who are constituents of senators and congressmen, which we have already reached out and which elected officials pay great attention to, because all 435 congressmen in less than a year and a half have to go through another election, and 34 Senate seats are up in 2022, and they have to go through an election. So having a support and request by a constituent is very, very critical. And I play a major role in networking with staff, both the top staff and also the younger people that are on Capitol Hill that would have to pursue the subject matter that we're involved in. Next slide. So that is a very, very short review of the process that we have to go through. This is a very heavy lift. It wasn't a heavy lift 59 years ago. primarily because surrounding the need by President Kennedy, both in supporting an Apollo effort and the threats of the Soviets, I think that need, I pretty much have demonstrated the fact that the ComSat Act was passed and considered in a very rapid rate. Will other activities, such as the Chinese activity on the moon, and also their equivalent to our NASA, is supported by Beijing at $13 to $14 billion. That's not even including all of their military launches and space activity. And there are other countries that maybe don't pose the most immediate threat or consideration. And all of this depends in large part on the new administration's policies in concert with their allies that control the House and control the Senate. And we have already very, very early indications in the Congress. I follow the budget and appropriation and funding process, which is going to begin very, very quickly after the President's State of the Union and the submission of the fiscal 22 budget in about 3 weeks. I have received very, very early indication is that much of the space or NASA exploration or development or even the national defense budgets are being reviewed very, very carefully and could result in some significant reductions and changes in direction for different programs. So we have to be very vigilant about that. The bottom line, and I would like to accept any questions that anybody has, that's what they told me, but the bottom line on this one initiative, and of course there'll be other legislation the foundation will support or consider during the next coming session of Congress. The fundamental issue here is to present a very, very good option for government and Congress to consider, because they did it before. And they created an international telecommunications satellite system. America was preeminent in that creation for ComSat. AT&T eventually bought ComSat in 1999. I did work there in the 1980s. ComSat triggered another organization called Intelsat, which exists to this day. In fact, I'm in Fairfax, Virginia, and Intelsat's headquarters is literally 3 or 4 miles away from my home. And Intelsat, which America sits on, performs an international telecommunications satellite system. Space development needs this, and eventually it's going to have it, and we're hopeful of getting it done with all of your help. So I'm here, Michael, for any questions that anyone might have in the remaining minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It really, every time you're with us, I learn something else. But this isn't my area. This isn't my field. So I need you to back up a bit.
Sure.
And dig a bit deeper into the alphabet soup of organizations that we're going to have to work with.
Sure.
And I guess I'm going to ask you to kind of prioritize maybe the top 2 or 3 that, as a committee, as all the committees on the Hill, where are your primary efforts? Who are the alphabet soup organizations that are your primary efforts?
Well, let's take them very, very briefly. We'll take 3 different areas that I'm focused on, in addition to others. The first is in the House of Representatives, the 435 members. The top priority is in securing a sponsor would be the Financial Services Committee. That is the one that will consider changes to what we call Title 31 of the U.S. Code. It's headed up by Maxine Waters from California. The ranking Republican is Mr. McHenry from North Carolina. So that's the primary goal for me, because they would start the beginning of the hearings, and they would move the bill under their jurisdiction either to another committee or to the floor. The second primary target is the Senate Banking and Housing Committee, which is the equivalent of the Financial Services. The Senate hasn't been organized because of the Warlock and Ossoff being sworn in, and Camilla, Harris doing all that. They haven't announced the committees, but Mr. Crapo from Idaho had chaired that, and Sherrod Brown will probably be the chairman from Ohio. So if I had to wave a magic wand, the first two priorities is the committee of jurisdiction, moving the bill to the respective floor and getting it passed. The third would be to influence through outside sources, because they always ask who's supporting your bill and who can we rely on to contact. And that third target would be the White House. I'm connected into the Office of Science and Technology, OSTP, as I mentioned, the executive branch with NASA, the White House Domestic Council, because this is creating a federal corporation. It's a very high lift, but I would say that's the third and the main target. And really the fourth one, which I'm really not focused on at the moment, would be to secure support within the community, both corporate, financial, and other people who would benefit by the creation of such a corporation to support its creation. Did I answer your question?
Yes, no, you did. I was on mute. I keep doing that. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, John. To me, it is still somewhat baffling, and I appreciate you kind of walking us through that. Michael Mealing has had his hand up. I'm pretty confident I know what he's going to say, but I want him to go ahead and ask his question there, sir.
Sure. So one of the things I've been talking to Tim about is something that a few of us in other organizations have been talking to Congress about for about a little over 3 years now. The used to be called the Outer Space Private Investment Corporation. It's basically sort of the same thing we've been talking about, but the general idea is using an existing organization, OPIC, which has existed since the Nixon administration, but has now been merged with USAID into the official U.S. government development bank, DFC. We've had several conversations with people across Congress, House and Senate, and they're amenable to the idea, but we keep hitting roadblocks with it. And other conversations that we've had like this, the two main objections that we've heard consistently are we're not interested in doing any large appropriations for any new programs at the moment. The pandemic has pretty much tapped us out in terms of things that we can do. Right. The other is a strong desire for an air gap between Congress and who decides what projects get done and who gets what money. Several staffers have said, I don't want to create yet another rent-seeking program. Especially one that continually goes back to Congress every year asking for yet more money.
So Michael, can I, because I know where you're going with this, so could I try just to make a couple of comments, if it's okay with you? There is a distinction in this particular effort because of the knee-jerk reaction on the appropriation or funding basis, in that Congress authorizes programs, as you know, and appropriates programs. And so for the neophyte who may be listening to us, I use the example that Congress authorizes me to spend $1 on a particular program, but the Appropriations Committee comes in and says, Mr. Schwartz, you can only spend 20 cents of that $1. So the purpose here, and I respect the funding and appropriation process. It's the worst of times to go running up to Capitol Hill and ask for $100 billion, even though we have seen that this particular incoming administration and the Democratic-controlled Congress will be allocating trillions of dollars. The new transportation and infrastructure bill that's being prepared, excuse me, is going to be in the area of about 13 to 14 trillion, not billion. And space transportation, of course, can be advocated as being a part of that, but I won't get into that. So in the present draft that we have, it is merely an authorization, excuse me, an authorization to kickstart the creation of the corporation, which is what happened 59 years ago with ComSat. In fact, the ComSat Act of 62 had no appropriations. It had no funding. It had no mention of that, but it did say that stocks could be issued at $20 a share for the initial board of directors. So I won't get into the weeds, but you bring up an excellent point on the resistance of Congress, because they always say, well, how much do you want? And we need to be very cognizant of the fact that this initiative, like other initiatives, but this particular one is an authorization request without a actual price tag. We want to get the bill introduced. We want to discuss it. And further down the pike, we can start talking about what's available and what's not.
Sure.
And that's my answer to you.
Sure. So the where I was trying to get to with the final question was a corporation, the Development Finance Corporation does 90% of what we're already talking about. It already exists, so you don't need to charter something. It has only used 30 billion of its $60 billion appropriation. It
is that on Earth? Is that on Earth? I'm not being facetious, but
no. Yes, I mean, for example, right now, because of how OPIC and USAID were merged, DFC's remit is larger and can be coordinated between the State Department and the White House. There is some suggestion that the executive branch, given DFC's charter, can actually expand their remit beyond just Earth without actually having to go back to Congress. But even then, even if you do need to go back to Congress, you don't have to go to appropriations. All you need to do is go to the Treasury Committee and change DFC's authorization to include space, and you need no appropriation because sufficient funds are already appropriated.
Well, we can look into that. That sounds fascinating.
The nice thing about DFC is it actually returns between 1 to 2 billion back to the Treasury once a year. So it makes money for the U.S. taxpayer.
So I'm going to recommend that we have this conversation offline and kind of go into the depths of it, because I think there's something here. But sticking with John's presentation, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Sticking with John's presentation, so we've got these 3 target organizations and then the heavy lift at the White House. The things that you need to succeed are fill in the blank. Like, what's your wish list of the things that we can do as an organization, as the Foundation for the Future, as Liftport, as the folks listening and participating in both the Zoom call and on the various live streams on Facebook and YouTube. What's your wish list from us?
Well, the first item on the wish list is for everyone listening that wishes to participate in a very, very complicated organization called the United States Congress, as well as any scientific contacts in the new administration. If they could coordinate with Tim and the foundation, we would be happy to not direct, but make suggestions on how to approach these very, very difficult places. We can arrange for draft emails and themes and things that are very, very important to each particular 535 elected officials and their staff, and also the government. The second thing that can be done is that if there are contacts, and I will give one example that I don't think Tim will object to, but in the last Blue Marble, we had a participant through, I think, your courtesy, that was connected to a company in the space area in a particular state, and a part of a particular state in which the senator from that particular state had a staff person who helped to arrange a meeting for Tim and myself with the individual in Washington who advises the senator on space policy. Now, I'm not making any judgments one way or another how to influence that particular office or how we do it, but it was through the Blue Marble. So that's a good example of what we need. That's a top priority right now.
So let me just reiterate that for the folks listening at home. So the Blue Marble event that we had, and last month was the very first one, this is only the second one, has already had an impact on the organization's ability to reach folks with a certain amount of influence, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that influence leads to the path that we want.
Yes, I'll give you another example very, very briefly, because our time is fleeting. But as a result of the foundation's outreach and Tim's connection and Blue Marble and whatever, we've made some terrific initial inroads into the Alabama congressional delegation, which I respect very much. The ranking member on armed services is Mr. Rogers from Alabama. Mr. Shelby runs the appropriation funding committee. And just yesterday, Alabama, Huntsville was designated as the lead headquarters for Space Command. Now, what does all that mean? That means that we are well positioned to influence that Alabama delegation, either for sponsorship, support, co-sponsorship, or support. And all of this is networking, and it takes time to network. And as I believe the previous gentleman indicated, there have been many, many other outreaches for many, many, many other options that exist. And over time, for decades, people have been going to Capitol Hill and NASA and wherever, supporting this project and that project. We have a unique hook area to present. And I think that any connection can be helpful if it's coordinated through the foundation.
Terrific. Thank you very much, John. I'm going to turn it over to Ed and Jordan for our next speaker. Thanks a lot, John. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, thank you, John, Michael. Very good conversation there. You know, in my line of work, words have weight, and understanding the process of the government is very complicated, but they are very process driven. And once you insert yourself in that process and start influencing requirements, you can really help steer the ship for good causes. So thank you for that. The next person, this is one of our keynote speakers, so I'm very excited to introduce him. William Bill Britton, I think he prefers Bill, is the Vice President for Information Technology and the CIO and Cybersecurity Center Director at California Polytechnic State University. As the CTO or CIO, he's responsible for managing the university's information technology enterprise, while also building the Cybersecurity Center into a nationally prominent education and research facility. Bill is also responsible for developing and standing up two unique groups in the California system, one for training, cyber training, and one for cyber forensics. Both are joint efforts of Cal Poly and the university system, and along with multiple other California stakeholders. In his spare time, which probably isn't much, he also serves as an advisor to the California Military Department Technical Advisory Board for cybersecurity. And I'm sure in this small group, you all know he's a very well-respected advisor and consultant to numerous agencies and state offices. Bill, we're very excited to have you here. Thank you for being our keynote speaker. I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Foundation for the Future. First thing I like to do is introduce a couple of people on this Zoom with us that are the staff that really supports. And as many of you who know me already know, feed me the great words that I'm able to speak. That's Mr. Paul Jurison. He's our lead for the Digital Transformation Hub, and Mr. Dustin DeBroom, who is our special envoy for space-related matters and led our latest symposium on cybersecurity in space. Listening yesterday, didn't get to tune in on the Zoom session, but listened on the Facebook side. I was very interested by Tina Highfield's presentation on U.S. space economy. What an eye-opener, right? Particularly numbers and everything else. And that's kind of where I'd like to take this, which is Tim this morning referenced something that I think is very, very important in this conversation. And that's that, Tim, you said capabilities and the need for understanding those capabilities and how they are employed. And I think capabilities really equals out workforce demand. It's the feet on the ground or feet on the moon or feet in space that really make all of this work. And so one of the questions we have to ask is that workforce changing? Is there something different now than what we've seen in the past? So I'd kind of like to give you an exposure of what we're seeing at the university level and interacting and working with all the different agencies and entities that we have as partnerships. So with that, if you can see the slides, Michael, if you'll give me a thumbs up that everything looks good and we're ready to rock and roll. Okay, live from California, here we go. So one of the things here, and we've heard about workforce and future workforce requirements, and everybody keeps talking about cybersecurity in space, cybersecurity in space. And what's the big deal? Is this those cybersecurity people talking, just trying to get a job for the future or trying to make employment? I think it's way more fundamental issues, and we're going to dive into this a little bit more. This is a statement from an online article in 2018. But I want to back this up with another item. So we started looking into this, and some of the things that we do is we support a project out with DEF CON, and I'll tell you more about that in just a minute. But basically, we went and we talked to some, as they call them, big dog hackers. These are the pros, the gurus. And we said, we asked a very simple question, which is, talk to me about space architecture and what's going on with spacecraft. And I'm going to quote them. And so for those of you that are, concerned about verbiage, the hacker referenced to us and said that space networking is a shit show. That was an eye opener for me because I expected to hear, it's pretty bad, but I didn't expect to hear a significant. Now, these are not just anybody's. These are experts. These are people who understand, who take the time. And so we went a little further in the conversation. We started to ask about it. And he said, if you think about it, Bill, what you've got is a bunch of cars in space who were set up and the hardware is set and everything's set. And you can't pull the parts and replace them to fix the security architecture that's attached to these platforms. And we're just adding more and more and more to that. So we take a look here and we see, there's 700,000 space defense jobs. But I asked the question, how many of them are really related to interactive around cybersecurity? So we're going to come back to why that's even more important. But so let's look at numbers, right? Let's look at what do we have. So if we look at the market impact, what's going on, industries, space products and services. Look at the budget. Look at the number of spacecraft and deployed. We talked to one space company, and again, as an academic institution, what we try to do is we try to find out what does that customer base need for us to educate and work with our students and understand. Cal Poly has a philosophy of learn by doing, experiential learning in the process. So the idea is, how do we give them that hands-on? And it was really interesting, the reply we got, particularly around space and cyber. Several times when we asked about what's your security architecture, the answer we got back was it's a proprietary architecture. We can't really talk to you about it. Our next question, does it match or meet any of the US standards, CMMC, NIST, compliance, any of those elements? And they said, no, we match a proprietary. Now, these are commercialized entities, right? And so again, one wonders, is proprietary equal security? I don't want to answer that. I'll just let it go and let you figure it out. How's that sound? But again, what we're seeing is with the tremendous, significant growth in commercial assets, particularly small platforms, CubeSats, other elements. And it's not so much that CubeSat can be hacked, but it's that CubeSat and the data and the information. And we'll talk about that as we go along here. But let's look at this. So if the architectures are really the IP of the entity, what's the universal philosophy? How do we ensure that these things are being compliant or even are protected? So that becomes a matter of dollars and cents as opposed to purpose and mission. And that's kind of a concern. Now, so let's divide this up a little bit more. Let's look at what's really changing in the place that we work in. So if we look at the past and the current Space Force and the skill sets that we use and the employees and the engineers and such, what we see is a heavy reliance on the analog world. Now, I know I came out of that world, and there's a couple on this call here that worked with me way back in the back, and the gray hair comes from this knowledge base, right? Look, analog, hardened systems, right? Relays, point to point. You didn't have the digital networking that we have today. Heavy systems engineering approach. So it was complete step 1, complete step 2, complete step 3, which then also operationalized itself in a checklist mentality. Follow this checklist to develop and move forward. The hardened security, redundancy through components. And then we used to say, those who are advanced in the current world and past, it's the art of the possible, right? It's what we think we can go build and make. I think there's been a shift in our workforce. I think there's been a significant shift in the technology available to us. And that shift comes from the following 3 areas. And what I want you to do is to think about, for those of you who have been at this a while, think about your past experience, about the checklist mentality, the systems engineering approach, all of those things that you did with space. And now realize what we have is a digital world. Systems are built on a digital component scale. So you have the Internet of Things. Things are tied together digitally. That generates a whole new relationship with the development side, the build side, the operation execution side. And it generates a deeper, intense knowledge and need to understand how that digital environment is working. Networks, they are so different than back in the relay and hardened security days. We're going to add in this thing called cloud in just a second. That to the networks has really compounded the knowledge base necessary to understand and support the development of space entities and space solutions. And it's really changed how you want that workforce to look and feel. The cause effect. If I make a decision with a digital component, what is the cause and effect it creates? Did I just add a new backdoor into my platform that I had not ever considered before? This is something we see on our home networks. This is something we see in the federal government. We see all over the place. Microsoft just had a major breach because of backdoors that are being induced in this digital environment. So what happens if I induce a backdoor into a mission space platform? well, it could be catastrophic. And particularly if we're including humans in the space flight operation. Those back doors could be the end of that mission. It could cause life loss. These are things that are now critical in that design phase of what we're building to launch, what we're building to utilize in space. There's a whole new effect from digital of data. In this data digital world, everything is measurable. We can measure the time it takes to relay communication signals, which may be a perturbation that we now have to measure that shows that there's something in between the communications relay that's blocking our information. Is that something we need to worry about that may hit the spacecraft, may absorb information, all these different components that this digital data provides us, which opens up the conversation around digital analytics, data analytics. This is a massive growing field, and the amount of data that the digital world provides to us is overwhelming. That data now needs new compute sources. So, we used to joke about in the 80s and 90s that, quantum will come along one day and we'll solve all the problems and everything will just be fine. And we'll put it into the quantum computer and out the other end will come this magnificent answer. Well, we may be there already with cloud. And what we're seeing with cloud is the ability to ramp up servers, to ramp up computing capability. So I would argue that not only is our new space engineer need to be digital aware, digital understanding, they also now need to be cloud. They need to understand that there are new architectures in doing business in compute capability. Realize when we say cloud computing, with edge computing, cloud can be done in space on a space-based platform. So that the computing can be done in space, on the ground, the combination of both, and the numerous perturbations that you had to worry about, say with a space elevator, and how many objects do I have to track to ensure the space elevator is safe, requires cloud computing, that massive amount of data analytics. And so in order to do that, the engineers have to understand data analytics and how to use cloud platforms to really come up with that solution set, to figure out what's going on and how to compute to get there. And using the edge computing on the platform, you can actually do part of the platform analysis as part of the platform design. So inherent features of the platform, the battery power, the solar power, all those things become part of your digital data analysis for the protection and awareness of that platform. So all of these things, cloud knowledge becomes critical, and understanding that. So we want to kind of change that conversation of art of the possible to art of the knowledgeable now. With cloud, you can do so much more than you ever could before. We're seeing a significant reduction in compute time. So I give a personal example from the university. We have an admissions process that reviews 65,000 applications. It used to take us 3 weeks to do that analysis, utilizing this massive database of what ifs, and we're looking at things like when did Sue take math, what grade and what form of math did she take as part of the analysis in the conversation, right? So that was a 3-week process. We took that process, we put it into cloud, we ramp up the servers necessary. And what took us 3 weeks now takes us 5 minutes to run. This is a significant reduction in capability, in need, and time. And not only can I run that in 5 minutes, but I can run what if drills. So I can do 7, 8, 10 perturbations on that original what if. And that takes me another 15 minutes, and I can do them all simultaneously. So now, utilizing cloud, if we want to look at a space platform and analyze how is it running, how is it working, I can run thousands of perturbations on that platform utilizing cloud capabilities. This is something different that if we don't train, if we don't address, our workforce will be going, well, why aren't we capable of doing this? And if they aren't aware of that before they start the job, how do they know to use that resource? So we're really seeing a change. Now, digital equals insecurity. Digital equals open backdoors. So both digital and cloud now drive a whole new requirement for a level of understanding about cybersecurity that we've never seen before on the part of the average worker. They either have to be a cyber expert or cyber cognizant. They have to understand what mission changes, design changes they make, how it affects the network in the long run. What happens if I do this? And how does my addition of this mission, this component, which may have been given to me by another space agency, how does it now affect our overall performance and support structure? So this digital needs cyber in every facet. Cyber integration has to be a security by design philosophy, not as an add-on or a band-aid later on as you go in the design and delivery. So this has really changed. So now what we're talking about is cyber awareness in our workforce as we move to this future state. If you're not starting to get worried, I'm going to give you some numbers that should really roll your socks down and make you really afeared for where this is going. And what I'm trying to say is the workforce for this future state that I think you all have a wonderful push to design the future state. Where is that workforce? Where's that change that relates to all that's going on right now? So where are the resources? Now, it's interesting because when we started talking with the team at Foundation of the Future, we said, we'd like to talk to a couple companies and others that you know. And so we've been talking to space companies, and we ask a very simple question. And it's, what does your perfect new hire look like, particularly one coming out of college or university? And it was an interesting response. And in most cases, they said, well, I just kind of hire for the traditional areas I have, which would, to me, represent that past current conversation. And then they go, well, I kind of know when I talk to them. So how does a university educate to that person? How do we create that person? And again, what we see here is in this digital cloud, cybersecurity, we're talking about an extremely aware students. We're producing people who are anxious to learn and grow. And cloud is just perfect for that. Trust me, they're doing things you wouldn't believe. But I think there's also an indicator here. So if we're looking at this past current as a philosophy for who we hire, and we say to this college student, can you follow a checklist? They're going to look at you and go, what's a checklist? What? What are you talking about? I want to be out of the box. I want to be state of the art. I want to be cool. Checklists are not cool. It's a unique philosophy problem. So again, where are the resources? So let's look at that a little bit. So we started looking around about careers in space exploration, right? And we looked at this, and we looked at, and this is from an article in how to get involved in outer space. And this is interesting, but if I'm a student that wants to go in cybersecurity, what does this list tell me? It tells me don't want me, right? I'm not listed. I'm not there. So there's a unique problem set with this. Now you could say, oh, it's embedded in the aerospace engineers and the robot engineers. No, it's not. It's not embedded. So let's go a little further. Educational experience to work in space, the kinds of things we're creating right now using this past current philosophy. We're creating a future workforce who is following the old model. But everything I've heard Tim and Michael and everybody else say is, we don't want to be the old model. This is something new and unique and has to be different. And we're not headed that way, the way we're doing this. We're headed there using the old model, not addressing the digital, not addressing the cloud, not addressing the cybersecurity. So it's interesting. I would also argue we're heading there, adding the model that you have to have a 4-year degree. And it has to be in some of these traditional areas. And so let's come back to that point in a little bit. So let's look at cybersecurity not addressing the space. Now, this should worry you significantly. So currently throughout the US today, unfilled cyber jobs. These are open billets, positions that need, so we are under by 507,000 people to do cyber jobs today. These numbers don't include space. These are standard cyber jobs across the world. If we look at losses, this is losses from cyber attacks, $3.5 billion. COVID. I want to go a little further with this conversation and dive in. I would do a hand raise, but I can't see you. But so mentally hand raise. How many of you have children at home who are learning at home on a Zoom for school? Yeah. How do you think it's going? There you go. I love that response. Those who can't see it, I got a waiver. This. Those will be our future space engineers. 5, 10 years. Are they ready? Will they be ready at the current pace that we're going, or do we have to change some things? I'm concerned. I think we have some things here that we have to address. And in particular, the disconnect between these digital, cloud, cyber entities, these children who understand those things in middle school and high school and don't connect them to space. And so where we should be influencing them, we may be losing them to other areas and other venues. So I think we have a problem set we have to challenge. So really, what do we do about this? What can we do? So we at Cal Poly, we've tried to kind of stimulate the conversation. We held a symposium. Dustin was our lead for the symposium. And the idea was to talk about space and cybersecurity. We didn't talk about launch. We didn't talk about orbitology, although it's important, but we really want to understand, what is your need? How do you, the space world, understand the digital, the cloud, and how that all correlates around cyber and how it all works together? So on the screen here, you can go look at some of those articles and discussions. And it's interesting because at the very high levels, the leadership, they're all saying the same thing. Space Force has come down and said, we need cyber. We need to make cyber a number one priority. Well, that's great because that's their job, is defense of space. But shouldn't we be thinking this in the commercial sense as well? Shouldn't we be understanding that if we don't cyber protect this thing, it can get hijacked, my data can be lost, my revenue will be affected. And if I am talking about revenue from spacecraft and I've put it at risk because I didn't cyber harden it, I'm assuming risk that shouldn't be there. It's kind of crazy. So, the key becomes now, and what we're trying to argue for in the conversation is around, don't forget academia in the conversation of the future of space. We're not just a supply entity for students, although that's what our primary mission is, to deliver you those great students. And I'll tell you what, Cal Poly has some amazing students, but it's also to help activate their thought process, to think about space as a part of their potential career, how it correlates and ties together. So we had some very interesting discussions in this symposium. Again, at the senior levels, they're seeing it. When you get down to the working level, and I was a hiring manager for a cyber company, and I know how hard it is to hire somebody coming out of college. And so what we see is, and there's a few of you online who experience this, you're hiring someone from somebody else. So you're now paying a premium. So realize, if you want to get these people in the commercial side that are cyber aware, you're probably going to be hiring them away from a defense contractor. And the defense contractors are paying premium price for these people already because there's only a few of them. And so you're artificially jumping the cost of doing business. This is something that's going to affect your bottom line, and it's going to affect, and in most cases, they just say, we'll do without. We'll do without. That's not really acceptable, is it? So some of the other things that we wanted to look at is how do we activate? How do we get the student involved? What do we do? So we held this thing called the California Cyber Innovation Challenge. We've been doing this for 5 years now for the state of California, but we've done it around cyber forensics. And this is a competition that our university students build and run for high school and middle schools. Now, the really cool part of this is, in the past, we've done competitions around things like forensics analysis of, is a pacemaker safe? We do a scenario-based environment. And in this case, a pacemaker was hacked and the malware was used to hold the hospital system on a ransomware. The competition we did last year was around a spacecraft that was hijacked. And as a result of it, spacecraft brought back to Earth, and the student teams had to do malware analysis on the spacecraft to see who done it, to figure out how the spacecraft had crashed, who did this, how did they do it, and then to go downstream into the network and analyze whether or not there was malicious code sent downstream into somebody's database by the payload on the spacecraft. Now, this sounds really hard. It sounds really interesting. These are middle school and high school children that are doing this. They are amazing. Their knowledge base and learning curve is phenomenal. I think it's really interesting because what we also did is we exposed them to some of the pioneers in this business. So we had Vint Cerf as the speaker to start off the competition. Father of the internet also, and I have to look up the direct reference, but he designed the deep talent network architecture. So deep space network, he worked on that as well. We also had Renee Wynn, the former CIO of NASA, to speak to our students, and Jeff Moss, who is the founder of Black Hat and DEF CON. The idea is to get the students to understand that this cool thing, cyber, they're working on is also relevant to space. Now, interesting feedback from the students. We had several students who said, I never realized that cyber was in space. I never realized that cyber was in space. We had other students who said as feedback, you know what? I was jazzed about cyber, but now that I know it's related to space, I really want to go do this. Now, the key becomes, how do we take that mission, that message, and send that to a lot more students? Because that's what you need as employers, as designers, as builders in this world of space and space support. So I think we've got, just a lot going on here and so many opportunities and so much work that needs to be done, but we need to be thinking about it as a collective, not just on our own. So with that, I'll stop and I'll open up for questions, comments, run drips, errors, and let you ask away.
Thanks a lot, Bill. I'm going to just cycle back to the immediate comment that it almost makes me sad that your cyber students didn't realize that cyber was a part of space. Like, I feel like that's a long conversation all by itself. So why do you think there's a disconnect? What do you think? Why do you think that they don't even consider it?
There's this theory I've been working on, which is there's security. If you work in the government, the defense sector, it's security by design, and security is very visible. You see it in everything that you do. In the commercial world, what we see is they want security embedded. They don't want you to see it. They want you to believe that it's there. And so we spend so much time in this unobservable security architecture for commercial systems and space. I have a little game I play. So I will allow anybody on this line to answer the question. Give me the name of one white hat hacker that you know that you can use and is an exemplar for a high school student to modify themselves to be like. See, this is the part where all the cricket sounds.
I do know one.
I know several of them, Bill. I know several of them. The question is, how do you get them connected?
Correct, Frank. You've got it. So if I said the same question about a doctor, you're going to name hundreds of them. And if I say the same thing about, lawyers, you just go down the list. On the cyber side, there really isn't. And Frank's point, you can't connect them. You can't get them to that. They're not in the forefront. So one of the things I do is to talk about Hollywood. So two movies you can think of that had a cyber expert in the movie. Who are they? Just go ahead, Frank, anybody.
War Games? The original one?
Yep, War Games.
Yep.
Right?
The Matrix.
Sure.
Yeah, another one that we see is the movie Black Hat, right?
No, sure.
So, Frank, how many 6'5", 235 go to the gym 4 times a day people do you know that are hackers? So again, it's this visual. Are we setting the right tone for the students to understand? That's a whole different conversation about, the visualization. The key is, back to your question, Michael, we aren't visualizing this as part of the solution. You don't see companies talk about their cyber profile and who's doing that on their behalf. So to a student who is watching SpaceX do amazing things, are they thinking about cyber and any of that?
I was talking to my intern Fabio about that just a couple of days ago, that when we build spacecraft, elevators, whatever, space satellites, we're building the entire thing out of ones and zeros now, long before we cut metal, because cutting metal is expensive, but ones and zeros are expendable, right? So there is a big disconnect about how many programmers, and I use that word, as large a definition as we can. There's a disconnect to just how many folks we need that really understand how to wrestle with and lasso electrons. They just simply don't understand how many we need.
Yeah, I think that's that digital conversation I'm having, this commentary about digital. So let's talk about lines of code.
Well, hold on just one second. I want to kind of cycle that back to what Dr. Heifel was talking about yesterday. She said there's only 350,000 space people in the industry.
Right.
350,000. On your chart, you're like, there's 600,000 coders necessary.
That's cyber experts necessary.
Right.
Cyber.
Right. So just that one category is double what she says is in our current industry. So
right.
I feel like that's part of that disconnect, is that the cyber folks don't necessarily understand that they are in this space field. But
Michael and Bill, I think that one of the keys is that we're thinking of the cyber experts as separate from all the other developers and the engineers. They're not. The engineers and the software developers need to be schooled on DevSecOps and how to manage their code in a very secure way. It's not, you can't, the current cyber model is we bring the security people in after something's built. We need to bring the security philosophy, not people, philosophy in as they're being built.
Yeah, Frank, we used, that's the term I used, and I should have described it. But when we talk about cyber cognizance, that's exactly what we're referencing, is that if you're in a software class somewhere, if you're in computer design 101, that needs to have a cybersecurity component to that design class. You need to understand that when I connect these three diodes together that I bought from the internet, I need to check them before I put them together.
Jesus.
I agree. 100%.
That's both awful and frightening, right? I want to be able to send out a purchase order, pick up the widget that I need, and move on with my day. I don't want to have to, I don't know, reverse engineer the widget that I just purchased just to make sure that the code is good.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
Michael, but
what's the assurance?
That's what we have machine learning and AI algorithms for. We can let the machines do a lot of that analysis. The humans don't have to do it. We have to think differently about our approach, and machines do as much as we can allow machines to do, and leave to the human being the decision point.
Right. So I think that cycles back to we have to have a new way of doing, I'm going to say space, but I think y'all are saying a new way of doing pretty much everything.
Well, what I'm saying is we need to be educating. There's a question here about, academic systems are usually lagging in this change.
I was just going to bring up Cheryl. Yeah.
And I'm not going to respond to it as it's written because I couldn't go back to work if I did. The way that we're trying to do this, and what Cal Poly does, is that we have this learn by doing philosophy, which is experiential. So our Cybersecurity Institute is there to give students the out of classroom opportunity to learn about these things, to work internships, to work with problem sets and other things. I think Frank and others in this business would agree. Certificates are dangerous if you don't have practical learning experience. So optimizing cyber ranges, enhancing what they really deliver, giving real hands-on. But so one of the things we're doing is to try to do these cyber ranges around space opportunities. So that's one of the things we've done is designed for our game a cyber range that's all about space. It's those kinds of activities, it's those kinds of things out of the classroom that gives us the opportunity. So it's classroom and the out of classroom activities and internships that will help turn this long tanker. The reference point, a small fishing vessel takes about 10 minutes to turn in a long super tanker, which I would say is academia is the super tanker, takes about 4 years to change, if not more. But as a result, the reason I referenced in my very opening statement, thanks for hearing our cry. This is a cry that says, if you want to have this future state, we have to start working as a partnership to make those changes and to open the door for those opportunities and start younger with these students. We've got to get to the middle schools.
That was one of the conversations we had offline a couple weeks ago. Sorry, loud truck out there. Was talking about the community college role in all this. Now, you just said younger. I think you mean high school and even junior high. But you had some interesting ideas about community college level programming as well. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
So a couple things. First, Cheryl, you're absolutely right. We have to offer the base experiential opportunities. I worked, Frank's going to laugh. I worked with military intelligence. And for a while there, what they tried to do is to create intelligence analysts by separating them out and only letting them go to a military intelligence program, say at the collegiate level. What we found out is that failed. And the reason it failed was because you did not come in with all these other political science, geographic, all those other core areas of understanding. It's that element where you bring all those core elements together, their deeper understanding of physics and geography and other things, that value is added. And if you only train them how to write an intelligence analytical report, they're only as good as the training they receive to write the report. It's the same problem set that we're going to see here with the space development. You have to have those cores. You have to develop those experiential things like what Tim addresses and Foundation addresses with Academy. Academy should be about offering that experiential level that takes a 2-year person. I mean, right now, our future space, we're alienating and leaving out the community college grad. Mm-hmm. And what we see right now as a result of COVID is a lot of students are saying, I don't want to go college and learn online. If I'm going to learn online, I'll get a certification and I'll go there, get employed, and I'll be working instead of owing my life savings to this college. That's a huge concern. And COVID has enhanced that significantly. So we have to make an opportunity, a 3rd-year program, an academy-based program, some way that we can get the IT, cyber, cloud, community college people into the space world.
I know of at least 5 students that have either checked out of school, and this is across the board from high school all the way up to master's programs. They have either quit school with the consent of their parents, are accepting Fs for the whole year, or have graciously called it a gap year and are simply not going. So there's a whole team, there's a whole generation of students out there that are they're really fed up with whatever is going on right now, and they just want to reset. So I think something like that might be really.
Yeah, it's we all could write a PhD thesis novel on the changing culture of education as a result of COVID.
Yeah.
My fear is it's going to affect your workforce.
I am very worried about that. I've already kind of seen it. I hired, and then she immediately dropped an intern just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I actually attribute the environment to it. I had an intern that was supposed to be here last summer, in March when the virus hit, she's like, sorry, there's too much uncertainty. I'm going to go home. I can't even fault them. I can't even be angry about that. Right. It's
So-
just, that's a good choice for them.
Michael,
sorry,
really important point. Go
Yep.
back to that question you asked.
Yep.
I'm surprised the students didn't know there was cyber in space.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so when you tie that to what we just talked about, which is how is the world of learning changing and what's going on, we can't expect them to know that, right? It's just almost a bridge too far. And so again, if it's really interesting because I get nervous having again been in the cyber world trying to hire people, and I see what happened. I saw that the change in pay scales. So I had a staff sergeant. I hired him directly out of the Army. He came to work for me. He jumped company 5 times in 2 years, and he went from $78,000 a year to almost $200,000 a year in 2 years, just by jumping companies.
Yeah.
Frank, you've seen it. You've had to deal with it.
Right. Yeah.
That's the same thing that could happen because of shortages. Then what happens? The
Well,
bathtub, right at the other end.
I'm going to argue that that's actually an advantage, that because they're jumping, and this is happening in Silicon Valley, you're seeing it all the time, because they're jumping from organization to organization, they learn different things very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Michael, internships absolutely critical to the future of where all of this is going. Understanding that we're very lucky at Cal Poly. We're 2 hours out of Silicon Valley, and we're 3.5 hours out of LA. Most of our students have an internship the first year they're in university.
Yeah.
Totally part of the system. What happens though if you're in the middle of the country? What happens if you're in a place that doesn't have a connection to space? I would argue there's a couple states that are really competitive in space: Colorado, New Mexico, Texas. And so their students are getting a huge upper hand.
Yeah.
But now we have to talk about something we haven't said yet, which is the diversity.
But Bill, that's the value of the space. That's the value of the spaceports, right? Is
That's
having
right.
the spaceports all around the country. But
Absolutely.
I want to address one thing. There, Bill, we come from backgrounds in space, right? Where space is second nature to us, and we think of it like that. But the general populations think of space as some other place, some other thing, or entity.
Away from them. They don't have
But an education program, an awareness program that lets them understand how much of their lives rely on systems and assets that are in space, and space is just an extension of the terrestrial environment.
Absolutely.
Would go miles to help with some of these problems.
Thank you, Frank. You made my conclusion, which I love. When somebody else does your finish for you, that's awesome. So thank you. I owe you a beverage of choice, which I know with you is going to be an expensive one. So again, what we have here, is an opportunity. We're not the only one. We're not the only people. We're not the smartest dog on the block, as they say. However, we do think we have connected something that's missing. Yeah. We've spent a lot of time, and we're really proud to talk about it because I think it is a dynamic shift. At the same time, what we need to do is we need to get some of those other institutions who are focused solely on delivering cyber training to understand, don't forget to use the space word.
Right. Excellent. At some point, next month, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about strategic assets. Blue Marble Week is going to be really focusing on strategic assets. There's a lot of stuff happening with Space Force Association, and we will be coming back to this conversation. And I just want to remind folks that are listening, it used to be called Space and Cyber Command for the U.S. Air Force. So they didn't see a distinction between the two. So I think that's important detail. All right, let us bring on Mr. Tim Chrisman, the Executive Director of Foundation for the Future. Bill, you're going to stick with us. Paul, you're going to stick with us. Lila, you're coming on. Is Dustin coming on? You coming on, sir? Or are you in the background? Nope, you're just shaking your head. Okay. Anybody else we need to bring on?
Some other meetings I need to jump to, but great
Sorry?
conversation, guys.
I didn't hear you, Dustin. Okay, all right. Who's going to take this away? Is Tim, are you kicking this off?
Yeah, I can start here. This is a pretty exciting day for us here at the foundation, and me personally. Those of you who have heard some of the backstory about what pushed me over the edge of going into space things, know that it was my 8-year-old daughter, and how at age 6, because she had listened to me talk enough about space and space things and space elevators specifically, had a list of recommendations for edits to the space elevator designs I had told her about, because some of the things I had told her just didn't make sense. And there was lots of wind that was going to be a problem. And what happens if things break? She had a very long list of suggested edits. And I took her description and the changes she made and had that turned into a blueprint. And I've had that on my wall and as a background in a lot of the computers I've used over the years since then, because if a 6-year-old can understand a space elevator conceptually and has no problem internalizing the idea that space is no different than anywhere else she goes. She puts on a snowsuit to go outside in a Minnesota winter. Why not put on a spacesuit to go outside your station? Then the fundamental issue we face in making space tangible, real, and a thing for the country at large is building a workforce that, as Bill has been talking about, understands that it's possible, that believes, that has tangible experiences around space things. And the space workforce up until very recently has been rocket scientists, hence the joke about it. Rocket scientists are not going to mix drinks at a space bar. I don't know if you've interacted with them, but those guys will not do that. They're too important, even if they could. And so the rest of the workforce pyramid needs to be built out. And you see imagery of this in our logo, where the pyramid is inverted. We've got the tip with scientists and engineers. It's time for space to work for the rest of us. And so Cal Poly and us have been talking for a while now about how do we create a model for workforce development in space. And we've come up with, because a lot of us are prior military, and if you throw "of excellence" into the name of anything, that means you know it's real and very, very important and cool. This concept of a space workforce center of excellence. I can share this unless somebody else has it handy, Bill or Paul.
I can share it.
Okay.
I think. Let's see.
This is that part of that training in digital I was talking about right here.
Exactly.
Too
There it is.
too soon?
How about that? Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay.
And so I'll let Bill talk more about the operation side of this, but at its core, this is one of the first partnerships we're announcing because it should be. Cheryl mentioned that there's a lag in education, not necessarily always because there's an unwillingness to adopt things, but because making a PhD or a community college grad takes time. And so the sooner we can get people in training pipelines, the sooner we can bring them back to learn the lessons that they've learned and start the cycle over again. And so I'll turn it over to Paul to talk a little, or Paul, Bill?
I'm
gonna start,
I'm
and I'm
going
gonna
to
pass it
introduce
over.
Paul. I'm going to introduce Paul for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Paul Jurison is the Director of New Programs and the Director of the Cal Poly Digital Transformation Hub, which was formed as a strategic relationship between Amazon Web Services and Cal Poly. He leads the development of new technology programs with a focus on fostering relationships with corporate and public sector partners. Jurison earned his bachelor's degree with Western Michigan University and went on to attend graduate school at both the University of Louisville and DePaul University, along with earning an advanced certificate in project management from Stanford University. He majored in geology as an undergraduate, but got involved in technology and organizational digital transformation immediately thereafter by working on digital geospatial programs with the Department of Defense. He has been working on technology and digital transformation ever since. Paul, you know, I'm just reading this for the first time, but you should probably hook in with Pedro from yesterday because his background is somewhat similar. I think it was Michigan U, and I think he's also a geologist. So just coincident there. That's Paul Jurison.
So Paul is our living example of what degree is that again? And how does that relate to what you're doing today? You know, a lot of us, we ended up in kind of the IT world, but IT has become this digital thing and it's everywhere. It's in everything you do. And so, you know, it's been very interesting, and Paul is just fantastic. I just want to give a quick shout out on this whole issue here. So what we did is we created a strategic partnership with Amazon Web Services because they are the big dog on the block when it comes to cloud. And what we wanted was experiential learning for our students, not just to say they did their homework in the cloud, but to be able to say that they're knowledgeable of the cloud, they're knowledgeable of the tools in the cloud, and they have access to the technologists. And so Paul has stood up this organization, and it went from a very small group to now we have 3 full-time AWS employees, as well as 3 full employees from the university, and they run challenges. He's going to talk a little bit more about that. But this is an opportunity to use that capability with you all and to look at space. So I'm going to let Paul talk a little bit more about what this really means for all of us.
Yeah, we at Cal Poly are really excited about the partnership and our memorandum of understanding with the Foundation for the Future. We really think, you know, promoting space and doing more workforce development for space employees is really exciting for us. As you can see on the slide, I just put a couple of notes on there that kind of give you an idea of Cal Poly's heritage in space. We've been pretty active in space activities for a long time. Actually, we have a CubeSat launch that's coming up on Sunday. It was actually supposed to be yesterday with Virgin Orbit, and it got delayed to Sunday. We developed the CubeSat standard along with Stanford back in 2000-ish. And one of our alumni is on the space station right now. Vic Glover is up on the space station. He was actually answering questions for students yesterday at Cal Poly. So we've got a lot of heritage there, and the university is really, really excited about what we're working on here. But what we wanted to talk about regarding what we want to do with the Foundation for the Future is, as you can see over on the right side of that slide, there's lots of different kinds of activities and jobs that are not specifically aerospace engineering jobs, right? There's a lot of support activity that's related to space. And I think for the most part, people don't realize that. So, you know, if you're talking to a finance person, or if you're talking to a law person, they're not thinking about space so much. But I think there's a big component of folks that can be either educated or made aware of what the space economy really is and how they can contribute to that. So we want to really help with that. And as you can see in the middle, there's that Center of Excellence that Tim mentioned. And around that, we want to focus on things like applied research, right? There's lots of research capabilities out there. And Cal Poly is really focused on applied research, maybe more than a big R1 institution who's doing a lot of original research. We want to take that research and apply it to real problems. So we're really focused on applying what we know to real problems and real activities, and we want to focus on that as well. So coming up with innovative solutions, the Cal Poly Digital Transformation Hub is a good example of that. And what we do there is we work with real customers like Vandenberg Air Force Base, for example, or World Bank. We have lots of projects we're working on with lots of organizations around the country. And the idea is that we take our students and immerse them in the latest innovation methods, using the latest technologies, and working with real customers so they really understand what it takes to get out there and do real work before they graduate. So when they get out in the workforce, they become really successful employees right off the bat. So there's another thing we want to talk about too, though, is upskilling and reskilling folks, right? So there's people that have been working in the industry. Bill mentioned the analog-based folks who haven't been exposed to some of the latest technologies. And there's a lot of people's jobs who are that are changing, and they want to change their positions and learn new things and see how those new things can apply to things like the space economy. So we're really working on that. And then, of course, different kinds of specialized training as well. To do all of that, we can do things through both in-person and virtual education, right? So we're working on a lot of VR and mixed reality ways to get people immersed in learning without having to actually be there in person. And I think, even after COVID, that's going to be an important thing, right? Because you don't want to have people to go to places to learn everything they learn, like it kind of like it used to be last year. so this is a big change that's happening as well. And Bill also talked about the Cyber Innovation Challenge program, where we're bringing high school students in to solve cyber and space challenges. What that's really doing is getting people really excited about what's possible in cyber, what's possible in space, what's possible in this new economy when they're still in high school, right? So they're getting excited early, they're deciding what they're going to do for a living, and this is a big thing that we can do. So we really want to promote what the Foundation for the Future is doing, through any way we can. So that's what we're working on here with the Memorandum of Understanding.
So with that, Tim, I was expecting to see, confetti and cannons go off, and
I mean, we can see it out your window behind you.
Okay, great. All right,
yeah.
good.
Or that's a
wildfire.
wildfire.
Pick up a guitar and do a couple licks of, something, but nah, we'll just go with, we're very happy to have this relationship, and we absolutely look forward to a really cool future.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think
Lila, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Bill, Paul, Dustin, looking forward to putting our collective brain power together as often as possible.
I think this is a really great partnership between these two organizations, right? That it's kind of in the name that Tim and Lila chose, the Foundation for the Future. Really, this is the future, right? And I know that sounds a little cheesy, a little corny, but this is the thing that we're trying to build together collaboratively. So it's really exciting to have Cal Poly be a part of that, architecting this particular path of the future. So thank you all very much. We are going to shift on to our next awesome speaker, Prachi, and I think, Jordan, you're going to read her outline.
I'm going to be introducing her.
Katie, okay,
Thanks,
great.
Michael.
Thank you.
All right, it's my pleasure to give you a little bit of background info on Prachi Kawadi. She is a research analyst in space at Frost & Sullivan, where she leads the development of Innovation Generator for Space, an interactive data intelligence platform that covers the complete space ecosystem with market forecasts across upstream and downstream segments. She has worked on multiple custom consulting assignments for commercial organizations and government space agencies, and has authored multiple reports on launch services market, space ecosystem, and satellite-based IoT markets. Prior to Frost, she held the position of Business Development Team Lead at AMSI Technologies, and she has completed her Master's in Space Studies from International Space University and her Bachelor of Aeronautical Engineering from MVJ College of Engineering. Please join me in welcoming Prachi.
Hello, everyone. This is Prachi.
Hello.
Can I start?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the topic I'll be talking about today is Space Access 4.0, which is dynamic and disruptive market right now. I'll be presenting the Frost & Sullivan's view for the launch services market globally. Okay, so first to start with, I would like to start with what are the current trends in the market. And the biggest thing that's currently happening is mega constellations. And we see that there are about 800 satellites already launched by SpaceX, and multiple other constellations are partially being launched or already have started their launches. So what is the next thing that is going to happen? So before going to that, just to start with, it is there are many incumbent players in the market who are coming in because of the reduction in the cost of the satellites, and also due to access to the launch at a lower cost. And because of that, we see this uptrend in the number of satellites being launched. So at this point, we see that there are about 28,097 satellites that we expect to be manufactured and launched from 2020 to 2040, of which it's 97% of these satellites are small satellites, that is satellites less than 500 kgs. Now, because of this type of demand and the mega constellations in place, there is a requirement for serial production of the satellites, and the assembly lines have, many companies have already had assembly lines in place, and for getting the assembly speed up to getting the satellite done within 2 weeks or so. And okay, so in addition, if we are looking at the launch services market currently,
about two players in the market, and many players who were initially just doing the suborbital launches are now planning for orbital launches as well. And because of demand, both in terms of the satellite demand and the launch services demand, we need the serial production facilities and also serial manufacturing capabilities in terms of satellites and launch vehicles, of course. And this is this has a trickle down effect in terms of the in terms of the requirements for the subsystems, the components that are required. And because of this, the innovation that is taking place is not just at the overall overall satellite level, but it starts from the subsystem and the component level that we are talking about here. And in addition to this, the spaceports, governments are looking at exploiting this opportunity, setting up the spaceports to enable the ecosystem to tap into the opportunity because of the launch services market, especially if we are looking at the UK space agency, where they are promoting their spaceport right now, and they are enabling the entire ecosystem to be built around within their country. And similar approach is seen across multiple markets, where their approach to build the ecosystem around the space is having the spaceports there and promoting the small services, small satellite launch services market. The next way, moving towards the downstream, we have the broadband and narrowband services. And then okay, so when I was talking about the mega constellations, the next key thing is going to be the deep space. So in terms of the dedicated launch services, the main opportunity is the small satellites. But what happens when the heavy lift launch vehicles enter in? So where is the opportunity lying for these players? The main opportunity for the heavy lift launch vehicles is more towards the deep space launches, ISS support launches, rather than small satellite launches being a primary customer for these. For them, the focus is going to be more towards the deep space and cargo aspects. The new markets that we are talking about is the space tourism and the high-speed travel markets, which are as a consequence of the space market. Moving on to the demand. So how does the overall demand look like for the launch services market in terms of number of satellites? So here on the left, we have three different scenarios where we consider conservative, reference, and optimistic scenario. Conservative scenario is a scenario in which so we have list of satellite operators, and all these operators, if they have an established historical launch, then they are documented in the as a conservative satellite operator within forecast model. Similarly, the reference scenario, the probability of occurrence of the demand is higher, and we look at the satellite operator, what is their current state of development of the technology, where they are at, do they have investment, how close are they to launch, and based on that we place them in the reference scenario. An optimistic scenario is considering all of the satellite constellations that are planned. We consider them all to be we have them all, and we also, in addition, we add the unknown unknowns. So unknown unknowns are documented for the satellite, the satellites that are probable to launch but haven't been announced yet. So we do consider that scenario here. And overall, we see that for each of these, we see the demand in the conservative scenario in next 40 years is about 25,298 satellites in conservative scenario. For reference, it is 28,097. And for optimistic, it is 80,350 satellites to be launched. On the right, we can see the regional demand, and we have by country. And on the top, we have the summary of each of the demand in terms of the region. And we see that North America, as it is, it has maximum number of players. They have many number of, so they have the higher number of satellite constellations planned, and hence the number of satellites, the demand is higher in this region. And then it's followed by Asia Pacific and Europe. In terms of the demand, we also look at how the demand looks like in by mass classes from 0 to 1 kg, 1 to 10, 10 to 150, 150 to 5,000 kgs. And we can see here the demand for each of the conservative, reference, and optimistic scenarios, how it varies. And we can see that the highest demand in terms of is mainly for reference scenario, and the conservative scenario, it is 10 to 150 kg satellites, whereas it's 150 to 500 kg, we have the optimistic values. That's the higher end because 150 to 500 kg satellites, so the Kuiper systems, Amazon, and the satellites to be launched by SpaceX Starlink, about 8,000 of those satellites that we consider them in the optimistic scenario. And if we are looking at the overall demand trend, it's been varying over the period. So if we look at the demand for 2020, it is due to the consequence of COVID-19 that we see there's a slight decrease, and then there's a jump because we just see the schedule. It's not much of an impact in terms of the numbers, but rather towards the shift towards the right of the timeline that we are seeing here. So this is what we have here. And then if the spikes for 2025 and 2030. Initially, those spikes were supposed to be in 24 and 29. And these are the spikes where the replacement phases of all the satellites and the new satellites match. And that's the reason we have these spikes. And the consequent spikes are because of the initiation of second phase and third phases of the mega constellations. Towards the right, we have the analysis by user segment as well, and we see that the segment that has the highest demand is first the commercial, then military, then the universities. Commercial, civil government, military, and university. That is the trend all over, and we can see the highest demand is within these regions highlighted here. So how does the demand look like in terms of revenue? This is the chart for the revenues. Okay, so if you look at the conservative reference and optimistic scenarios, in conservative scenario, the market size is about 42 billion. In reference, it is about 71.9 billion. And in optimistic, it is about 350 billion in total. And similarly, we have the similar trend here, but the variation, and this is because of the number of satellites for each segment varies, and the price point across each of these mass segment varies. So considering those into account, this variation is seen in the overall market here. Before going to the next part, I would like to mention about, now we have the demand here, but what about the launch supply? So we did, what we have done is we have the launch demand forecast and we have the supply forecast. And we have seen that the supply after over a period of time is going to be an oversupply in, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be an overall negative impact, because when there is oversupply, for example, the number of launch vehicles that are manufactured by a particular company are 10, and the launches that happen for the year is 8, then only two of those two launch vehicles are already can be used for launching next year. So it is the consequence of the oversupply is going to be reduction in the launch service cost, and that's going to attract multiple number of new entrants again to enter the market. Okay, so for the supply to reach the demand, what is the requirement? One is the high rate of production, which has to happen, the serial production aspect that we mentioned. The next thing is the scalability, flexibility, and affordability of the supply. And then outsourcing of the supply to the meaning outsourcing in terms of uh, the component and subsystem manufacturers, the system integrators outsourcing more to these people, the manufacturing aspects. Okay, so next we have for space access technologies market, space tourism and high-speed travel. So here we are looking at the high-speed travel market from 2020 to 2040. So the reason we have the numbers for 2020 is we went ahead and considered what would be the demand if this service was live today, and that's why we have numbers there. But we expect the market to be fully operational somewhere in 2025, 2026. And for space tourism, we have the numbers. We, as shown in the figure here, and especially here, the spike is there because the number of players in the market will be growing. And this is both the sum of orbital and suborbital flight, suborbital space tourism. And on the left, we can see the highest demand in terms of for all the launch access markets is satellite for launch services. It is 71.42 billion market. For high speed travel, it's 23.31. For suborbital space tourism, it's 3.96, and for orbital space tourism, it's 26.31. So the next question that comes into our mind is, despite COVID, are there investments going on in the space industry? Yes, we have listed some of the companies here. For example, Spin Launch has raised 35 million from Airbus Ventures, DB, KPCB, and Catapult Ventures. Okay, here. Okay, so what are the emerging opportunities? So if we are looking at the space station services, there is increasing commercialization of the space stations operations and viewer-based activity, indicating that there is a rise because of the involvement of private players. And then for high-speed travel market, there are multiple commercial participants who are developing the supersonic and hypersonic platforms, which when operational will create a steady recurring demand within the new segment of the aviation market. And the main customers for the high-speed travel market, it's going to be for the long-haul flight application to reduce the time. In terms of satellite manufacturing market, it has been expanding rapidly, and due to the announcement of new constellations and recurring demand for the replacement phases. For the deep space market, we have many commercial organizations and government space agencies are working together towards the deep space missions, and the number of deep space missions are currently on rise. And especially the mining segment for lunar resources and the asteroid mining is an attractive segment which will drive a huge demand moving forward. And this is one of the evolving future markets. Launch vehicles, we have already discussed this in long. And then the space tourism market is, there are multiple players in the market already. Orbital launch capabilities are in place, and some of them do offer these services, although we have seen a gap till date for where people haven't been very frequently visiting as an tourist. But we do anticipate that to happen full-fledged somewhere in 2030 there. And towards the end, so the output that you had seen before was a screenshot from one of our innovation generator platform, which is a data analytics platform. And we cover space ecosystem within the platform, where we have documented about 3,200 companies. We have documented what are the key strategic relationships of these companies with each other in terms of investors, mergers, acquisitions, subsidiaries, what are the key indicators. So the key indicators that we have documented is the employee count, the raised capital, the revenue. Moving forward, we are going to add the supplier and the customer list. And then we have the national space programs and budgets. where we'll be covering the space agency budget, what is the technology roadmap, and the contracts. Now, the interesting part, that is the next one, is the forecast models, where we actually size the markets. We do it both for upstream and downstream. As of now, we have covered the launch services market, both in terms of demand and supply, and space tourism and high-speed travel. In satellite manufacturing, we have satellite manufacturing from bottom up, that is about 44 component manufacturing, 12 subsystems include, and we have also included integration testing, project management cost as well, and then arriving at the satellite manufacturing market. We are going to do the same exercise for launch vehicle manufacturing, and also we are going to size the ISS support services and deep space markets. In the downstream, we have the geospatial value-added services already in place, and we are migrating satellite-based IoT services. And now we are currently working on SATCOM services currently, and the next following modules will be on GSS and ground stations. That's it from my end. I'd like to stop here and ask if any questions.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Prachi. Really interesting. There's some interesting comments in the chat here as well. Could you talk about your data sets? Because this is more of a global picture than we've been getting. Yesterday, we were mostly talking about the United States, mostly. And we heard from one of the US national economists talking about a $178 billion US economy based on space. But the graph that you're showing, I think it was maybe the 8th one. I'm not sure. I think it was the 8th one that was talking about, yeah, that one. That's showing, or so what Dr. Heifel was talking about yesterday was between 2018, because that's the most recent number they had. They were looking at $178 billion, and you're showing globally cumulative about $1.2 trillion ish. I can't do the math that fast in my head, but it's about $1.2 trillion. That's a global number. So can you talk about your data sources and how you got to this? And I'm assuming that this is representative of the reference number, not the optimistic number, correct?
Which slide are you talking about?
This one right here. Nope.
I went to slide 8, but we don't have.
No, you've got cumulative market at the bottom. I just added those numbers up, and that got us to about 1.2-ish trillion.
Okay, this is the cumulative market for each of these.
And so I'm wondering about the data that got to this point. These numbers here are the reference numbers, not the optimistic numbers, correct?
Hey, Michael, you're right about that. This is Aman here. I work with Prachi. The numbers are
fine.
The numbers are reference numbers that we are looking at here. So when you look at the cumulative market here, markets such as the high-speed travel, we are looking at it from a demand perspective. This is very important to understand, because currently speaking, if these services were available, the demand exists for these. Okay. However, a lot of these technologies, for example, high-speed travel, are non-existent currently. So in terms of their operational status as such. So you need to just take that into account. Whereas when we come to satellite manufacturing, we come to launch vehicles, these are mature markets. And that kind of potential lines up much more closely to the supply kind of landscape that we are looking at. So that is something to bear in mind. We do our analysis bottom up. We look into each and every vehicle that exists. We look at the demand landscape from a downstream services perspective and from the supply perspective, and we bring that together to establish what that reference market potential will look like. So there's a huge amount of data and analysis that is behind these numbers to take everyone through that. Small thing like, how would the price per kg look like over the next 10 years itself requires a multitude of considerations to be taken into account that we take. So I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you. And I believe that there were approximately 3,000 companies represented in this analysis. Is that correct?
No. So sorry. We've got an industry ecosystem where we've got 3,200 companies. Actually,
3,200.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that all of those companies feed into the numbers that we are doing. So, for example, we have about 137 vehicles we are looking into. The 3,200 companies we are talking about, if you spoke to us about 6-8 weeks back, we had 2,900. Okay. We keep adding to that, and that that we finish, thanks to the new space participants kind of spirit that we are seeing in the market, we really look at that number going to 6,000-7,000 actually. Yeah. By the time we're going to finish, we are really going down to.
Sorry, boy.
So that's really fascinating. We're seeing that we can't even keep track of all the companies that are coming online. Yesterday, there was a long conversation about elasticity of demand in the field, that when things like SpaceX is super heavy and Starship systems come online, and then later when Blue Origin's Armstrong vehicles come online, and then later when SLS, if it ever comes online, when those things materialize, there's going to be a huge glut of capacity in the market, and who's going to fill all of that? So I'm curious if you have any predictions about what we're going to do with all of that excess capacity, or are companies just going to go out of business because they don't have the capacity to fill it? Do you have any guesses on that? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Go
ahead, Prachi. You go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the number of launches, like if you're looking at the small satellite dedicated launches, the frequency that of the launches is going to be high. But for these heavy lift vehicles, it's not going to be so. It is going to be 1 or 2 launches a year, and then the mainly because of the capacity to be filled is higher. And if you're looking at it, it's the main demand for them is going to be the deep space missions, the cargo missions, rather than the small satellite market.
Okay.
The thing is, you're raising a very pertinent question, and I have to say, until about recently, not many people were asking that question. But it is very important to answer that, because you got to take into consideration, in this whole kind of new space mega constellation era, what are the kind of satellite manufacturer operator really demanding from the launch segment? They're saying, give us something responsive, low lead times. I've got investors who want return on investment, and I want to get my kind of concept out there so it can start commercially giving those returns that we are saying to the investor that it's going to give in the shortest possible time. I want a solution which is, we are going into serial production. I want to stay on the edge of the technology so I can replenish and replace as the cost of production goes low and of launch goes down. Now, you put in super heavy into the mix. Now, either we are going to see a whole multitude of, Starlinks type kind of constellations coming out there, which again, a few years back, all of us would have said, what are you going to do with so many, right?
Right.
But now we know it's the reality. Okay, so if Elon Musk has gone and done it, why not the others? So you got to start asking. Unless that happens, you're looking at a super heavy capacity sitting there waiting for that to be filled up. Now, again, taking Elon Musk's name, if he's going to achieve that 2 million cost that he's saying for a super heavy, well, we might as well as pack up for now and start rethinking what we are doing here, right? Because
Right.
dedicated launchers suddenly have a huge competition to really look towards and say, how do we match that? Do we need to go back to our design and say we have to rethink what this is going to look like?
Well, this has been a fascinating conversation. I wish we had kind of booked a little bit more time to dig into it, the details a little bit. We have to move on to our next speaker, Prachi and Arman. Thank you very much for this enlightening conversation. I'm going to pass it over to Katie. Thank you all. Appreciate
it. Thank you. All right, our next presentation is from Heather Kraus. Heather is a director in the U.S. Government Accountability Office Physical Infrastructure Team. She's currently responsible for leading GAO's work on civil aviation issues, including commercial and general aviation safety, airport finance, air traffic control, commercial space, and unmanned aircraft systems. Her GAO career has also included leading work on cross-cutting agency budget and government-wide regulatory issues and overseeing GAO's annual report on government-wide fragmentation, overlap, and duplication. She holds an MA in public policy from the University of Minnesota and a BA in political science from the University of Minnesota Duluth. Welcome, Heather, to Blue Marble Week.
Thank you so much. So I'll go ahead and share my slides if you give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully everyone can see and hear that. So thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and talk about a recent report we did on space transportation infrastructure. And so before I get started, just to give a quick overview of what I plan to cover today, I just wanted to give a brief introduction on who GAO is. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with us, but just to make sure everyone has a sense of the broad mission that we have as an agency. I'll touch briefly on the body of commercial space work that we have, and then focus in on the recent report we did looking at space transportation infrastructure, and there should be time for questions there at the end. So just to kind of start, we're often GAO, which is the Government Accountability Office. We're often referred to as the congressional watchdog. We're an independent, nonpartisan agency that works for Congress. So we examine how taxpayer dollars are spent and provide Congress and federal agencies with objective, nonpartisan and fact-based information to help the government save money and work more efficiently. This actually happens to be our 100th anniversary this year in 2021. I encourage you to take a peek at our website, gao.gov, to get a sense of, again, all the work that we do. We're organized across 15 mission teams that cover all aspects of federal programs, investments, and operations. In terms of the commercial space work, we have a few mission teams that handle those issues. Some of my colleagues who might actually be tuning into this discussion as well do work and lead work looking at NASA's commercial space programs. That work's led to some recommendations and improvements in NASA's oversight of the commercial resupply services and the commercial crew programs. We also have teams that look at DoD's commercial launch services, procurement program, including the EELV and national security space launch programs, and have also made some recommendations to increase those programs' efficiency and effectiveness. I'm involved with the work looking at FAA in particular and its oversight and promotion of the commercial transportation industry. So since 2005, we've produced over a dozen reports and have testified before congressional committees on issues and challenges facing the evolving commercial space industry. The topics have ranged from looking at FAA's safety oversight of launches, Also looking at FAA staff resources and workforce planning to address growth in the industry, and ways in which the federal government supports the industry through grants, contracts, facilities, and then third-party liability insurance. So the report I was going to focus on today was the one that we just issued in December that looked at federal support, examining federal support to transportation or space transportation infrastructure. In particular, this work was, we were responding to a mandate that we had in the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018, required us to review some issues related to space transportation infrastructure. And so what our report did was focus on looking at launch providers and site operators' views of the sufficiency of infrastructure to meet market demand, and then also assess the steps that FAA was taking or has taken to identify options for federal support of space transportation infrastructure, along with some other topics as well. So just in terms of just setting the stage, obviously space transportation infrastructure is an essential component to supporting the demands of the commercial space industry. I know FAA announced that 2020 was a record year in terms of commercial space launches. So obviously the infrastructure needs to respond to that demand. The way the industry might evolve will really determine what the type and the location of infrastructure that might be needed. I won't get into this too much, but I do encourage you to take a peek at another report that we issued in May of 2019, where we get into more details on the sources of funding for the US commercial launch infrastructure, and then also factors that affect where orbital launches occur. And so that was based on some interviews and data collection and document reviews of providers and operators as well. So when you look at these two, I mean, it really does show, these are a couple, the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport in Virginia, and then the Spaceport America in New Mexico, really shows how diverse spaceports and the supporting infrastructure can be. The type and location of the launch really can depend on the type of launch that is needed. And so orbital launches may require coastal locations, but some of the suborbital launches may have other requirements such as open space. So it just shows that there's really a diverse set of infrastructure to support commercial space operations. What this map shows, so in terms of getting a sense of where the demand has been, we looked at the FAA data on licensed launches going from January 2015 to November 2020. As this map shows, to date, a few FAA licensed launch operations have taken place at FAA licensed sites, so the spaceports, which, and as most of you know, those spaceports are really intended for use by multiple launch providers. Most of the FAA licensed commercial launch operations are taking place at the exclusive use launch sites, so the Cape, Vandenberg, and the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. So in terms of getting a sense of the sufficiency of the current infrastructure, we spoke to 17 of the launch providers and what we did is include all those that as of May of last year had either conducted FAA licensed launched activities or were in active consultations with FAA for a launch or re-entry license. We also spoke to 18 of the 19 US commercial launch sites that have hosted an FAA licensed launch since 2015 or have had an FAA launch site operator license as of August of 2020. And so what we found was launch providers told us generally that the current infrastructure and existing infrastructure at the launch sites are generally sufficient to meet current customer requirements. And most of those launch providers, as well as the site operators, see a need for future investment in infrastructure. However, what we found is the views really differ when it comes to where that investment should occur, what locations and what type of infrastructure is needed. Some that we spoke with are seeking wholly new spaceports to meet anticipated point-to-point travel and create redundancy in the to protect the U.S. space activity, and others see a need for updated infrastructure at high-use sites, such as at the Cape. The FAA Reauthorization Act, in addition to asking us to look at space transportation infrastructure, also required FAA to take a number of steps, including establishing an Office of Spaceports, which they have done. And for this particular work, we were focused on how they were responding to the mandate to make recommendations on how the federal government can promote and facilitate greater investments in spaceport infrastructure. In responding to that mandate, FAA told us that in their report to Congress, which is still under review, that they were looking to propose 2 existing FAA grant programs that were identified by stakeholders. So that includes both STIM, the Space Transportation Infrastructure Matching Grant Program, as well as AIP. And so as this one shows, like STIM has been funded it's been in existence for a number of years, but it was funded from 2010 to 2012 and awarded $1.5 million to 7 spaceports for a range of different activities, such as environmental assessments, weather observation and security equipment, and other support to infrastructure. AIP really is targeted towards airports. So where the investment has occurred with AIP has been at 2 airports that also have FAA launch site operator license. FAA officials told us that a factor influencing their focusing on these 2 programs was because these 2 could be implemented quickly. Mainly STIM because it was previously used to support spaceport infrastructure, and also FAA still has administrative authority to manage both programs under their current statutory authority. Officials did, however, also tell us that expanding these programs beyond the existing program requirements, such as with AIP, making it more, if you were to make it more explicit for spaceport infrastructure, would require statutory changes to FAA's authority. What we found, though, in terms of identifying those programs that they had not comprehensively examined, AIP, STIM, or other options that might support spaceport infrastructure. Officials had told us that they didn't conduct a comprehensive review of potential approaches because of limited time and resources. However, the number of stakeholders that we talked to discussed and raised some concerns around the 2 proposed programs in their current design. With AIP, the program is already has more planned investments for airport infrastructure than it has available funding. And there have been some aviation stakeholders that have raised concern about the use of AIP for space operations, seeing it as diverting funds from what they see as the intended use of AIP funds as aviation-related activities. STIM, we had heard from a couple of spaceport operators that the small amount of those grants in combination with a large sort of relative to AIP required matching amount from private and local government sources made it difficult to fund infrastructure projects, which can be expensive. Also, one of the spaceports noted that the administrative burden of the application for STIM was large compared to the amount of funding that was available. Our report doesn't recommend specific funding or financing options, but it does offer some examples of options that have been used to fund other infrastructure improvements. So things like direct loans, loan guarantees, tax incentives, but it's really not intended to be an exhaustive list of potential options. And so what leading practices in infrastructure investment emphasize the importance of conducting an examination of potential approaches which can help identify how best to support national interest, avoid overlap and duplication of federal effort, and enhance, not substitute, participation by non-federal stakeholders. And so we felt as FAA, as the oversight body for the commercial space industry, and with its extensive knowledge of the industry, is best positioned to understand the issues and assess the advantages and disadvantages of different potential approaches for the US space transportation infrastructure. Also, an examination of a range of approaches can really help to identify those that are cost effective and sustainable. So again, looking at the extent to which an option is affordable or financially stable over the long term, given its known cost trends and risks, et cetera, is an important consideration when looking at different approaches for the federal government. Infrastructure projects can be expensive. There can be questions around, can a grant program be sustained over the long term to support these projects? So there are, perhaps assessing options like loan guarantees and tax incentives might be an option to look at in terms of whether those would be more cost effective or sustainable. Also, it's important to supplement and not substitute federal or investment by non-federal stakeholders. So what, again, kind of looking at the different options and whether there's options that encourage more investment by non-federal stakeholders. And then there's also alternatives to making funding available. So for example, FAA has been working on developing technologies that can improve the efficiency of launch operations, to better track a launch vehicle in real time and communicate data to air traffic control. So they're, looking at the whole picture and seeing like what are the best ways to support the space industry. And then the last one is just to mention is the avoiding duplication or overlap and maximizing federal investments with other federal efforts. So there's efforts by DoD to collect information and consider potential operational changes to some of the spaceports that they're involved with. While that might not directly influence the operation of licensed spaceports, any improvements at the federal ranges could affect the type and amount of overall infrastructure needed to meet future demand. So that led us to making our recommendation to FAA to provide Congress with the results of an examination that would look at a range of options to support transportation infrastructure, and really looking at different trade-offs of options and whether and how, if at all, each approach would contribute to national policy goals, recognizing that it really is the Congress that makes the decisions on the financing, and that FAA is in a position to help provide them with good information to make that decision. In terms of the status of the recommendation, we did, just make this one to FAA. In responding to our report, they agreed that it would provide Congress with the mandated report and is considering including funding options as recommended by the agency, but it did not agree to conduct a new examination on a range of options. We do continue to believe that that is something important for them to do. And by not doing a broader examination of potential options, they won't be providing key information to help Congress in making well-informed decisions about federal investments. So just kind of looking ahead, this is really, again, I know the conference is focused on looking much further ahead than this, but just looking more in the nearer term. Obviously, FAA continues to work on the implementation of its streamlined launch and re-entry licenses. Another piece of our report was looking at stakeholder perspectives on the site operating licensing regulations, and FAA had told us in the context of our review that once, as they progressed with the launch and re-entry licensing regulations, they would start to turn their attention to looking at the site operator licensing regulations and possible changes to those. There continues to be their efforts to increase the efficiency of the airspace integration. And then the two recently announced efforts in terms of the interagency working group to develop a recommended national spaceport strategy, and then also the NASA FAA MOU to strengthen the partnership on their commercial space activities. Any effort to really coordinate among the federal agencies we see as a good thing in terms of making sure everyone's leveraging expertise and resources and minimizing duplication. So with that, I have that sort of wrapped up my talking points, and I'm happy to take any questions. I would say, again, there's some links to our website. If anyone has any questions after, you're welcome to reach out to me via email, which you can also find on our website. I know that a lot, we do talk with and rely on the industry to get perspectives, and I'm sure there's many on this call that have talked with us about our work, and we do appreciate that continued engagement as we understand the issues and work with the Congress to provide fact-based information. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heather, and Gretchen for kind of helping to coordinate this. Really appreciate that you are sharing this. Tim is going to lead us on kind of a more longer, nuanced conversation about this, but I did have some questions before you sign off. I kind of posed this not intentionally as a trick question, but kind of a leading question to Dr. Neal yesterday. Do you have a guess how many spaceports is enough spaceports? I'm just trying to be fair to ask the same question I asked him yesterday. How many spaceports is enough spaceports?
I don't know. I don't know that we have an answer to that question as well.
No one else does either. Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, I think that is the challenge, right? Is like the industry continues to evolve and the technology continues to evolve, and so there's definitely difficulty in predicting where it is going, which also affects the kind of infrastructure that's needed. But yeah, that is a challenging question to answer.
It is, right? No one really knows. I mean, you said during your talk a few minutes ago about that we're looking farther in the future. I actually want to kind of modify that a little bit. Yes, we have put a cap of 2035 as the end mark, but we've really been focusing, especially because of the economics focus of this meeting yesterday and today, we've been really looking at 2022, 2025, like very, very near-term actionable timeframes. And so I want to kind of swing it back to you a little bit and say, all right, within 2022, if you could just say, all right, this is the one thing that we came up with that we would love to see focused on in 2022 or 2025, what would that one thing really be?
I mean, I think that would somewhat be up to FAA to determine, but I mean, I think we have made some recommendations to FAA to continue to improve, say, its workforce planning efforts, and in the near term, in terms of being able to have the workforce in place that can respond to changes and the evolution of the industry. But there are a lot of different there's a lot of different things that they're juggling. And I think that, continuing to follow through on the implementation of the streamlined regulations is an important one.
Streamlining, okay. And I'm reading Michael Mealing's question. Was there any, this is directly, was there any direction on Congress on commercial space transportation beyond launch infrastructure and more on in-space transportation, space situational awareness, or debris mitigation? Was any part of that in your recommendations?
So that wasn't part of our work. I know that there have been, I think places to check to see where congressional direction is on some of the topics that are listed from Michael would be the appropriations reports, that accompany, for example, the omnibus and other things that can often give directions to the agencies and departments on some of these more specific topics. I'm trying to recall exactly where the extent to which some of those things have come up, but certainly those issues are on their radar.
I'm going to be a little bit playful for a second. You started your conversation by saying, congressional watchdogs, right? I had never really encountered the GAO as just a normal person, a normal citizen in the space field very often. And it seems to me y'all are the folks that highlight when NASA pays $20 million for a widget on a toilet on the space station. And y'all are the watchdogs that kind of announce that, right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly some of my colleagues look really closely at the acquisitions and how well those are going. I know that the NASA acquisitions is on our high risk list. So it's an area that we track closely to see that they're making progress, since oftentimes things are over budget and behind schedule. And so my colleagues' work have identified a number of recommendations to try to make improvements to that.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that there was such a thing as a high risk list, but I guess that makes a lot of sense as soon as you say it. George, Dr. Neal, did you want to comment on any of this? I don't want to put anybody on the spot here. This is.
So I would just like to say I think the GAO did an excellent job of looking at this subject, which is a very important one. And it's not the GAO's job to fix this problem, I recognize, but at the same time, the context that we're in right now, it's been more than 2 years since the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018. And as you mentioned, Congress had asked the FAA to do a report on the spaceport infrastructure situation. And to the best of my knowledge, that has still not been delivered. So even if the FAA were to agree with your recommendation of go back and do a thorough assessment, there's a lot of time that's going by with no action. And the two existing options that were mentioned, the STEM grant program and the AIP program, both have significant limitations. STEM doesn't have any money and it hasn't been used in many years. And AIP has very rigid constraints on how that money can be spent, and only on airports and for aviation related things. It doesn't look like in its current form, there's any near-term way to get things moving. Can you at least unofficially, informally, just sort of stand back and offer any thoughts on possible near-term actions by somebody that could help get the ball rolling? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the issue of, examining options in the context of their report certainly came up. We point out, like, we're not looking for them to delay the issuance of their report that they're looking to finalize to do and respond to the recommendation that we have. They, as you point out, George, they're supposed to have put out the report and then also offer updates every 2 years through 2024. So we saw it as, there's a number of other topics I know they're required to respond to in that report. They could, respond to our recommendation in the context of an update to that report as an option. But yeah, I mean, certainly this is something that they should be moving forward on and getting information out and responding to the mandate.
As a citizen that's pretty disconnected from this process, what happens if they don't respond? I mean, that's what if I'm hearing you correctly, that you've put out this document, they have an obligation, but that they're not responding. Is that a correct interpretation on my part?
So in terms of our recommendations, I mean, we don't have any like legal authority to require, like we can't require an agency to implement our recommendations, but most of the time, 80% of the time, agencies are implementing our recommendations that we make. They can, in the case of this particular recommendation, they'll have some time to respond to it. The Congress is also aware of the recommendation. So if they wanted to push the agency on it, we have instances where Congress will require agencies to implement our recommendations in law. So that's an avenue they can pursue.
We're running out of time. I know you've got a tight schedule. You're certainly welcome to stick around. I just want to point out Bill Britton, who was on the call earlier with Cal Poly. I'm not sure if you were on the call when he was chatting. His day job is Cal Poly, but his for the fun of it obligation, which doesn't sound very fun to me, but it is fun to him, is that he is a commissioner for a local airport in the California region. And he went to them very specifically recently and said, hey, I want to start talking about building us into a spaceport. And the reaction was just blank stares. So folks on the ground want to start doing the work to create spaceports, but there's so much misunderstanding, so much I don't want to say apathy. I think it's just confusion about what this whole industry needs or is or will become. So I just wanted to let you know that folks out there are trying to do things and nobody knows what to do or how to do it. So that's just a data point for your future if you come back to a project like this. I'm going to delay a moment longer and just ask you one question though. Yesterday, Dr. Highfill at the BEA was telling us that her report is a one and done report. They're going to do some updates for inflation. Her program is not able right now to continue doing that economic report. How are y'all doing? Is this a one and done thing, or do you expect that this is going to be an ongoing review?
We currently, so I would say like we typically have some sort of commercial space review ongoing, but we do respond and look at issues at the direction of Congress. So it is what they're interested in us looking at. We, prior to doing this job looking at spaceport infrastructure, we had done a broad review looking at workforce planning for the Office of Commercial Space at FAA. And so we'll be engaging with the new Congress as they get stood up to see what other areas of commercial space we might help support with information.
Cool. Great. Good. Looking forward to kind of whatever happens next as this evolves. I'm going to turn it over. Sorry, I used 3 minutes of your time there, Tim. I'm going to turn it over to Tim to kind of lead this kind of ongoing conversation. I do want to point out that Lee had an interesting comment in the chat, but it's your show. Take it away.
No, and I think both Lee's question and Michael Mealing's here get to where I wanted to start this, which was, as Heather was pointing out, GAO is narrowly banded to respond to congressional inquiries, and it's not like they're a prosecutor sent on fact-finding missions to find broad answers. But I think there's an important sort of exercise to go through in thinking about when Congress directed the FAA to do a report on space transport infrastructure. The natural thing for FAA to do is look at what it's got. It manages spaceport licensing, but what do we miss out, and how do we better define space infrastructure in the public policy realm to get away from the, oh, that's FAA is going to handle the certificate for the wall, or NASA's got that. Because there's something we lose by narrowly banding a lot of these conversations.
Tim, if I could jump in for just a second. I think one of the challenges, there really hasn't been anyone with the charter, with the mandate to take that perspective. So the Office of Commercial Space Transportation in the FAA is supposed to regulate and then grant the licenses for launches and reentries and space launch operating sites or spaceports, if you will. Congress directed them to form an Office of Spaceports. And so they gave somebody a new job title and says, okay, now you're the director of spaceports. No money, no people, no instructions, no guidance. And meanwhile, the rest of the FAA has their regular work to do. So it's pretty tough for that one person to think big, if you will, about, well, what do we really need, and how can we be proactive, not wasteful, but cooperate, collaborate with DoD, with NASA, with industry, and what's needed. You heard what Heather said about the responses they've gotten when they talk to folks. People are looking at different things because they need different things. There's not one answer. That doesn't mean people are confused or they don't know what they're doing. It's just, if you're going to try to launch an Atlas V, you're going to focus on what's at Cape Canaveral. And yeah, we need more power and more cyber and better structures and up-to-date facilities and stuff like that. If you're talking about a point-to-point or suborbital or other commercial systems, especially small launch vehicles, you're not looking at Cape Canaveral. There's already a backlog of people waiting to try to get their mission accomplished. You're going to look for other options. And so it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing. Yeah, people are okay with what they've got because they've been forced to use what we've got. But if we want to really be smart about this, I think we need to look at it holistically and strategically. And no one in the government today really has that mandate. So we're sort of looking for somebody else to take the ball.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to think about it, especially with the example you gave, where once they stood up this space-focused office, this poor soul who didn't have that job the day before, all of a sudden becomes the person who cares about it the most, because you are where you sit. And we saw that, and I go back to relating this to the post 9/11 security world, because that's what I grew up in and came from, where we all pointed fingers and said, not it, until Al-Qaeda got in. And then all of a sudden we realized, realistically, a handful of people whose job it was to be it solved a lot of problems. And hence the stand-up of like the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which only has a handful of employees. Most are from elsewhere, but they're it. Like, hey, we're pointing at you if something goes wrong. And having that person, that organization with a sense of ownership, I think is important. But then balancing that with, how do you make sure that organization with the responsibility now doesn't feel the honor-bound obligation to grow to meet the tank that it's stuffed in. And that is this evergreen question. I don't have the answer to. I'm hoping someone does. And yeah, was there more anybody wanted to add to the question about what do we miss when we're narrowly banding. There's definitely a utility, and I think it's important to do detailed analyses of specific questions. But aside from what George was just talking about, is there other thoughts about that question?
This is Michael. I think one of the things that you lose is I think, and this is part of what you were trying to getting at, was Congress and the policymakers get a general idea of the general scale and the future capability of an industry if the only thing they are looking at is the single part of the industry that's in their backyard. And so, for example, in Georgia, bordered by Florida and Alabama, two of the largest aerospace states in the nation for government center reasons. But when it came to the attempt to create the spaceport down in Camden, which is floundering a little bit because of NIMBYism, no one in the congressional delegation for Georgia had any idea that there was a space industry to begin with. The comments that we got from the entire congressional delegation was, we killed off NASA in the 60s, right? So yeah, there's if it's not in your backyard, it does not exist. And that's just the way our political system is set up. And I think that's one of the things that you lose.
In Washington State, we're fortunate that our governor is a big space nerd, but we don't have we don't have any NASA center or even any military space environment within hundreds and hundreds of miles. NASA Ames is the closest, and that's, I think, 1,200 miles away. And yet because of legacy Boeing development from the lunar lander days, Boeing does not do any space work here in the Seattle region and hasn't for 2 decades. But nevertheless, 5 decades ago, there was the seeds of space development planted here. And the space economy locally is actually quite strong. It is the satellite capital of the world. As soon as you add in Starlink and Kuiper, we've built more satellites than any place. And the governor saw that, recognized it actually about 4 years ago, and created the Washington State Space Coalition. Erin has been in and out of our calls the last, this event and last event, and she represents the Aerospace Futures Alliance locally. We do have a governor and 2 senators that are actually quite aware of our space community, but it's really unusual that that's true. Right, I would say that's unusual for most of the other 50 states. So the awareness of interest, I think, is maybe one of the first necessary steps. And I think it's accidental here, but it is a fortunate accident.
Yeah, and it is an unfortunate feature of our political system that action happens at the last possible moment. And it's reports like these that organizations and advocacy groups can point to, and by reports like these, I'm talking about the GAO one, in saying change is needed, action is needed, because as Heather pointed out, GAO's mandate is to be a impartial arbiter of what is, a delightful, anachronism to a time when facts changed behavior. And I think to your question, Michael, that cool, you put this out, you said these changes needed to happen. FAA was told they had to do this previously. What happens if they don't? And I think so long as no one cares, nothing. And people like us are the ones who would care. Our voice being added to congressional delegations who think they managed to get rid of NASA after the fake moon landing need to hear that we care about an arcane report from the GAO that says, hey, FAA is trying to use airport money to build a space economy, and they're about to tell you that's the only choice they have. It may be that that's the only choice they have, but you, Congress, have a lot more choices. And I think that that is one of the best outcomes that we at the foundation can hope for. We want space to be open to all. We have proposals to Congress, but ultimately having a network of people who care and are constituents of space, even if it's not in their backyard, is what we need. And that sort of builds into the next question about this report, and that is, GAO mentioned a handful of different investment tools that Congress has used in the past for infrastructure investments and that could be considered by the FAA and Congress for developing out spaceports. I guess it's a two-part question. The first is, are those tools enough? Just because government did it previously doesn't mean it's going to help us now or even something we should resurrect. But the second is even that focused too narrowly? Because the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, of Port Authority of Los Angeles, is not the port. It's not the place the boats drive into. It's the entire system of intermodal integration, the village of companies and people that grow up around that logistics hub. And so the docks or the port is just a piece of that. And so I guess I would ask, is investment in a spaceport where advocacy should be pushing, or should we be pushing for more Port Authority?
All of the above. It doesn't have to be just one. You use all the tools available, and certainly this is something that we can do in parallel, and may the best approach win, or maybe it's a multiple thing. Great.
Wasn't there some pushback about using the phrase authority from John when he was doing his lobbying work?
Administration was the one that initial conversations with staffers, they had the immediate assumption that a infrastructure administration or language around that was either a new NASA or a new regulatory agency, and not the message we're trying to get across. And so that speaks to sort of what I was saying earlier with the transit infrastructure, the space transit. Like, there's language we use that works inside baseball. As soon as it leaves here, people have questions. I had a call with a British graphene manufacturing team a couple of days ago, and they were talking about some of their processes and new machines. And they kept referring to them as reactors. I was like, you got to cut that out. Like the second that hits the press, you talk about a suitcase size reactor, like people are going to lose their mind. No one will put that anywhere near them. But it was clinically accurate in the use that they were doing. But I think having a translation sheet as we go out into the world to be able to say, we said this, we mean this. It's not that we're trying to hide things from you. It's just that when we say reactor, you hear 5 Mile Island or Chernobyl. Right. And so I think, George, your point about all of the above is absolutely right. And Michael and I were joking about this yesterday, that the more failures there are in the private sector, the better, because out of those failures, something emerges that can be used. Government is afraid to fail because there's a power and risk there that is not enjoyed. But you're right. Why not have them all? Winner takes all. Winner comes out better. Yeah.
Can we? Lee has been posting some interesting comments here. Can we bring her into the conversation, Lee? Do you want to do that?
Hi. Yeah, I was just watching some of the videos on Virgin Galactic's site, and it appeared to me that they take off from a regular airport. That wasn't as clear as the fact that they can land, certainly, at a regular airport style facility. Whether or not they're regulated to do so, I'm not sure. But that sort of shifted my mindset that maybe we need to challenge the assumption that it's spaceport capacity that's needed going into the future.
No, and I think that's an excellent point. And the report talks about this in part, where it says that launch providers and port operators generally agree there's enough capacity right now, which is interesting. I mean, I said yesterday or earlier that you never ask a civil engineer if they need infrastructure. Evidently, GAO did, and they said, no, we're good. I said, tomorrow we'll need it, but today we're all right. But I think that's a good point, Lee, that just thinking places to point missiles into the sky is not very helpful. How can we adapt existing things to get people into space? How do we, the same with taking existing technologies, adding a spacesuit to them and throwing them into space?
Yeah, because we care about getting what we need into orbit, not how it gets there.
Yeah,
exactly right.
I mean, I care about riding a slingshot to space. I would not like that. But if my foods move that way, then my foods move that way. I don't care how it gets there. I just want to eat. And yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. That as this moves further into the sort of normal domain of people, more and more people are going to start asking, well, wait, why can't I go from here to there? I don't want to carry all of my cargo from here to a spaceport. Why can't I just leave from here? And in some cases, they probably can.
But there's probably a reason that George is cringing. I think maybe that's the source of that, is that, yes, what we're saying is true, but with maybe the lack of momentum across the board, there needs to be continued pressure on all fronts in order to be prepared for the ramp up. Is that kind of the source of that?
if you're looking at numbers, yes. But again, I think it's more than that. We were just talking about the need for infrastructure and the fact that, well, there's already this program, airport improvement program, that has $3 billion a year going to airports. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is when Mojave, which is where Virgin Galactic has been operating before they moved to Spaceport America, said, oh, well, we might want to have the runway extended, or we might need some fencing here, or we might need certain kind of propellant storage facilities. It's like, oh, well, that's for space stuff. We don't care about that. We're focused on aviation. And so the FAA's mindset and their limitations, which were established in order to ensure the proper spending of the money for a certain purpose, doesn't necessarily fit what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So again, there are plenty of great answers out there. Many of the 12 FAA licensed spaceports are at places that have runways. They are airports.
Yeah.
But if you can't spend the money for space related purposes, then you're stuck.
Yeah, so differentiation in the appropriations process matters. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's just treating space as a domain that can be spent on. An airport that needs to put a fence around river inlet is not getting in trouble because, well, that's kind of not air. It's like, no, we need that. Like you block off the road. Oh, that's ground transport. You can't use money for that. It's absurd on the face of it, but at the same time, I would prefer my tax money to be spent in a way that can be tracked and is accountable. And so I get the colors of money thing. Michael Mealing, what you're waving your hand, spinning in a circle. I can't, is that a hand up?
It would help us out with unmuted. Raising my hand. This is a question for George, actually, just because this is an FAA regulation spaceport kind of question. For point to point, one of the issues that comes up is not launch, but landing. And the fact that because of the tyranny of the rocket equation, most point to point rocket powered, you come in so fuel light, you can only do one landing. And therefore you don't have the ability to do a landing abort in the case of the airport having to wave you off. And so a lot of the issues, at least in Camden, wanting to get the landing license was the interfaces with the local airports in that airspace. Is there any way to fix that? Because I think one of that's one of the reasons that even SpaceX for their point to point is putting the actual launch and landing area outside of the airspaces around airports.
So I'd respond to that by saying the primary issue is and should be public safety.
Mm-hmm.
And so if there is a way to safely land, if there is a way to safely re-enter, then that should not be an issue. It's just a question of timing, who's got priority, what's the sequence of aircraft and spacecraft that are coming in at a certain time. And we have the computational power to do that kind of thing. It doesn't have to just be, let's draw a 200-mile circle around this airport and nobody can go here because there's a spacecraft coming back. That's not how we handle aviation, and that's not how we should handle space transportation as well.
I guess that would suggest then that we need to change some of the rules around how a spacecraft lands, because when it's coming back in, it can't stop landing.
So
when it's coming, it's coming.
There's multiple answers to that. First, why did you design it that way? You could have jet engines on it, and some of the concepts have had that they come back and land, and then they turn on their jet engine and they enter the pattern and they do go rounds as much as they need to. Or other systems. An easy way to get around the problem is to have it re-enter or land somewhere away from other traffic, and that's fine. So that doesn't have to be the only way you go. But again, my point is, when it comes to use of the National Airspace System, time is one of the variables. And so you can have an airplane go through and then have the rocket come through and then have another airplane go through. And as long as you're keeping track of everybody and they know exactly how fast to go and where to go, you can get around that. Gliders have priority over powered planes. Parachuters have priority over gliders. It's just a question of figuring out what the rules are, who the players are, and how we can make it work. And I think we can do it if we want to.
Well, we seem to have been able to do it with drones, but we, for some reason, can't do it with rockets.
Always. All right, y'all. This is a fascinating conversation. We're not done. We're not going to solve it today, but it is time to move on. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Katie. Thank you all very much for this really interesting conversation. We really need to have boots on the ground conversations like this more often. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. All right, we have a very accomplished speaker coming up next. I'm really excited to hear this presentation. Dr. Namrata Goswami is an independent scholar on space policy, great power politics, alternate futures, and frameworks of conflict negotiation and resolution. She has been a subject matter expert in international affairs and has conducted extensive work on ethnic conflicts and border disputes. After earning her PhD in international relations, she served for nearly a decade as a research fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses in New Delhi, working on ethnic conflicts in India's Northeast and China-India border conflict. Her research and expertise generated opportunities for collaborations abroad, and she has accepted visiting fellowships at multiple institutes and universities. She established her own strategy and policy consultancy in 2016 after relocating to the US, and she won the prestigious Minerva Grant, awarded by the Office of the US Secretary of Defense to study great power competition in the gray zones of outer space. In April 2019, Dr. Goswami testified before the US-China Economic and Security Review Commission on China's space program. She's a participant on the Emerging Security Challenges Working Group organized by the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies NATO Partnership for Peace Consortium. She's also an accomplished writer, contributing to many publications and recently publishing 2 books, The Naga Ethnic Movement for a Separate Homeland Security, Stories from the Field, and I think more relevantly for our audience today, she co-authored Scramble for the Skies, the Great Power Competition to Control the Resources of Outer Space. Among her many podcast interviews, she also has a TED Talk and is currently working on 2 more books, one of which is looking to answer what makes a country a space power. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Goswami.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. So let me just share my screen. There seems to be a problem. I'm trying to use my iPad. I had some problem with the computer. Just give me a moment.
While you're working on that, I'll plug your book. She and Pete Gerritsen was with us last month talking about space-based solar power. She and Peter crafted this pretty interesting book, The Scramble for the Skies. So it's a pretty academic book, but it has some kind of astounding implications. So it's pretty interesting. It's worth taking a look at. And then Nami and Peter were both on our Liftports podcast on some security stuff back in, I guess, September, I think. So national security questions. So there, did I kill enough time?
Michael, I sent the PowerPoint to you. Can you share it from your
site? Sure.
Email? Thank you so much.
Yep. Fabi, are you running this or am I running it? Okay, I'm forwarding it to you.
Sorry about that. I had to change computers from my desktop to my iPad. So
Yep.
anyways, so what I'm going to speak today while the PowerPoint comes out is to talk a bit about space launch infrastructure, policy and programs. And what Michael suggested I do is to offer a launch perspective in terms of what Asia is doing. But when I was doing this particular research, I also realized that it's probably critical to include the Pacific as well, because it kind of builds into that ecosystem. So if you can pull up the slides for me, that would be great. So anyway, let me speak a bit about the ecosystem while the slides are built up. So if you look at what's happening in Asia and across the world, the discourse on space is actually changing. So it's no more about Apollo type missions where you have a demonstration of technology and then you come back, but it's becoming more about establishing permanent presence, for example, on the lunar surface, including concepts like space-based solar power. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So, for example, you would see that there is a change in terms of looking at just, as I mentioned, going somewhere first in space to becoming more about permanent presence. So in my conceptualization, in my conversations with others, I would say that there is a change from just mission focus to becoming more activity focused. And that actually changes the whole ecosystem, including how launches are conceptualized. Now, the other important point is that there is a rise in the private sector in space. And that actually has become a very critical component of how space is being viewed. The other point in terms of the ecosystem itself is that there is a utilization of space resources from the perspective of energy, as well as there is a beginning of a long-term planning in terms of how space is being viewed. Now, what is so fascinating is that if you look at the launches that are planned for this year itself, you would see, of course, that the US leads with about 53 space launches, but China is actually not very much behind. They're actually planning about 40 launches. And India, as far as I could tell from the open source, has about 10 launches. Next slide, please. So I thought that it'll be very interesting to see what is impacting the Asian view of space. So I would argue that what is happening in the US has a deep impact. So if you look at this slide, one of the biggest impact in terms of space policy and space goals is the fact that the United States came up, of course, with the preamble to the Artemis Accords, where we are talking about going back to the moon this time, not just to come back, but also to stay and in fact use concepts like utilization of lunar resources. So Michael mentioned yesterday that there is this whole interesting discourse on how legal regimes are going to be conceptualized, given the fact that the focus on space is changing. And in fact, if you notice the picture where President Trump is holding up a particular executive order, that's the April 6th, 2020 executive order that pointed out that American citizens have the right to utilization of space resources, as well as the United States pointed out that they are no longer treating the Moon Agreement as a customary international law. And so these are very interesting developments that are happening within the context of which I'm going to speak now about Asia. Next slide, please. So China's long-term space goals. Now, what I thought when Michael tasked me with this particular research is that if you do not look at what nations are actually looking in terms of what they want to achieve, we'll probably not be able to understand why they are investing in particular launch infrastructures. So some of the very long-term goals, 2020 to 2049, which is the 100-year anniversary of the establishment of the People's Republic of China, is that China is focused on 5 critical goals. One is, of course, space-based solar power, of which they have started their own plant since 2019 to demonstrate wireless beaming, construction of space-based solar power satellites in GEO. The second important goal that they have identified in the next 20 years is that they're going to build capacity for demonstration of lunar and asteroid mining. So the investment for such capabilities have started already, but then the timeline is about 2045. Now, the third important goal is to establish permanent presence for access. So this is something which is a critical difference from the Cold War, where nations were not talking about permanent presence. They were talking about showing off a particular technology. The race to the moon was about landing the first human on the lunar surface, but then you come back. You do not think about actually establishing a permanent presence there. But that discourse has actually shifted, especially if you look at the discourse coming out of China. The fourth goal is that it's linked to their military space capacity. And something that comes out from the Chinese space program is that it's a very long-term strategy. It's not about the next 5 years. It's not about the next 10 years. It's actually about the next 20, 30 years. Next slide, please. So in this particular goal, China is deeply focused on the moon. You know that in the last 2 years, the country that has been most spoken about is China regarding the moon. Humanity's first landing on the far side happened on January 3rd, 2019. As we speak, Yutu-2 is actually continuing to serve the Chinese space program by studying the surface. It's the longest probe that has been active. It beat the Russian, basically the Soviet Union's basic record there. And this last year, December 2020, China demonstrated a lunar sample return mission. And so if you look at their articulation for the moon, it's about establishing a research base on the moon by 2036. And once they accomplish those goals, they are talking about a human landing. So they are not focused on a human landing at all. They are focused on developing artificial intelligence-enabled robotic mining. They're talking about 3D printing. They're talking about developing autonomous systems that are going to support that goal, which is 20 years later. Next slide, please. So what are some of China's civilian space launch capacity? So we know that China's most famous rocket is the Long March rocket series. Wang Shiji was the founder of that particular rocket. And so today, China is very much focused on developing a heavy lift capacity. In fact, just yesterday, they announced that they have started their first testing for their Long March 9, which is going to be finally ready by 2030, which is capable of lifting about 140 metric tons of payload into low Earth orbit, or about 50 tons spacecraft to a lunar transfer orbit. So what is interesting is that by 2030, China has two critical missions. One is a lunar South Pole sample return mission, and another is a Martian sample return mission. And then they also want to send up components for their space-based solar power satellite to be constructed in GEO. And so the Long March 5 is the rocket that's going to accomplish those goals for them, and they have started testing components of it today. Now the Long March 5, again, this is how you know launch capacity is so important. So China's goal to send their first Mars mission, which they sent last year, which is going to land and enter Martian orbit on February 10th, next month, 2021, was not able to be accomplished till they successfully tested their Long March 5 rocket, which actually failed twice in testing, and then finally succeeded last year. And then that's why they had their sample return mission for the moon and Mars mission. So launch capacity is very much connected to what their long-term goals are. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at this particular slide, these are some of the spaceports that China has developed. Of course, the oldest spaceport for China is the one in Mongolia, from where they launched their first human mission. But the spaceport to watch, which is going to launch almost all their other missions coming up till 2049, is the Wangchang Space Launch Center. There are certain attractive qualities that the Wangchang Space Launch Center has. And one is, of course, that they are able to transport their rockets by sea, given the fact that it's in Hainan Island. unlike the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, which is in Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, and so transportation has to be done by rail. And that's why when we talk about space launch infrastructure, we're not just talking about rockets, we're talking about the connecting infrastructure, the connecting logistics supply chain, which is so critical. Next slide, please. So another important factor from China's entire space infrastructure is that it's not just limited to state-funded programs. So there is a misunderstanding that the Chinese space sector is completely just developed by the Chinese Communist Party, or that the resources are coming from just state-funded entities. So China spends about $8 billion annually on its space program, but about $2 billion since 2016 has been invested in their private space sector. And some of the companies that we need to watch is Link Space, which successfully demonstrated a reusable vertical taking and land off. You can see it in the first picture over there. And it went about 20 meters and came back. Now, OneSpace has the goal to advance a reusable rocket capability this year. And so they are starting to invest in launch capacity. iSpace is the only private company in China that has launched orbitally. So you can see that Chinese space companies, especially in the new private space sector, have already started making a dent. And so it's a very interesting context, and they have angel investors. They talk about long-term investment capacity as well. And they are actually looking to the global market, the global investment market, to get investments for their enterprises. Next slide, please. Now, India is another major Asian spacefaring nation. So if you look at India's space program again, it's very much tasked with national development goals, very traditional goals like satellite launches, proving capacity to go to Mars. India was the first Asian nation that entered Martian orbit. It hasn't landed on the Martian surface, but it successfully did that in their first attempt. China is actually going to demonstrate all three capabilities at once this year: landing, entering Martian orbit, landing, and then sending out a rover for studying the surface of Mars. Now, India also has announced a plan for a human space mission to low Earth orbit by 2022. Next slide. So if you look at some of India's future timelines, Vision 2025, that was announced by the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, which is India's major space entity, you see that they have goals to develop satellite-based communication and navigation systems to enhance imaging capability. But what I find important from a future perspective is that they're also developing a heavy lift launcher capability, but also reusability. Just in January of this year, Indian Space Research Organization issued a press release where they said that they are starting to divert resources to study reusability, because in their context, that's going to become the key launch technology if you want to bring down cost and enable people across the world to access space and not just limited to elite astronauts. So it's a very fascinating discourse that we are hearing in terms of how launch capability is being even thought about in other countries. Next slide, please. Now, what are some of India's space capacity? India has the record of launching the highest number of satellites, 104 on a single rocket. One of India's workhorse is, of course, the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. You can see in my slide, I give you how much it's able to take to low Earth orbit and to geosynchronous orbit. India also has a reputation of being able to achieve its missions at a very low cost. And that's something that is a unique selling point for the Indian space program as it enters the commercial industry, which is about $400 billion today, but is estimated to be about $1.2 trillion by 2040. But we're just talking about satellite support systems. We have not even included the resources that can be accessed if we go beyond the status of today. Next slide, please. Now, India also has a private sector. In fact, the Indian Space Research Organization, in its press release in January, highlighted the critical importance of the Indian private space sector, especially in regard to commercialization. And some of the companies that are actually already starting to invest in concepts like rocket propulsion, 3D printing, wireless beaming of energy for space-based solar power satellites. You have Team Indus that actually was a finalist for the Google Lunar X Prize and was supposed to be able to land the first private lander, but ran out of funding in the end. And I visited some of their complexes in Bangalore, and I was actually amazed at the kind of conversation and development that is happening. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at launch capacity in terms of spaceports, India, of course, has the Sriharikota in the south of India, which is the major spaceport. But India is thinking about developing another spaceport in Tamil Nadu. And if you can see from the picture here on the right, the argument made is that the second port is going to be able to bring down cost even more because you do not have to maneuver over Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. Now, Japan's space policy. So India invests about $1.2 billion. Just so China, about $8 billion annually. India's annual budget is about $1.2 billion. Now, if you look at Japan's space policy, as far as I could tell from open source, it invests about $3.8 billion annually in space. One of the major offices that look at Japan's space policy is the Office of National Policy. And these are some of their goals. So if you can see, industrial development of space is the #1 goal. So Japan is also starting to talk about space development and utilization. And this is something legally very critical to understand. So the Outer Space Treaty allows utilization of space. It does not qualify what utilization means. So countries can interpret that word as they see please. And so you cannot place weapons of mass destruction in space, but you can use space for peaceful purposes. And so in Japan's conceptualization, they have not offered a very clear definition like we had in the Commercial Space Launch Competitive Act under the Obama administration, and then clarified even further under the Trump administration, but they talk about industrial development. They also talk about the critical importance of space for national security, foreign affairs, and science and technology. Now, if you see some of their strategic priorities is, of course, the quasi-zenith satellite system, whose objective is satellite positioning, navigation, and timing. Now, Japan signed an MOU with the US Space Force in December of last year. Next slide, please. Now, some of the capabilities that Japan has is, of course, Japan has the Taganashima Space Center, which is the largest rocket launch complex. In fact, the United Arab Emirates' first Hope probe that is going to Mars and is being showcased as the Arab world's moonshot was launched from Japan. And so Japan has a pretty advanced launch complex, and some of the rockets that Japan has, and you can find this in Japan's policy papers, are of course the H2, the H2A, and the H2B. Next slide, please. Now, Japan also is focused on the moon. So in fact, Japan and India are collaborating for the third moon mission for India, which will be the Chandrayaan-3, which is slotted to launch in about 2024, 2025. And what is critical is that Japan will be launching it and building the rover that's going to prospect for resources on the lunar South Pole. And India is going to build the lander. And so, as you know, India tried to land very close to the South Pole, but failed in the last few seconds under the Chandrayaan-2 mission. Now, Japan is also part of the US Artemis Accords. So they just signed it, the 8th country to sign that particular accord. And so you can see that space policy is influencing Japan's launch capabilities as well. Japan leads the Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum. It's an informal forum that talks about building a space ecosystem, including an investment climate. Japan is one of the biggest investors in developing Vietnam's space infrastructure, about $430 million last year. So you can see that Japan is building this ecosystem and is a country to watch. Now, Japan's private company, iSpace. Now, China also has an iSpace, but this is Japan's iSpace. If you look at their website, and the Japanese space agency supports iSpace, so iSpace argues that we have turned our attention to the moon. By taking advantage of lunar water resources, we can develop the space infrastructure needed to enrich our daily lives on Earth. Now, what their argument is that by 2040, they want to accomplish the goal of making the Earth-Moon system a common system with logistics and transportation structures. And Japan's space investment is heavily betting on iSpace succeeding. iSpace has opened up a unit in Luxembourg to take advantage of Luxembourg's space mining legislation, especially the fact that it enables private companies to own the resources if they mine it. So you can see that there are moves for such developments already. Next slide, please. Now, Indonesia. Michael, I'm so grateful to you for supporting my research because of you, I actually dig a lot deeper into Asia. And so I was absolutely surprised and delighted to see that Indonesia, one of the largest countries in Asia, has a pretty articulated space program as well. So Japan's budget is larger, of course, but Indonesia's space budget annually in 2018 is about $205 million. So the basic idea for Indonesia to invest in space is to develop self-sufficiency and competitiveness in the area of space activities. And if you can see, they want to ensure that space activities have a supporting role in defense and integrity of the nation. Next slide, please. And they have a long-term goal. They have about 25 years of articulated goals. Now, these are some of the missions. So the Indonesian Space Agency gets about $61 million out of the $200 million that I talked about. They are focused on space science, remote sensing, space technology capability. And this is interesting. They are starting to talk about their own launch system. So I thought that was a fascinating development. And the next slide will surprise you even more. It surprised me. So the next slide, please. So Indonesia, as you know, is one of the countries that is not very far from the equator. So it wants to take advantage of the particular geographic position. And so last year, Indonesian President Joko Widodo officially extended the invitation to Elon Musk to build a launch site given its favorable geographic location. And the argument that Indonesian president made to Musk is that if you are going to launch from Indonesia, you will not have to do the orbital maneuvers you have to do when you launch from the United States. Now, Musk responded, and he actually is planning to send a team in January, in fact, this month, to explore the opportunities for collaboration. Now, isn't that an interesting development? So I thought it was very, very strategic of the Indonesian president to actually make this official offer. Now, by 2025, it wants to develop its own satellite launching rocket. And so you can see that they are wanting to enter the launch market as well. And Indonesia is actually starting to have an entrepreneurial base in Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. Now, Indonesia has the largest radio telescope national observatory in the world in Southeast Asia. We know that China has the largest, but Indonesia actually has developed its own, especially from the ASEAN point of view. And so it's of course done in partnership with some other universities. And so what Indonesia, if you look at the conversation in terms of developing the space infrastructure, is about being able to influence the constituting roles that would govern space commerce, space utilization in the next 10, 20 years. And Indonesia plays a very critical role in the United Nations Office on Outer Space Affairs as well. Next slide, please. Singapore. Now, Michael, Singapore should interest you because Singapore has been identified as one of the areas which is going to be beneficial if you want to develop a lunar elevator, given its particular, again, geographic position. And not just that, Singapore, very similar to Honolulu, which is seen as the other possible, location that is geographically significant, is that it has all the additive requirements. It has a great service sector. It has good infrastructure. It is stable. It has the railway networks you would need. It has the supply chain networks in place. And so it has been seen as one of the other areas. Now, Singapore has also started investing in space since 2014. It's about $135 billion. There are actually 30 space startups already in Singapore. Singapore-based startup Celestial built Centauri, about the size of a shoebox. The aim of this particular company is to provide internet connectivity that is around 100 times faster, especially to those areas in the world, in the developing world, that do not have that kind of access. The idea is to use laser communication system. I can send a link to the website because the CEO explains that particular technology pretty well. Now, the other important point is that Singapore wants to establish itself as a strategic space hub. The argument given is that it's already the second largest port system in the world. And so if you establish a space industry there, it has the logistics, the international airport. Changi is the best international airport in the world, and the service sector is fantastic. So they want to project themselves as a space hub. Next slide, please. Now the UAE space goals. I thought it'll be, so I thought to myself, should I include UAE in Asia? But you know, if you look at it from India, UAE is West Asia. So it makes sense. And after all, UAE is connected to the international space ecosystem as well. So UAE has its own space center, which was started in 2014. The budget is actually pretty high. I tried to look at different sources to get an approximate figure. So if you look at their state funding, their investment outside of the state, it's about 5 billion. They have a vision, 2021, in which space is identified as one of the key core areas to economically diversify. So one of their national space goal is to enhance the life of citizens, support national interests, but then also develop international partnerships and be a member of the Artemis Accord. So you can see that UAE is already starting to think about itself as an international space power, if not a great power, but a middle power. And you know that UAE, of course, is on its way to Mars. And very similar to Singapore, UAE wants to establish itself as a space hub in the Middle East with the capacity to invest in ideas that are going to benefit them as well as the globe. Next slide, please. Now, Israel. So if you look at Israel's space policy and goals again, Israel has a space program and an agency since 1983. The budget for Israel is about $77 million. But then what I got from open source data is that the ecosystem, you could think of it as about 1 billion. It promotes partnerships, wants to develop capacity. You know that Israeli space startup SpaceIL nearly landed on the lunar surface, the first private company to do so. And basically, like India, could not do it in the last few seconds. And what is good for them is that now the Israeli Space Agency has promised to fund their next, Beresheet 2, that they will try again. And so they are going to be an important player as well. Now, unlike Indonesia and Singapore, Israel, of course, has its own launch port. As we know, it's called the Palmachin Air Base, which is maintained by the Israeli military. So you do have a spaceport in the Middle East that already exists. Next slide, please. Now, Iran. Iran has started to showcase its space capacity as well. Now, the Iranian space program, of course, started advancing because of Russian cooperation in the beginning. The budget is about $142 million. The Iranian Space Agency was established in 2003, and they actually started launching in a civilian capacity since 2009. And last year, Iran actually launched a rocket from the Iran Revolutionary Guard military base. They did not launch it from the Imam Khomeini spaceport, which is a civilian spaceport that was established in 2008. And one of their rockets, if you see the picture on the top, is a 3-stage rocket that launched that particular military satellite. Now, there are concerns about Iran's space program because it's seen as being connected to their ballistic missile space programs, but I can answer any questions you have on that regard during question answer. Next slide, please. North Korea. So you cannot talk about Asia and not talk about North Korea. North Korea, of course, is developing its Sohae Satellite Launch Center. One of their rockets, the Unha-3, is a 3-stage North Korean rocket that actually took some of their satellites to space, and they took a long time to actually achieve this particular goal. Now, I put North Korea and Iran together because unlike the other countries I spoke about, where it's more about commercialization, taking advantage of the 1.2 trillion just space support satellite-based industry, North Korea and Iran had collaboration, and in fact, there is this argument that they are actually more about developing their military space capacity. So unlike, say, Singapore or Indonesia. Next slide, please. Now, Saudi Arabia is again another country that is interested in space. In fact, the Saudi space budget is believed to be about $1 billion, lesser than UAE, which is about 5 billion, but it's still getting there. Now, what are some of the goals of the Saudi Space Commission, which was established in 2018? So they have put their heart and soul into developing themselves as a space hub and a hub for future technologies as well. The King Abdul Laziz City for Science and Technology is one of their foremost projects for such capacity development, including their space hub. They want to build a launch infrastructure. They want to manufacture their own spacecrafts and components. And they actually also are looking for international partnerships. In fact, China and Saudi Arabia collaborated during the Chang'e 4 mission. That was the mission that went to the far side of the moon. Now, the other interesting policy goal that Saudi Arabia has is that they want to invest in low-cost launch and in-space transportation infrastructure. And the idea behind this, that from conversations from the monarch, is that Saudi Arabia knows that the fossil fuel economy is not going to last forever. So their argument is that the economy of the future is the space commercialization economy. And so they want to offer themselves as this super connected network hub that can help develop the private space sector. And they also have a vision. By 2030, they want to double their investment in space from 1 billion to about 2.1 billion. And in fact, we all know that Saudi Arabia had agreed to invest $1 billion on Virgin Galactic and Virgin Galactic, but that particular investment sizzled out because of what happened to the Washington Post reporter, Khashoggi. Next slide, please. Now I have about 3 more slides left before I end. I think I have about 20 minutes, right, Michael? Okay. So so that's why I say I needed to talk about the Pacific. So if you talk about Asia, it's really critical to understand that there is, of course, the connection with the Pacific. And so so Australia actually, again, has increased their space budget to about $300 million. So if you see, there is this clear identification of where they are investing it in. I took this from the Australian Space Agency website. So the agency itself was established in 2018. And so their budget is about 73.2 million to support the development of Australia's space sector, including 47.7 million to establish the Australian Space Agency, 19.5 million for a space infrastructure fund, and 6 million for the Space Discovery Center. And if you listen to the conversation coming out of Australia Space Agency, those people who are in charge of policy, one of their basic ethos is to offer Australia as a country that is interested in investing in commercial space ventures, including actually investing in one of their rivals, private company called Rocket Lab in New Zealand. So Australia's space goals are to develop national capacity, as I mentioned, international collaboration. Australia has signed the Artemis Accord. Now, this is interesting because Australia is also a part of the Moon Agreement, one of the few countries that have acceded to the 1979 Moon Agreement. So those of us who study strategy and the impact of legal documents will find this case very interesting. How are they going to maneuver these 2 different commitments? They're very much interested in commercialization of space, the satellite industry, and basically enable Australian space startups, industry, research, science to collaborate in the global space economy. I think it's a very strategic move because the rationale given by Australia, next slide, please, is that if we want to take, again, advantage of Australia's geographic location, one of the ways we can do it is to understand that this particular economy that awaits is a $1 trillion economy. In fact, the Space Industry Report 2020 that was released by the Northern Territories government in April 2019 recognizes that particular rationale. And they are actually starting to invest in developing their own spaceport. So I have been to the Northern Territories. I visited Australia in 2009. These are areas which already have infrastructure in place because of mining and other activities. And so the argument given is that given there is already existing mining, defense, aerospace, agribusiness, energy, we can very easily support the establishment of a spaceport. And so in 2017, Equatorial Launch Australia, the first commercial spaceport is being developed called the Arnhem Space Center, and they already have signed a lease agreement for about 12 years with the indigenous community, especially the Gumatj clan of the Northern Land Council. So they already have got the permits to establish the spaceport. And I think last year they got a contract from NASA to launch suborbital rockets. Next slide, please. Now, New Zealand, this is my last country. So New Zealand actually has entered and revolutionized the space launch market in a sense. It doesn't get noticed beyond the conversations I hear in the private space sector, but New Zealand again is showcasing itself as being geographically very beneficial for space launches. The New Zealand Space Agency was established in 2016 before the Australian Space Agency, which was established in 2018. The budget for the space agency itself is about 4 million, but they of course have much more in terms of their private space sector. They want to establish themselves as a space hub as well. And so Rocket Lab founder, of course, Peter Beck, who has a subsidiary in New Zealand and is an American company, their launch site is being now offered as one of the best launch sites in the world. And so last year, New Zealand launched the same number of rockets as Japan, India, and Europe. Oh, sorry, in 2019. And so, and they are going to have, I think, the Electron rocket that's going to be launched. And what is interesting is that they are pointing out that they are going to make their Electron rocket first stage reusable. So you can see that the ecosystem of space has changed. It's not just the major powers like India, Japan, the United States, Russia. We are talking about countries far beyond those countries who will actually play a major role in how space norms are constituted and how commercialization moves forward. Next slide, please. Now, this is just to give you an idea of where the spaceports are in the world. And you can see that this is where the countries and the equator are. So I wanted to let you know that these are the countries that are actually projecting themselves as important space hubs of the future. Of course, you have the Galapagos Island. You have Somalia in Africa, which is seen as a very advantageous geographic location for launches. Indonesia, and then you of course have Hawaii, which is not very far from the equator. And so it's interesting how these countries have actually, especially Indonesia, has seen this as an advantage and is offering itself to private space sector, not even to the state sector. So I think they will play a critical role in this particular venture. Next slide, please. So this again, I think this is where I give you an idea of where the spaceports are of the world. You can see that it's actually very much diversified. It's not just a few countries in the world that have spaceports. You have spaceports being developed in the same country. New spaceports are coming up. This itself tells you the critical question that Michael was asking. How many spaceports do we really need? And I thought George gave a great answer. You know, if you're thinking about commercializing space, if you're thinking about developing a space ecosystem, you cannot expect companies to travel all the way somewhere where it's actually easy for you to launch, but you have to spend a lot of money in getting there. Instead, you want to open up and democratize, spaceports. And I think countries like Indonesia, once they develop their spaceports, can offer launch facilities for a much lesser cost. And so we are in a very competitive sphere of space future as I see it. Next slide, please. And so these are the world government expenditures on space. This I got from Eurocouncil. Eurocouncil does great work in terms of offering us how much countries are spending. And in fact, in 2018, the total expenditure for space was about $70.8 billion. My final slide is going to be an advertisement for my books that I wrote on this particular topic, especially Asia. And so the two books that were edited books talked about how Asia is imagining itself in 2030. And some of the authors were across the world, not just from India. And they offered us scenarios, not just in space, but there are some interesting chapters on space as well. I think I'll end there, and I am going to look forward to questions. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Nami. That was really terrific, Dr. Goswami. I kind of pointed you towards a particular set of tasks, but I learned quite a bit. I thought I knew some of it, but there was a lot in there that that was new to me. So thank you for digging into that. I appreciate that. By the way, I really like that one of your last slides, the Euroconsult slide. That was actually my screensaver slide for a long time, for like 6 months. I really like looking at that thing. To me, it puts an exclamation point on just how diverse this space thing that we're all doing really is. I think it's a really neat slide. I've been using it for a long time. So let's dig into some of this stuff. One of the things I didn't know was the interest from Elon Musk about Singapore. Now, I've been watching Singapore for a while. They're definitely on my radar. Indonesia.
Yeah.
They've been on my radar for a long time. I didn't know about the Elon Musk and SpaceX consideration. Can you drill into that a little bit? Because that was new to me.
Yeah, sure. So, and so this is why that is a very critical development, because the offer to Elon Musk to basically invest in Indonesia's establishment of a spaceport was offered at the highest level.
Yeah.
So it did not come from, one of their space entities. So the idea was that if you invest in that, we will be able to offer you launch costs at a much lower rate. And secondly, the argument given by the president was that if you develop it on your own and invest it fully, then you have a spaceport that actually offers you a launch capacity that is going to bring down the cost of launch, because of the fact, as he was mentioning, that you do not have to maneuver as much as you do, say, when you launch from the United States. And I think what was interesting was that that offer came in December 2020. So just
recent.
Just recent.
Wow. Okay.
So Indonesia has been talking about space and the importance of space since the 1960s. It's not a new conversation. So they established, in fact, Indonesia is one of the only countries in Asia, actually, which has a space law. So even India, China does not have a national space law. And so Indonesia has a space law where they are offering regulatory frameworks, and which is very critical if private industry is going to go and set up shop there. And so they have actually thought through these ideas and have established legislation, regulation. And so, and what I found insightful was that Musk responded very quickly.
Yeah.
So, and he responded by saying that I think they are sending a team to study the site. I had a picture of the site. I don't remember it off of my head, but they're sending a team to study this particular ecosystem and infrastructure. Now, what is interesting is that the conversations with Indonesia also includes, that's why I say space is never disconnected to other sectors.
Right.
And so the conversation that I heard, at least from Indonesia's news services, is that Musk is also talking with the president about Tesla. And so,
oh, no kidding. All right.
Right. So there is this ecosystem that he wants to invest in that's going to make Indonesia a very important part of his own conception of how he gets to space. And I think what I see Indonesia doing is that they realize that if they want to be considered as a viable state for space investments, they have to offer a long-term space policy plan. So their plan is about 2025. lesser than China, which is 2049, but their plan is not so nationalistic like China. They do not have ambitions to do a moon mission or to do a Mars mission, but they are actually, I think what they're doing is they're taking advantage of their geographic location.
Okay.
They've suddenly woken up to the fact that private entities require spaceports, and this is a good way to make money. And so I think that's the rationale.
It's
very
fascinating.
Right, very similar to Singapore. And in fact, I pointed out that there are conversations coming out of Singapore about their interest. They haven't talked about investment as yet on the concept of the space elevator, because of the fact that they see themselves as one of the most endowed countries to actually support such a research, even just a research or a startup, you know. So very interesting what I've seen develop.
Yeah, we here mostly on this on the Blue Marble team, we have a very strong focus on how to build out U.S. space infrastructure. I mean, that is the point of this organization. But I really, really don't believe that we can do that in a vacuum without understanding what the rest of the global space program looks like. And, somebody earlier said, they thought we shut down NASA in the 1960s. There are people in America that think that the space program is basically ended. And it's fascinating to me to see the global, I'm going to call it the cislunar econosphere, because it is a step towards the moon, whether it's low Earth orbit or landing new rockets, whether it's 30 companies in Singapore alone. That is part of the global cislunar econosphere, and I think that people don't really have a good handle on that. We have to talk, of course, about China. That is kind of part of your argument in your Scramble for the Skies book. So what things should American policymakers be considering when trying to counter China?
Sure. I think the one thing that American policymakers, especially when you come to the domain of space, so very similar to the pharmaceutical industry, space requires long-term investments, especially for building of capacity, infrastructure, technology. So one thing that China has done and shown the world in the last actually 40 years is that their development of capacity, for example, even being able to go to the moon and do what they do, right, is based on a very long-term investment mindset. So their mindset is not about changing missions every time you have a new premier takeover. There is a continuation of their space policy and goals. They might change the ideological framework of how China behaves, but when it comes to why space is important, it's very clear. So President Xi, in his China Dream, identified 3 reasons why space is so critical for China. One is that in his conceptualization, space is a strategic priority industry, given the fact that it enables an ecosphere of innovation. So when you invest in space technologies, you invest in artificial intelligence, you invest in robotics, you invest in quantum technology, and you also build up your skill workforce. So China now has one of the most advanced workforce in terms of aerospace. And one thing that I think they might have to deal with in the next 20, 30 years is that the cost of employing people will go up, very similar to the US. So that's not point number 1. Point number 2 is that if you look at China's space industry and goals, they are not about accomplishing one mission disconnected with other missions. They're very much building a comprehensive space power, sector. That's why I say that when you look at their articulation of their space goals, it's very connected to their civil military fusion strategy. It's connected to their idea of national rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. And so you can see that they have this grand strategic goal. I think one lesson that they learned from the Soviet Union and its failure is that they have diversified their talent pool. Oh. So they have learned lessons. So they have scientists and engineers that are educated in various universities abroad and in China, and they don't depend on one person or a pool of a few people, which the Soviet Union did to some extent. And so that's the lesson. I'm not talking about Russia. I'm talking about the Soviet Union in the 70s and the 60s. And the final point, I think, which again is so critical, is that for China, they are starting to invest in space, not just from a satellite support system or from a LEO geo perspective, but they are articulating space as an Earth-Moon economic zone. So if you listen to their conversations coming out, for example, from the China National Space Administration chief scientist, Li Keqiang, or for example, from Ouyang Xiang, who's the founder of their lunar program, Bao Weiming, who is one of their chief ideological mentor and astrophysicist, they point out that if you invest in space resources, especially, for example, the moon, the return of investment is going to be higher than what you put in today. And their argument is that if you can invest in resources on the moon, for example, one of the resources they're looking at is, of course, water ice. And the second resource they're looking at is helium-3. And now this is, again, something very interesting, which I find, is that we think that the Chinese Communist Party is going to be very risk averse when it comes to investing in such technologies. But actually, if you look at the last 5-6 years, they have started putting in money on technologies that actually are still not proven. For example, space-based solar power. They have started investing in it. They have started investing in concepts like ceramic, how do you extract ceramic so that you learn how do you use such a technology in regolith, 3D printing for autonomous moon missions. And so I think that's the third lesson, that China is envisioning space from an energy perspective, not just from a national security perspective.
Fascinating. I want to switch. We only have 4 more minutes. Tell me a little bit about the commonality of the Artemis Accords, right? You've got Japan, you've got Singapore and Australia that have all signed the Artemis Accords. I think there's a total of 8 nations total. So do you have any insights into the Artemis Accords and how that might play out for us?
Well, I think one of the good parts about the Artemis Accord, which can be carried forward, is that it envisions international partnerships to look at capability development, for example, as I mentioned, utilization of lunar resources. That's something new that wasn't there earlier. And so Jim Burdenstein, in fact, also put out this proof of concept where he offered to pay money for someone who can get you moon rocks, right? Yeah, so it's basically, this is what governments do. They basically invest in concepts to see if it's viable and offer the first investment that props up someone. So the Artemis Accord, I think, envisions the moon from an international perspective. So it's not just about the US first woman and the first man on the South Pole. It's about taking your allies with you. And that's why you have countries like the United Kingdom that has signed on to the Artemis Accord. You have Australia, you have UAE that has signed on to it. You have Japan. I think you have Luxembourg that has also signed on to it. And so you can see that all these countries are actually very serious about their own moon mission, especially Japan. And so I think the Artemis Accord commonality is that it's going to be able to build international partnerships. Now, the important point is it still doesn't have any major spacefaring nation that has signed on to it, including India, which also has a moon mission, right? Yeah. Very similar goals of, going to the moon, studying the South Pole, resource prospecting. So I think one way that you can get more nations in, and I actually said this even before when the accord was not put out. So we still don't have the final accord. We just have the preamble.
Right. Yep.
So people may not think that that's the final accord. No, there is actually consultations going on. And I think this is the time when you need to get in like-minded countries at the consultation phase so that they feel that there is joint ownership of this particular accords. So, and so I think it's a good thing. It's very clear that it's going to establish zones of safety zones, for example. One of the biggest fears I had, concerns I would say, when I studied some of the conflict scenario is that what happens if you have a lunar mining company from China that has occupied a particular area, say in the South Pole.
Right.
The moon is the size of Africa. Not every area is rich in resources. And now a US company or an Indian company wants to land there, right? And so the country that's already there or the mining company might not give you the permission. So we do need to think about regulations, safety zones, so that we are clear as to where somebody is supposed to land. And I think those are very interesting concepts that the Artemis Accord actually puts forward. Now, China has already, the Chinese space lawyer from the National Space Law Center has already registered his opposition to the Artemis Accord. They want to have their own moon international agreement. So we are in very interesting times.
We absolutely are. As a plug for next month, we're going to talk an awful lot about strategic space, and this conversation is going to come back up where we're going to be talking about those locations and what happens if you drive a rover over Neil Armstrong's first famous footprints, right? Like, yeah. There should be some rules up there that we don't have. Okay, we are gonna move on. Thank you very much, Dr. Goswami. We really appreciate your insights. We're moving on to Jordan. Is it your turn? Right on. All right, bye.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. And again, I really enjoyed that conversation. We're all about collaboration here. One nation can't accomplish this. It takes a team, a global team. For those that haven't met me yet, I'm on the board of directors for Foundation for the Future, and I get the honor of introducing some of our key guests today. I'm really excited about this next keynote speaker. One, because he's very accomplished, but two, he's got a nickname in his name, which usually means he has a great story. So I have the honor of introducing Bill Hippie Wolf. Is a retired Air Force colonel and president and executive director of Space Force Association. Colonel Wolf served over 24 years in the Air Force. Thank you for your service, by the way. Retiring in 2018, he is a career space and nuclear officer in high impact operations, staff leadership, and technical program management positions. He truly is peerless, has peerless depth and breadth of experience in advanced space programs and joint all-domain command and control. Also, the Space Force Association, or SFA, is one of our sponsors today. We are super excited to be partnered with them as we move ahead and share our vision of a free and fair space for all. Go check out the website, see what they're doing, see how you can support them as they support us. So thank you very much. Bill Hippie Wolf, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I really do appreciate it. And thanks especially to the Foundation of the Future, Tim, Michael. Appreciate you reaching out to me and asking for input. As I listened for the last couple of days, it's been very interesting to listen to the criticality of space just from an economic perspective, but also from a mission, and how we define the criticality of the mission. And so that's what I'd like to focus on today. Is my background, as Jordan mentioned, is 24 years in the Air Force. So I'm a retired Air Force colonel, and my main focus was space operations. And so I'd like to just focus on the aspect of how the Space Force is going to conduct its space superiority mission using one of its most important missions of space launch. Obviously, the Space Force has many different missions, and one of those is space launch. So that's what we're going to focus on. And I know next month, as Michael mentioned, we're going to be focusing on national security space. And this is going to be kind of a lead up to further discussions that will take place next month. So here, just a moment, I'm going to share my screen. We'll see if this works. All right, and give me a thumbs up, Michael, if you see that. All right, perfect. Thank you. And so, as I mentioned, having discussions like these is critical. So the Foundation of the Future hosting these events to have these types of discussion is exactly what we need to continue to do as a U.S. national security space, critical requirement. And as Jordan said, we started the Space Force Association a little over a year ago, just before the stand-up of the Space Force, because it's imperative, I think, to have an advocacy arm that's focused on space. General Hyten has said it in the past, as a vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He said, at best, space is probably my number 3 priority. And what he means is he can't focus on space superiority all the time. So we need, and he knew we needed an arm in the military to focus specifically on space and space superiority. So just quickly what we're going to go over, and Michael, what you told me is you got about 20 minutes to get the message out, and I appreciate that. So we'll talk for about 20 minutes, and then I'm going to open it up for Q&A. And I'd like this to be a discussion. If there's questions during any point during the presentation, don't hesitate to ask. Again, what I'm going to be focusing on is the background and how the development of the space warfighter culture started back in the day and how it's continuing to develop. The U.S. Space Com and U.S. Space Force, anytime I get an opportunity to talk about the differences between U.S. Space Com and U.S. Space Force, I'll go ahead and talk about that, because there still is a lot of misunderstanding about the U.S. Space Com as a combatant command and U.S. Space Force as a service component to support not just U.S. Space Com, but all combatant commands and the criticality of space to the different geographic regions. Then we'll focus on space launch support to the warfighter. And I'd like to at least bring up a discussion point, and we've been talking about it for the last couple of days, is how do you define criticality of the space capabilities that are there? And we'll talk a little bit about that. I've got a pretty interesting vignette I think we can dive into a little bit. And then we'll balance the criticality against the speed and cost. How quickly we can get something into orbit and how much that costs. And then some future concepts that are still being discussed right now and what the range of the future looks like from the Space Force perspective. So early development of the space warfighter, we got to look back to, I would say, 96, 97, when General Ashey at the time looked at how we developed our space professionals in the military. And at the time, there was the Air Force Weapons School, and the Air Force Weapons School is designed to create tactical expertise for each of the aircraft that the Air Force flies. Well, at the time, General Ashey looked at General Kaler as the Air Force Space Command commander and said, hey, do we have a school, and could we create a school to train future space warfighters? And they, as a result, they stood up the Space Division of the U.S. Air Force Weapons School. And in 2001, I was honored to be able to attend the school. And a lot of it was to get information out about how space could support the terrestrial fight. And as you could imagine, the focus was on GPS and MILSATCOM. Of course, we have overhead persistent infrared capabilities to also inform battle space characterization. But that was the initial discussion, is how the space domain could support the terrestrial fight around the globe. So as a result, I had the opportunity to go to Korea multiple times. I had the opportunity to go to the Middle East in 2002. In fact, when I was going through in 2001, they actually shut the school down because of the 9/11 attacks. And they were trying to determine how best to utilize the space weapons officers to deploy to different theaters to help integrate critical space capabilities. But I tell you, the criticality of those missions was assumed. And so when we were there, and when I deployed to Afghanistan in 2002 to support the special operators that were there, a lot of the mission set was assumed in terms of how important space was. Because we couldn't quantify it. If we shut down, we wouldn't ever shut down GPS, as was evidenced as the first space war in the Gulf War earlier, and that's really what the impact is. If we start shutting down space capabilities, the impact to the mission was going to be extremely limited. But there's no test and evaluation that takes place to allow folks to see what that would look like. And so we'll continue to have that discussion as we move forward. And that kind of led into later on in my career, I was able to go back to Nellis Air Force Base and work at the U.S. Air Force Warfare Center. And the Air Combat Command, Commander of Air Combat Command, responsible for training and equipping all the air capabilities in support of the geographic and functional combatant commands, put together a study called The Day Without Space. And they looked to me and said, hey, we need you to help figure out what a day without space would look like. And the only thing I could think of, being there at Nellis with the co-located with the Air Force Weapons School, was to bring in experts from all the different air platforms. And now we're not talking about the land domain or the maritime domain at this point. We're just talking about the air domain. And bring in all the experts from those platforms and walk through a phased approach from a mission planning, execution, and debrief perspective. So, for example, if you're in a location, across the globe, and you're accomplishing mission planning, how would your mission planning be impacted if you didn't have space capabilities available to you? And then once you start executing your mission, i.e. taking off and flying your mission, what is going to be the impact to operations if you don't have space? And then once you're trying to debrief how effective the specific mission was, what happens if you don't have space to provide the data you need around the globe to determine whether or not you need to use additional resources to either restrike a target or re-roll other aircraft or other capabilities in support of a specific mission objectives. And it was funny because General Hyten later, he said, we don't have a day without space. And he's right. And thank goodness we don't have a day without space. But the point is, you have to look at what is the impact to operations if space isn't there. And this is going to lead into the logistics necessary to actually put capabilities in orbit and the resilient architectures that are needed to ensure that we don't have a day without space and that we can continue to maintain our space superiority mission. As Dr. Goswami said, China is acting very aggressively to ensure that their space capabilities are understood. What we have to think about from a national security perspective is what is the impact if, and we'll get into some stories about that. The other thing is, we've got this new concept, or I say new concept, it's kind of an old concept of multi-domain operations and joint all-domain command and control. One of the last things I did before I retired was worked with General Saltzman when he was asked by the Chief of Staff of the Air Force to help go figure out multi-domain operations. And really the way to think about that is you've got the three terrestrial domains of air, land, and maritime, and you have the non-terrestrial domains of space and cyberspace. That make up essentially our five basic domains. Well, how do the five work together? What can the air, land, and maritime domains do to help support the space mission? And what does space and cyberspace need to do to ensure that we have multi-domain superiority across the battle space? And that kind of summarized how that all worked was the studies that were put out by the Chief of Staff of the Air Force at the time, General Goldfein. And that still is going to be prevalent as we continue to have this discussion and have these types of discussion, is we are going to have to quantify the criticality of space and cyberspace capabilities in support of the other domains. And that's part of the education piece. It's not just about educating folks on Space Force and Space Comm, but it's also educating other domains on how space fits into their overall battle plan. Now, I'm not, again, everything I'm talking about today as a disclaimer, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Space Force. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual and just concepts in my background. So I just want to clarify that. That being said, what we like to do at the Space Force Association is reach out to senior leaders and get their perspective. So we had an opportunity to talk to Lieutenant General Chance Saltzman this past year. And if you want, you can take a look at those videos and where they're located. And it was funny because he brought up the vignette about him being in the Space Operations Center at Vandenberg And when China launched the ASAT, you know, him not having the necessary information he needed to, one, determine what the potential target would have been, and two, what the impact to operations would be if we lost a critical capability. So if you want to look at the impact or potential impact, that's a good video to watch. Other concepts that were brought up during the last couple of days is what happens when, and Dr. Goswami, you just brought this up not too long ago about the vignette about Antarctica and what happens when. Well, in an interview with, at the time, Brigadier General Deanna Burt, who is now the Combined Forces Space Component Commander underneath US Spacecom, and we'll talk about that here in just a moment, she mentioned and really drew an analogy between what Lewis and Clark did as they settled the West. You know, we had to set up forts to protect American interests as we moved west. And she brings up the analogy that it's kind of the same thing. As we protect our interests in space, we're probably going to have to set up some kind of forts, if you will, quote unquote, to ensure our interests are protected. And that seems to make sense. And of course, that leads into a whole different type of scientific approach and physics approach to how we look at what that means. But those are some of the thoughts that senior leaders in the Space Force are thinking about. From a launch perspective, I had an opportunity to talk to Brigadier General Doug Shess over at the 45th Space Wing down at Patrick Air Force Base. And if you want to watch that interview, he starts to talk about the range of the future. And we'll talk more about the range of the future here in just a couple minutes. If you want to see other interviews that we've accomplished for the Space Force Association, please don't hesitate to go over to our channel and you can see that there. So the big question that always comes up, and big news yesterday about the Secretary of the Air Force making the recommendation that the new U.S. Space Command headquarters will be moving to Huntsville, Alabama at Redstone Arsenal. And we've talked about that a little bit as well over the last couple of days. But what does that really mean? So U.S. Spacecom, as you can see, is now a combatant command. And it's a geographic combatant command, which is brand new. So now we have a, no kidding, geographic space above the globe where U.S. Spacecom has a responsibility to protect and defend American interests in space and to defeat aggressors as necessary. And so that's really the ultimate mission. And then how do they get their forces? But before we talk about how they get their forces, let's talk about the different geographic combatant commands besides just that one. So here are, and let's get into the details of U.S. Space Command and what the different components are. So I had the opportunity to be stationed over at 14th Air Force, which the 14th Air Force commander at the time was dual-hatted as the Combined Forces Space Component Command. And so I was able to go over to the Combined Space Operations Center and see exactly how we were supporting the terrestrial fight around the globe. And it's extremely interesting, but you can see here the couple of organizations that I want to focus your attention on is the CSPOC Combined Force Space Component Command, and that is led by Major General Deanna Burt now, who is dual-hatted as SPOC West. We'll talk more about Space Operations Command here in just a moment. And then she commands the Combined Space Operations Command over there in Vandenberg, and also she has the responsibility to lead the Joint Nav Warfare Center, the Joint OPIR Center, and the Missile Warning Center. While she's doing her job over there on the West Coast, depending on the hat that she wears day to day, it's train and equip, and as necessary, she'll put on her hat and accomplish her CIFSIC command responsibilities. But also there's the Joint Task Force Space Defense, and they run the National Space Defense Center here in Colorado Springs at Schriever Air Force Base. So you've got one, which is terrestrial support, i.e. what do we need, what space capabilities do we need to support the terrestrial fight around the globe? And then two, what does the in-domain fight look like? How do we defend critical capabilities in space? And that is the National Space Defense Center. Now, and then here's just another example and some amplifying information about the CIFSIC and what they do. And then here's just a picture of the operations floor, the Senior Master Sergeant H. Robert Mosley II operations floor at the National Space Defense Center. And that's once we've got those assigned forces to actually conduct those operations, which are day-to-day. Those are 24/7 operations. Now, what I'd like to do is just focus a little bit on the U.S. Space Force. Everyone's familiar that we now have the U.S. Space Force, and there are 3 field commands besides General Raymond as the CSO. We've got the 3 field commands, which are slowly standing up. The first one's already stood up, Space Operations Commander, SPOC. And that is Lieutenant General Whiting. If you'd like to see more or learn more about the Space Operations Command, we've got a great interview with Lieutenant General Whiting over on our website, if you want to go view that. The next one is Space Training and Readiness Command. And we talked about workforce development from a cyber perspective, and I appreciate that. But we've got to also talk about workforce development from a space perspective. And that's where STARCOM comes in. So that'll be a 2-star, I believe it's going to be a 2-star led organization to focus on space training and readiness, to get space warfighters ready to do their job in support of their combatant command, in support of the combatant commander of US Spacecom. And then how do we get all these capabilities into orbit? That's going to be Space Systems Command. And so if we will look at the processes by which other domains use or get the capabilities necessary to conduct their operations, and we'll talk just briefly about that. But before we move on, I'd like to just spend just a couple minutes talking about Space Operations Commander, SPOC. You've got Star Delta Provisional, that does space training and readiness right now, and that'll eventually turn into STARCOM. You've got Delta 2, Space Delta 2, which is responsible for space domain awareness. Delta 3 does space electronic warfare. Delta 4 does missile warning. Delta 5, command and control. How do we command and control all those forces? Delta 6, cyberspace operations. And we talked a little bit about cyberspace already and the criticality of cyber in support of the space launch mission and the space mission in total. Delta 7 is focused on the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, because ultimately, whenever we talk about warfighting, the fight begins with the threat. And so what is the threat to our systems? And then what's the impact based on that threat? And that's how we look at what the potential is, and then what do we do about it? Delta 8, satellite communications and navigation warfare. Delta 9, orbital warfare. A lot of talk around this capability and this mission set, because, you know, what does that mean? And what does that look like? More information to follow. And then you've got the 2 garrisons, Buckley Garrison and Peter Schriever Garrison, that are under Space Operations Command. People will ask, what about the 30th Space Wing and the 45th Space Wing out on the East and West Coast? That's going to fall under, as far as I know, that's going to fall under Space Systems Command. So we talked a little bit about this already. What is critical? We talked about the day without space and trying to identify what the critical components of space are to warfighter ops. That's kind of a go-to, I think, for the Space Force as they continue to evolve, is defining and reaching out to the other geographic combatant commanders, the Spacecom and the other actual geographics, and determining what do they need to do their job. And really what the way that works right now is Air Combat Command, just as an aside, Air Combat Command on a yearly basis will send out an email to all of the geographics and say, do you have what you need to accomplish your air superiority mission? Do you have the expertise necessary? Do you have the resources necessary? Do you have the assigned forces necessary to do your job? I suspect there's an opportunity for Space Operations Command and Space Force in the future to look to do the same exact thing. Years ago, Air Force Space Command attempted this study. They reached out and they said, what do you need from a space perspective? And I remember the answers coming back from the different organizations in the Air Force were, we don't know what we need because we've never been without it, which is great. It's great to continue to have space superiority, but the question becomes, what happens when you don't have it? And what's the impact to operations? And so I think there's an opportunity to figure out what the critical operational needs are, and then start to identify how to develop the capabilities necessary to deliver those as quickly as possible. And that's where speed comes in. You know, it's one thing to launch something, and Elon Musk is demonstrating the ability to quickly launch capabilities into orbit. But how long is checkout? You know, that turns into several, it could turn into several months or a year until that capability is checked out, ready for use. So that might be the next thing that they look at is how quickly can we check out capability based on demonstrated performance. You know, when I was at Air War College, we had a great opportunity to go to the national labs. And I remember going to Sandia and looking at a capability that was developed. It was a CubeSat. It was the first time I saw a CubeSat. And I looked at the lab, and you know, you go into the clean room and you see this small cube, and you go, okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, what are you going to do with that? And they say, well, we're going to put it in this canister. We're going to launch it on top of a satellite, and we're going to start using it for two-way messaging next week. And I go, next week? And they said, yeah. I said, where's your operations center? They said, come on in here. And you walk into this little room, and it was, no kidding, probably a 8x10 room with a laptop, and you saw the quote unquote command center, and folks were looking at it and saying, this is the satellites where they're at, and this is what we're using them for, and this is the current status and how useful they are to our mission. And that was great feedback. And to see that model and to go, why are we doing that, you know, holistically? So I think there's definitely an opportunity for determining how CubeSats are being used. And a lot of it is currently in the special operations field, but there's definitely, I think, an opportunity to determine how that is going to impact our ability to quickly launch capabilities and get those into orbit. And then, so that's speed of delivery, and then cost. And you know, vertical lift is something obviously that is being demonstrated, and Elon Musk is really taught us that you don't need to spend as much money. And the way he did that was a complete paradigm shift by landing a booster back in the same place that he launched it from. You know, I remember the conversations, you all heard them. There's no way you can do that. It can't be done. And he kept saying, yeah, it can. And it cost him a lot of money up front, but now it's paying huge dividends, not just from him as a business perspective, but from a capability delivery perspective, because now we can start launching a lot faster, and the cost has gone down considerably. In fact, I remember, before we move on, I remember sitting at 14th Air Force, and General Buck was the commander at the time, 3-star. And I remember he was talking to his different range wing commanders, the 30th and the 45th Space Wing. And I remember asking the question, sir, are we stuck in the paradigm that everything is going to be launched, you know, a land-based launch delivery platform, you know, space launch delivery platform? Or are we thinking about an air-launched versus just land, or a sea-launched? And that brings up that multi-domain construct again, where we could look at sea launch capabilities to help support the mission. We can look at land-based launch capabilities, as we've done, and then we can look at air-based launch delivery platforms that get our capabilities in orbit for a very specific period of time. It doesn't have to be large constellations. It doesn't have to be large satellites. It can be small satellites that provide critical capability for a very specific amount of time, and then when we don't need them anymore, they just degrade in orbit and burn up, and that's okay. So that's probably a resilient architecture structure that is being examined and looked at. So this is just a concept I put together. It's real simple, I know, but the key here is we got to look at the criticality of the capability in support of a specific mission. Then we have to look at the cost, and then we have to look at time. So it's a 3-axis approach to start to figure out and prioritize how we deliver specific capabilities. And I know we're not there yet, and I know we're continuing to work on that, but this is just a rough hack at a concept. Everyone is hearing about, and our director of outreach at the Space Force Association is the Transcom LNO to US Northcom, NORAD, and US Spacecom. And so it's great to listen to his perspective about how Transcom is looking at logistics on demand. And this is not a new concept. I mean, General Quast brought this up years ago. When I was working for him at Air University, I remember he was talking about the concept, how do we deliver Marines around the globe in 30 minutes or less? Yep. And I remember he was actually blackballed from progression based on the comments that he was making, but it was extremely forward thinking to talk about how do we get capabilities around the globe. And I remember deploying to austere locations, and the biggest thing was logistics. Everyone said, you've got to think about logistics and how do we get those critical infrastructure in place so that we could start conducting operations. And I remember it was so much so that, I mean, operations were delayed months because we couldn't get the logistics there in time. So with this delivery capability that we're talking about, now we can get the logistics necessary to start conducting operations as necessary. And on demand, the concept is, is it possible to have logistics on orbit, not just for resilient architecture with multiple satellites to support a specific constellation, but what about having logistics on orbit to stand by, ready to be provided to an austere location as necessary? So again, these are just concepts. Civil Relief Air Force. What's the Civil Relief Space Force look like? And is there an opportunity to start to quantify how can industry help support the national security mission as necessary? And I know this is another thing that Transcom's looking at, but this is something that probably is an opportunity for further discussion, is if we needed to look at the launch resources that industry currently has to launch specific capabilities, could we use those boosters and time slots to deliver specific national security capabilities? So something I think to think about. And then range of the future and continued development of the Space Force Guardians. You know, the key is, I think, you've got to be able to test and evaluate not just agile launch capabilities, but what's the impact of operations if those critical space capabilities are lost. You know, talking to Mr. Sean Barnes at SAF-SP, you know, he'll tell you access to space is vital. As we move to more hybrid architecture, combination of large and small satellites in a variety of orbits, the ability to rapidly replenish will become more important. They currently don't have the requirements for a launch with little to no notice, but as we don't have a barn full of satellites to launch, but having agility to use planned launches is likely to be very important in the future. And facilitating launch by increasing range throughout is critical for both commercial and national security launches. Space Force is going to become increasingly involved with and reliant on common capabilities. That success is going to be, you know, industry success is going to be the success of the Space Force. But before we move on to and conclude with some comments from the Space Force on the range of the future and what that looks like, data requirements are critical. We talked about data and the need for space domain awareness. Recently, General Raymond sent or signed a letter saying that the Space Force will be utilizing the Unified Data Library to ensure that we have the data necessary to make the appropriate conclusions about what the criticality of those space capabilities are. And so if you've not seen or heard about the Unified Data Library, that is definitely something to look at, because anyone can go and get an account, anyone can go and look at specific data. And so there is a lot of data out there, but we need to be able to access that data and then do something with that information. So I appreciate, again, that perspective from the cyber professional earlier today. And again, just some comments from Mr. Sean Barnes at the Space Integration and Acquisition Office. And then really just a couple of words on the range of the future. They're inextricably linked. I mean, the capability of the US to conduct launch operations is linked to our ability to accomplish our national security objectives. DoD depends on our domestic commercial launch industry to meet those national security needs. Capabilities we developed on the eastern and western ranges, principally to support national security space and civil needs, fit into the national picture. commercial use of our ranges is far outpacing national security and civil use. And I think as we start to continue to quantify the spaceports needed, this is going to play in because I agree that there's going to be a huge requirement for spaceports in the future, and the commerce and education that goes along with it is going to be huge. The success of the Range of the Future efforts and the tribute to the strength of industry innovation, DoD has no authority to build additional capacity to support this continued growth. And a future spaceport authority would ideally be able to address the needs of all consumers, to include national security and civil customers. And so that was, I reached out to the Space Force and wanted to get their perspective on the Range of the Future. And this was just a couple of words that they sent back based on questions that were asked from folks about the Range of the Future white paper that was submitted, that was provided last year. And so I just wanted to cover, just that perspective, from a war fighter, one who's deployed downrange and relied on critical space capabilities to conduct operations, and been looked at by the other domains to say, where's our space capabilities and how can you provide those? I just wanted to provide that perspective. So again, thank you so much for your time, and I'm standing by for questions or comments.
Colonel Wolf, thank you very much. Hippie, I really like that. I want you to, well, there's a couple things we're going to talk about, but go back to that slide. You don't have to bring it up, but the three-pronged slide, let's dig into that a little bit more, because I think it's one of those things that's like, it's so simplistic, it's easy to kind of gloss over, but I think it's kind of pretty important. So I want you to just kind of dig into that a little further for us.
Yeah, you bet. So the criticality piece, what we're talking about there is U.S. Spacecom has the responsibility to execute a space superiority mission. It's warfighting mission of space superiority. Each of the geographics also have a requirement to identify what they need to accomplish their domain superiority, and space superiority is going to be part of that. So for example, CENTCOM might say, we've got critical infrastructure that we need to ensure we have in place to support our continued mission of maintaining peace in the Middle East. So part of that relies on space. Mm-hmm. So if they were to start to quantify, hey, this space component is critical to a success of our mission, and then pitch that back over to U.S. Space Command, right. And U.S. Space Command would then pitch that down to the Space Force and say, we need to provide these capabilities in support of that critical mission. Now we can start to define, a 1 through N criticality list, if you will, by geographic combatant command and even functional combatant command.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to, that was just such a perfect segue to, that's where I thought you were going. I want to segue over to Dr. Neild for a moment. I'm not sure, Bill, if you know who he is. He ran the commercial space office for the FAA during maybe the hardest years of getting the commercial idea through the FAA. And he posted a really valuable question in the chat. George, if you want to chime in, otherwise I'm going to read it.
You can go ahead.
Oh, well, okay. His question is, if the Range of the Future is based on using Cape Canaveral and Vandenberg, how can we ensure access to space if there's a hurricane in Florida or an earthquake or wildfires in California? And I think that goes straight to your point, Bill, about what's critical, and how do we accomplish tasks if we really have just two capabilities currently? So where are we at, where are we going, and how do we deal with the fact that Florida is going to sink into the ocean probably on the same day that California sinks into the ocean?
Yeah, that's right. And that's a great point. And in the interview with General Chess last year, he talked about the Pegasus system, and it wouldn't be that difficult, I don't think, to provide a capability from an air launch platform, a space delivery capability from an air launch platform to cover down on a capability gap.
Okay.
So for example, if you've got something that's on the launch pad ready to be launched, and yes, we've got weather coming our way, so the launch is scrubbed, and it's a critical capability. It's time critical to get that into orbit. There's no reason why we couldn't look across the domains and say, hey, do we have a sea launch space delivery capability that we can quickly provide a capability gap for a very specific period of time while we wait for weather to pass? I mean, this is a type of concepts I think we're going to get to. I mean, I know philosophically, yeah, you could have a cargo pallet on the back of a C-130 or C-17, and you push it out the back, and guess what? It's got a booster on it, and now it's into a low Earth orbit for a very specific period of time. Let's just say 30 minutes or so, or I'm sorry, 30 days. And then for 30 days, we've got the ability to cover down on a space superiority capability gap that exists until weather passes, hurricanes pass, and we can actually launch the capability that we need to get to start the on-orbit checkout process.
So I'm gonna ask the question of, is it really about the range? We've been using the word spaceport a lot. Is it really about the range, or is it about the capability of the spacecraft, right? Because you've got Stratolaunch, of course, Virgin and Vox, and soon, I hoped it was going to be this year. It's probably going to be next year. Dream Chaser, right? They can go from pretty much any place to any place. Is it really the range, or is it the capability of the craft in the first place?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's right. It's about the delivery platform, and that we've got to look at all the different options, and then it's about the capability that delivery platform is providing. And so, yes, I think it's all of those. But we got to think more holistically about that, because if we lose a critical capability that the space domain provides, access, persistence, we have to determine what do we need to replace that. And if it's a small sat or a CubeSat initially, while we wait for the actual capability to be delivered, perhaps that's a concept that can be explored a little more from a national security perspective. And I'm sure they are looking at that. I know there's been press releases from the National Reconnaissance Office that just says they're exactly looking at that. So those are the types of concepts that we need to bring more wholly, I think, into the national security strategy.
And so I'm just going to put in an exclamation point. We're probably talking about more than two, right? We're talking about more than Canaveral and more than Vandenberg, right? Is that a safe assumption?
Well, personally, yes. Yes. Again, this is my personal opinion, and this is the first time this is the last couple of days. So thanks again to the Foundation of the Future for putting this event on. Blue Marble Week is great to have these types of discussions. And I saw the spaceport map over the last couple of days, and that's exactly right. I'd even go so far as to say, wouldn't it be interesting if, and this is again conceptual, wouldn't it be interesting if each governor came up with a plan to have a spaceport in each state to cover down on the state's requirements to take care of natural disasters, provide critical infrastructure in terms of communication? Wouldn't that be interesting? And now all of a sudden you've got a spaceport in every state to cover down on the state's mission of providing for its constituents. So, I mean, I know it's far-fetched, but just a concept that threw out there.
It's not.
Yeah, and I don't know that it is.
Not a bit. Tim's got a friend, I think he's in Georgia, that wants to use the National Guard to launch capabilities. So, I mean, I don't think, sir, that it's far-fetched one little bit. Before we move on, just for a moment, I want to get your opinion on the evolution of CubeSats and their use in the Space Force. I'll tell you, I'm not going to name their names because they're still in charge of some things. My first conversation with somebody about CubeSats was, his response was, It's just more debris I have to track. Now that was 9 years ago, so it was a different world. But can you talk about the evolution of their acceptance of that kind of technology? And fast answer, please.
Yeah, you bet. It'll be fast. And again, I'm not speaking for the Space Force. I'm sure they're looking at it. Me personally, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for CubeSats. And again, if you design the architecture and infrastructure in such a way that the CubeSats gracefully degrade over a very specific period of time and burn in, I mean, Starlink is an example of that. They're meant to be disposable based on technology advantages. In fact, I was at War College, and I remember Newt Gingrich got in front of us to speak, and he held up his iPhone and he said, "You see this phone right here? This is the future of space." And I mean, that makes sense because the applications and the technology is going to advance so quickly that we're going to limit ourselves, I think, if we continue to invest in very large capabilities to put into orbit that are very heavy, very expensive. And so I think there's a tremendous opportunity, but you know, I'll defer, of course, to the Space Force as they continue to develop out that strategy.
Right on. All right.
And I think, Bill, that your comment about the Civil Reserve Space Fleet also gets at that, because just like the Air Force doesn't need to maintain the 500 spare aircraft that are part of that, Space Force may not need to have all of that capability on call, all of those CubeSats ready. There's just an arrangement that should we need them, they will be there. And as things become commoditized and there's always a new sensing CubeSat going up, it makes sense that Space Force can say, yeah, there's one a day launching. In the case of national emergency, that one's ours.
That's right.
We'll pay you double. Our bad.
All right, and with that, I want to bring in Tim and Lila and keep Bill on this call. Bill, do you have anybody you want to also hand the mic to?
No, thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. It's just me today.
All right, Tim, it's your show. Thanks a lot, y'all.
Well, thank you, Michael. And so as we're wrapping up our second Blue Marble event, I wanted to take a second to thank Bill Wolf and the Space Force Association for sponsoring today's event. The partnership between the two of us, us being our organizations, I think is going to be as I said earlier, 2 of the 3 legs of a advocacy triad going forward. It's our hope at the foundation that we can push Congress for the civil/commercial space effort as you're doing the same on the military and security space. And we partner with NASA and others as the scientific space frontier gets pushed as well. Because I think there's a common thread, and I have found this as I've done outreach throughout the space community, that space is an intrinsic good because we're not there. And because we're just fancy monkeys that wear pants and we're looking for somewhere new to explore and adventure into. So it is a good to give us something to do and go. And I think that's been an interesting and refreshing perspective to find organizations so willing to work together, because there's not a competitive mindset. There may be competition of ideas, but at the end of the day, everybody recognizes it's smart people working on hard problems for the good of others. And that's been an amazing discovery to make. Bill, thank you. I want to thank our speakers from today and yesterday. You all are the keys that get us into doors that we wouldn't be able to otherwise. As Michael talked about, the December event, we were able to hand the program to policymakers in DC, to members of Congress and their staff, and say, these are the sorts of people that come together around space infrastructure. And oh, by the way, they did this on several weeks' notice. This is something to pay attention to. Don't take our word for it. Watch us. We're going to keep coming back to you every month with another one of these programs with a similar caliber of expert, leader, and innovator. And let's see what happens. And you all are enabling that. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the effort you've put into what you've done and the presentations you've given. And as we go out and do our advocacy, if there are things that we need to know or that you would like us to know that can help your mission, your work, please reach out to us, let us know. The more synchronized we can be, the better. Yeah. Lila, have I missed anything? Cool. All right. Then with that, I believe Blue Marble 2 is a wrap. No, it's not. I don't mind.
No.
I'll keep going.
Has there been a change that I'm not aware of? Because as far as I know, Greg Autry is showing up in about 20 minutes, and you were going to talk for about 20 minutes about Space Force Association and...
I mean, I will.
Okay.
But
Sorry about that, y'all. No, I think Greg is going to be here in about 15 minutes. I just talked to him briefly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Even better then.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that some of the things Bill was talking about in his presentation about key enabling features for Space Force going forward are not things, and you started talking about this, Michael, with the CubeSats, are not things that we think about as military capabilities. And because of that overlap, I think that's where Bill and I first started our talks, other than doing what former military people do and swapping stories about which bases we've been to and who had ruined our lives while we were there. But the sort of overlap between these domains that, as a former Army guy, I had no visibility into. On the Air Force side, there's a little bit of this with the sort of National Guard sharing airport facilities. And that's kind of the model being used with spaceport development. But I think there's a lot here where, absent a coordinating authority, because as Bill pointed out, DoD doesn't have authorities or money to continue to build out capacity just for fun. And so having that sort of coordinating entity that can serve as both the interagency belly button, but also the tool to enable security and security services. What are things from the Space Force side, Bill, that when you're seeing discussions about ports and the access to space, cislunar space beyond, how are the sort of, not wish list, but the technological ambitions outside of LEO, GEO how is that being integrated with Space Force's sort of mandate and mission?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tim. And to be honest with you, I'm not in the inner discussions of the Space Force strategy on a day-to-day basis. I'll pick up whatever I can in the interviews that I conduct with senior Space Force professionals. And that being said, what we like to do at the SFA is just get the word out about what the Space Force is doing. And I know there's a lot more questions and answers right now about the stand-up of this new service. And so what I'd invite folks to do is send me an email. Become a member of SFA. It's $35 a year. And what that allows you to do is then start to become part of this growing discussion formally as an individual member. And so what that means is we need to start asking these questions. We need the organizational leadership to start, thinking about these things. And we as demanding customers, as taxpayers, get to say, hey, here's how we can help, as organizations continue to collaborate. And then also you could say, I'd like to hear from, X leader in the space community to focus on these types of questions so that we can get the word out, continue to get the word out about how the future infrastructure is being created to support cislunar operations. Because I know that's being talked about, and I know it's being thought about, but we still have a lot of work to do in support of what that paradigm looks like. And as you know, launch is one of 6 missions for the Space Force. And so they're looking across their entire portfolio and focusing on ensuring that all those missions have the capabilities necessary to do their jobs, in addition to ensuring that the critical launch capability in that mission is continuing to operate. Also, another pitch, Tim, if I can, we are launching the Space Force Journal. It's a peer-reviewed journal that'll be put out quarterly, and it's a way to codify these types of discussions and ensure that we have the folks talking about what is going on in the space domain. And so our co-editors in chief are Dr. Mir Sadat, and he's put together a 30-person editorial board, and then Dr. Lutz Martindale, whose specialty is space strategy development as an instructor at the U.S. Air Force Academy for space strategy. And so we've got a really good team we've put together to ensure that we can continue to have these discussions informally and formally, so we can start to document and iterate and evolve as a couple of organizations trying to help facilitate and support the space domain superiority mission.
Yeah, and I know that, for the most part, what we at the foundation are doing, and what Space Force in general and then you at SFA specifically are doing, is US focused. And I like to say it's US initially, not first. It's not America first. We're going to start here and then build out. But there's clear cooperation across the international community. Obviously, on the NASA side, it's a little easier, and there's more history there. On the Space Force side, there's at least, I saw General Raymond's talk a couple months ago about how coalition building, and there's a need to build partners across the space domain. Is that also something that SFA is doing?
Yes, absolutely. And so while we are a national organization, as you said, we, just like General Raymond has said, space is imperative to our allies and partner nations. And so if you look at the Combined Space Operations Center, you'll see you've got representation from Germany. I believe France is in there now. I know Australia is in there, Canada, the UK. I know, and it was already talked about, the recent agreement between General Raymond and the Japanese National Defense Office. And so you've got these partnerships that are critical. In fact, when I was still in, I had an opportunity to go over to the UK, where there was a roundtable discussion about all these partner nations and what they needed to do to help partner with the United States to ensure that we've got the capabilities necessary to ensure ours and allied interests in space. And so it was an eye-opening experience. And I tell you, partner nations are in. Another interview, not to make another plug, but another interview. And again, it's all about getting the word out. I was able to interview a space rep to the NATO office over in Germany, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Herron. And he's got some interesting perspectives as, boots on the ground over there in Germany firsthand. We've got an upcoming interview with Colonel James Quinn, who's the director of Space Forces over in USAFE right now. And so those are the kind of things that, yes, we want to talk about and get the word out about how partner nations and our allies are helping to ensure a world space superiority mission and really a global commons for everybody, because nobody wants a war in space. I mean, I know we're already at war in space, but nobody wants a war in space. So how can we prevent that?
Right. No, and I in trying to explain to non-space people what Space Force does. So when I was at the CIA, supported a lot of the missions that were going on there. My explanation was always, well, the U.S. Navy is mainly not about storming beaches and shelling places. They just drive their boats around, talk a good game, and make sure other people don't think they can be pirates. And I'm like, that's, Space Force, kind of, it's a little different, but they're making sure that space is free, fair, and open. And that, when China decides they want the lunar South Pole, and that there's a 9-dash line around it on all their maps from 300 years ago, look, Space Force will do a freedom of navigation ops out there and say, sorry. But to do that, you have to have the international partners, have the capacities we've talked about. Yeah.
And I guarantee you they will be called Space Marines. Okay. So Bill, if you want to talk to the leadership and get them to change Space Force to appropriately Space Corps, that would also be awesome while you're at it.
Michael, I was going to try to go the other way. What about an independent department of the Space Force?
Oh. All right. Hey, seriously, going back to the association, let's kind of dig into its mission a little bit, what y'all are trying to accomplish, right? I mean, there is a perception, and that I don't agree with it, sir, but I want to be honest about it. There is a perception that it is a Netflix joke and nothing more than that. So how do you counter those kinds of arguments, whether it's you stole the Star Trek logo versus Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Like, I know I know that those arguments are out there. I certainly do not agree with them. I have my own pushbacks to them, but I'd like to hear your pushbacks to them.
Well, wasn't it nice to stand up a service back in 46, 47, when there wasn't such a prevalent information exchange of ideas and technology? And now today you've got, everybody can post anything about anything. So yeah, you're right. The the feedback, as a retired Air Force person working in the space domain, I consider myself as a space warfighter, and hopefully would be considered an honorary guardian. The jokes were nonstop.
Yeah.
I spent 12 years at Nellis Air Force Base at the home of the fighter pilot. So imagine a space guy at the home of the fighter pilot trying to justify their existence without having a pointy-nosed jet and a capability to drop on a piece of ordnance to drop on a target somewhere and explode. It was interesting, but it's that resilience that I've gained over the years to stand up and say, What we need is an independent advocacy arm to support the missions of the Space Force and the Space Force Guardians with philanthropy and independent studies and analysis to help support that. And then a larger network, because really it's all about the network, just like our organizations are experiencing right now. You know, the larger the network becomes, the larger the discussion becomes. And the more input you have on the discussion, the better the discussion is going to be. And so that's really what it's about, is bringing the discussion to the American people so that they're not just looking at Netflix and saying, this is what the Space Force does. And the Space Force, because it is so small right now, again, they're looking at how to develop their own internal culture and how to circumnavigate the politics associated with national defense. And that's a tough enough job based on the current support that they've got. And so it's always nice to have an advocacy group that's focusing on helping to get the word out. And so that's really what we've done. If you go to our website, you'll see some podcasts that we've conducted over the year. You'll see some interviews. We're going to continue those, but we're also going to start creating some independent content about what this means to our national security. And then what we're also going to do is look at how do we train the workforce. Right now, if you want to learn about space operations and how space operations support national security, you have to be in the Space Force. And if you look across our workforce and you look across LinkedIn and you see the thousands of jobs that are out there for space professionals, they all have a minimum requirement. Yep. You need to have 5 years experience in space operations and a TSSCI clearance.
Right, yeah. There aren't that many people that have that.
That's right. And so you have to create an opportunity to create that workforce to support the Space Force, space industry, and what that means to the critical components of space, and how do we fill those capability gaps so that industry isn't just spending a lot of money that might not necessarily mean anything, but is focusing their efforts to support those national security objectives and national capabilities that we need to have developed. And so that's what we're working on. We helped advocate for the development of the Space Force Caucus in the House and the Senate. And that's really a key piece. And Tim, you know this, Michael, you know this, Lila, you're on it, and already having discussions with our policymakers, because there is a lack of understanding about the space capabilities. You know, they might look to Netflix and say, well, that's what space does, and go, right. Well, yeah, it's kind of a joke. But it's not. It's critical. Not. It's vital. I mean, we need an independent arm, and the Space Force is it to explain to folks. It's not just about launches. It's about the entire infrastructure of the global space domain, and how Space Force and U.S. Spacecom help to ensure freedom of action and maneuver in that domain. So, well, yeah.
You know, only half the people on this call are going to recognize this reference. I apologize for that. But if the only thing you knew about the United States Marine Corps was Gomer Pyle, right, then you're only going to have a particular perspective, right? And there's an entire generation that has, you know, the Marines kind of had, you know, World War II under their belts. So, you know, there was something else you could point to. I don't want a space war to have to be the thing that, changes the definition from, Space Force TM to, oh yeah, we actually need a Space Force. Like, I don't want that, but we do live in a hyper-connected culture, and we have a story. We, meaning you, the Space Force writ large, Space Force Association, all the folks on this call, I believe they have a role in kind of in defining that new community that we're building here. So let's talk a little bit. We are still waiting for Dr. Greg Autry. Let's talk for a moment about next month, right? So when Tim and I and Lila, when the three of us were kind of planning out the Blue Marble events, and we've had some questions about the Blue Marble stuff, so I'm going to kind of take a moment to answer some of that. When we were planning the events, this year-long calendar, of really in-depth space conversations. You know, we made it very, very clear, this is not CGI space. It's not Martian settlement CGI. It's not Elks in orbit, thanks to Jeff Bezos and his O'Neill cylinders. This was space from the perspective of 2022, 2025, so super near term, with the limit of 2035. And this was space, not asteroid mining and Martians. It was cislunar econosphere. So we've had a lot of conversations about economics and launch. That was kind of the themes here: security, economics, and launch. And then last month, it was kind of this grand architecture so we could lay out the map. But when the Foundation for the Future folks were trying to lay out the path of this Blue Marble series, once a month, to get together and have these in-depth conversations, what we decided to do was just really drill into a topic each month in more depth than you usually get at Space Nerd conventions. And I have a whole wall of lanyards. I go to a lot of Space Nerd conventions. So, when we were crafting this, we said, all right, what do we not want to do, right? So when we crafted this, we put together specific topics, right? In a couple of months, we're going to talk about space stations. In a couple of months, we're going to talk about on-orbit manufacturing. We're going to talk about food in space, which I'm fascinated by, but no one ever really talks about, like, the logistics of it. We're going to talk about lunar elevators. We're going to talk about elevators. But one of the topics that was really front and center of all the things that we were talking about was there is an element of national strategic requirements that don't really get talked about in the public forums, in the public settings. It's one of the reasons why we brought on NAMI earlier today, Dr. Goswami, to talk about the Asian and Middle Eastern perspectives of launch and capabilities and commercialization. It's why Julian was talking about all the launch sites yesterday. Strategic space is not really defined super well yet within our own team, but certainly there is a component there that's going to be talking about DoD, Space Force, U.S. national interests as we build out infrastructure. Do you want to talk about any of that stuff, or do you want to let it unfold next month organically?
No, I love talking about this, Michael. This is near and dear to my heart. And really, one of the reasons the Space Force Association stood up is when I was a captain, young captain, working on space electronic, it was just assume a space electronic capability was out there. My frustration was, where is the advocacy group that's going to help me get what I need to do my mission? And this is evidenced by, Marines, the Army. You have soldiers go out and do their tasks, and then they come back. Soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, guardians go out, do their tasks, and then they come back and they say, hey, guess what? I need a better capability or new technology to accomplish the tasks you're asking me to do. And back when I was a captain, I didn't understand that process at all. I didn't know how that worked, and I couldn't turn to an advocacy group to say, hey, the Space Force needs additional capabilities if you need them to do their space superiority mission. So what I would say is, as you talk about the development of that strategy, that should be informed by the tactician. And that is the youngest guardian sitting on console somewhere being told we need to gain and maintain space superiority, and them saying, I don't have the tools necessary to gain and maintain space superiority. And so how do we do that? And I tell you, you know how it's done in the other domains. They go fly. They go train, they go, work in a real environment that has, physical representation of the actual environment so that they can start to quantify the impact of operations if that capability is not there. And then we say, well, we need more tanks, and we need new battleships and new technology. But that process by which we train, develop the tactics, and then acquire new capabilities in the Space Force is currently being developed. And that's, that's kind of if you will, that's kind of what we'll probably talk about a little bit next month, is how the tacticians in the Space Force are doing what they are doing today to inform new technologies of the future, so that we ensure that they have what they need to do their space superiority mission. I hope I didn't talk too much, but does that hit on the main points there?
No, it definitely does. We're going to be talking about satellite operations, Lagrange points, sites on the moon. So it's going to feel a little tiny bit of Star Trekky, because people are going to be asking questions, right? That what does this very near future look like? So I'm going to ask you just one more question, and then we're going to switch over. If you had a crystal ball and could ask for a wish about the future, what does 2022 look like? What does 2025 look like?
Yeah, that's tough. I think what it comes down to is, agile capability, providing resilient architecture, infrastructure. That is space planes, Sierra Nevada's Dream Chaser. That is Starship's Troop Mover. Just imagine, 2022, you've got those types of capabilities now coming online. And then 2025, it's just, you're going to see space tourism just take off. And as a result, in order to avoid an Ad Astra type situation where you've got pirates on the moon, I think you're going to see the requirement to set up settlements to ensure, that resources are protected. As Dr. Goswami knows, China's entire national pride is attached to their space program. And Joshua Carlson wrote about this in his book. They're already planting flags. They're already saying this is ours. And so there's going to be an opportunity to have continued dialogue, but we've got to set up the infrastructure, or at least talk about the infrastructure necessary to support those critical resources, and ensure that there's not one nation claiming an entire planet. I think that's going to be a future discussion for sure.
Right on. All right. Well, thank you very much, Bill. Super grateful for your support this event. I'm going to pass it over to Ed. Thank you very much, Colonel. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. So I get the pleasure of introducing our final keynote speaker, Dr. Greg Autry. He's the chair of the Safety Working Group on the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee, COMSTAC, and FAA and Vice President for Space Development at the National Space Society. Dr. Autry has researched and taught technology innovation and entrepreneurship at the University of Southern California, UC Irvine, and ISU Florida Tech. Dr. Autry served on the 2016 NASA Agency Review Team and is White House liaison at NASA. He was nominated to be Chief Financial Officer at NASA in 2020, but the U.S. Senate failed to schedule a confirmation vote. His writings have been published in major news outlets, including Foreign Policy, The Wall Street Journal, and Space News. Dr. Autry holds a BA from California Polytechnic University at Pomona and an MBA and PhD from the Mirage School of Business at the University of California, Irvine. Dr. Autry, so pleased to have you.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, let me open my camera for you. Thank you very much. I'm going to start out by sharing my screen and some ideas of things I'd like to talk about, but I'm hoping to keep this a conversationally fluid moment. So after I go through like 6 slides of things that I think are topics, then let's dig into them. Just a moment. All right, my screen up there? All right, so let me start out by saying who recognizes this. I said we'd talk about launch, so let's go back and start at the beginning. What is that?
It's Tintin's rocket, right?
No, it's real. Okay. Arguably the first vehicle to go into space. Nobody? Oh, I'm so disappointed in my space historians. Just look at the bottom part. Okay, this launch was 1950, I believe. Launches of this vehicle started in 1949. Launches of the original version of this vehicle started in 1942. All right, well, I will argue that the space age did not begin in 1957. It began in 1942 in October when the first V2 rocket crossed the 50-mile line. But if you don't go with the 50-mile line, you demand the Kármán line, and you want to go 62 miles, this vehicle, the Bumper Whack, which is a V2 with a U.S. Army missile stuck on as the second stage, was the first vehicle into space. So this is taking us back to the beginning of launch. So today we're looking at suborbital again as a new thing, but let's remember it was happening for more than 20 years before we really got serious about going into space. Do we have too much launch? This is something I would definitely like to talk about. And these are just the leading US firms. There's dozens of more US firms, European firms, Asian firms popping up to eagerly enter the launch market. What are they going to do? And then I'll ask, not enough of this, what do these three companies have in common? Somebody step up.
Big government contracts.
Well, yeah. All the companies in the last slide will probably get government contracts if they don't have them. But
don't have them yet, mostly.
Technologically, what do these three companies do that the other companies don't? Something we don't talk about enough, down mass. Okay, so what goes up, we spend a lot of time talking about. We're not spending enough time talking about what comes down. So if we're going to build a cislunar economy, it's going to return value to Earth by extracting resources from the moon, bringing them up a cool moon elevator to somewhere, making them into perhaps really cool manufactured products that can only be made in microgravity. Are any of them coming back? And if so, how are they going to do that? Right now, we talk about things like Z-Bland being made on the space station, and it sounds like a really good economic model until you realize the down mass is free. If the down mass wasn't free, what would that cost, right? And could we do that industrially? So these three companies are making vehicles that have some down mass. Orion, Dream Chaser, which was just discussed, is near and dear to my heart, and Dragon, of course, which is actually doing it. Also interested in talking about how incrementalism pays off in the space market. Companies that have been smart enough to identify a series of economically viable steps to get from point A to point Z are doing a lot better than companies that decided that they would just target point Z. I'd like to talk about how Earthside's payoffs work. I think this was exemplified by Virgin Galactic's ability to bail out the Virgin Group by the sale of Virgin Galactic stock from its founder, Richard Branson. That's an amazing thing we haven't seen happen too often in the space world yet. Also like to talk about how the US government gets it. I think we're at a unique moment where the government is actually keeping up with what's happening in the industry and helping lead as opposed to simply holding the industry back or following. And if you want to talk about my recent space policy adventures, I'd be glad to take questions there. Michael suggested I talk about Relativity, a company that I've been connected with in the launch sector since they were students in a rocket propulsion lab at USC. Be happy to do that as well. And China launch. So is that commercial? That's something that would be interesting to speak about as well. So with that said, I'll stop sharing if I can figure out how to do that. And where? and take it away. What can I help you with?
Cool. So, Greg, Dr. Autry, I appreciate you just kind of like your willingness to kind of be in a free form conversation about kind of where we've been and where we're going. I want to invite many of our folks on this call to kind of be a part of it, because we don't have a crystal ball, right? Like I keep asking the question 2022, 2025, go out to 2035, but nobody really knows, right? So we spent a lot of time yesterday and today identifying near past, recent past, and kind of where we are now. But I think it's time to start dusting off that crystal ball and trying to figure out what's happening next so that we can make good decisions. So I want to go into a little bit about relativity first, because I do think that they have a role in the future. So why don't you talk about your own personal experiences with those guys when they're literally kids in school? And then, I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but I mean, I'm trying to be playful here. Who are they? Why are they doing what they're doing? And what are they doing now? What will they be doing soon? Whatever you're willing to say, because I know you've got some stuff you can't talk about.
Yeah, well, of course, every company in this market has a proprietary interest.
Right. Yep.
But in general, I met Tim and Jordan when they were in the rocket lab. I taught in the business school, and the rocket lab over in the engineering school is a fully student-run group, though. I mean, very little adult supervision. In fact, maybe they could use a little adult supervision, but the cool thing was they were out there doing things. They were collecting materials that were scrapped by Boeing down in Huntington Beach or stuff SpaceX might give them, and turning it into to real rockets. And I supported a couple of startups that came out of RPL. One is a carbon fiber upcycling venture, and the other was the folks at Relativity. Tim and Jordan were just natural leaders in the group, first of all, and they were smart. But anybody that gets into that engineering school is going to be technically smart. But what I also saw was they were aspirational, and they had real leadership potential. It was interesting. They both went off to kind of strategically do internships and career starts at SpaceX for Jordan, and Tim went off to Blue, where they learned quite a bit. But they also saw that 3D printing in particular, additive manufacturing, was being used in a very restricted mode, mostly to develop complex engine parts that were hard to fabricate with reductive techniques, with milling. And there wasn't anybody saying, what could we do really big with this new technology? Is there a way to change our whole approach to rocketry as opposed to just solve this one little problem that we have? And I thought it was really interesting to see them begin to discuss that. And they decided, you know what? We could reduce the labor cost and increase the flexibility of rocket construction by 3D printing everything if possible, right? So this means the fairing, this means the body of the rocket, this means the tanks. And in order to do that, you've got to do some really big 3D printing, which is totally different than these layered dust systems that you use to print these engine parts that a lot of people are latching onto. So how would they do that? And they went out and they just solved that problem themselves, but mostly with off-the-shelf hardware technology using robotics and laser welding systems that existed, and then creating some AI software to make it work. And so you've probably seen the pictures of their platen, which is rotatable and can adapt to any angle, with a couple of robotic arms that basically put the wired metal into place and laser weld it on the spot. And you can change metals. They can use a lot of different metals, and the size is very scalable because you just make these robot arms bigger and pull them back and make the platen bigger. And if you want to do a taller rocket or a wider rocket within parameters on the existing system, it's really, really easy to do that. This means that if somebody contracts them to design to launch a satellite a couple of years from now, and a new piece of technology comes in place that will, say, triple the lifetime of their satellite by adding a little propulsion unit, but that propulsion unit's going to add this much extra space or a couple of extra kilograms, and they've already contracted, to fit into a particular fairing on a particular launch system. Guess what? Relativity can make the fairing a little bigger. Relativity can make the rocket a little longer and the tank a little bigger to get a few more kilograms off the ground and not have to cause the satellite to lose the opportunity to be incrementally improved during that period of time. So this is a really cool model. It's also important to realize that if I'm a venture capitalist and I'm investing in this, then I look at that slide I showed you where there's too many launch companies, right? And I could make the argument, I don't know if Relativity is going to survive because you've got Firefly out there and you've got ABL coming up and you've got Astra. And so do I really want to invest in a launch company in this complex market? Obviously, Rocket Lab's already doing good work, and Virgin has a lot of money behind Orbit and they're ready to go. Do I want to go there? Well, guess what? Even if the rockets don't pan out, you've got some amazingly cool additive manufacturing technology that's going to apply to all sorts of markets. So I think Relativity is well positioned to say you can license out what we're doing into everything from autos to submarines. There's just a lot of different things that you can do with this large format printing technology, and particularly their secret sauce software. So it's a cool company. I'm excited to see Tim Ellis on the National Space Council's user advisory group. That really just made my day when he sent me the first photo of himself was there. I was glad to kind of recommend him to Scott Payson and others when he first got started. But you have the CEO of big traditional space companies from A to Z, and Buzz Aldrin, and Admiral Ellis, and one 27-year-old. It's pretty cool. So love the company, love what they're doing. I was out to Stennis in August. They've got a 200,000 square foot facility they've taken over. And this is a great NASA story too. NASA has so many buildings and facilities that the agency can't afford to maintain because Congress doesn't care about infrastructure support. Is not sexy. They're all about new starts and programs and whatever. And so there's all these facilities built in the 50s and 60s that all need serious reboots. And I went in this building and it's 200,000 square feet of rust and leaky ceilings. The floor was wet because it was raining that day, and there's asbestos and lead paint in there that it would just cost the government a ton of money to remediate. But Relativity is going to come in with private capital and take care of this problem for NASA. They've refitted 3 test stands there, and you can sit at their test stands and watch the SLS get ready for its green run. It's really cool to see that public-private engagement work there.
It really is impressive to kind of watch how this story is evolving, right? And I'm specifically focusing on Relativity because it is an example of the make up a number, whoever you're going to use as your authority, but whether it's 100, 150, 200, 250 launch companies, there's a lot of launch companies out there. Most of them are never going to be at the scale of Relativity, and we're not even sure Relativity is going to make it, right? Because of just the wide open market that we have right now. And they're way stronger than most of that 100 and 150 number. Yesterday, we were talking a lot. We had several economists on the call. We were talking about price elasticity. And Michael Mealing was making the argument that maybe it's not, right? We've seen pricing drop dramatically. We've seen it drop for a long time, and yet upmass is not necessarily taking advantage. There's not a huge uptick in capability. We also had Dr. Highfield come in with the Bureau of Economic Analysis and saying, look, the whole U.S. industry is only $178 billion. And to put it in perspective, she's like, the outdoor recreation market is 5 times bigger than that, right? So we think our industry is really, really cool, and it is, but it's also small by comparison, right? So with all of these companies out there, let's use your crystal ball. What's the survival rate? What does it take to survive in this 100, 150, 250 company market? What's it take to survive in this, whether it's Relativity or somebody else?
Great question. And let me go back a little ways again. So you mentioned that the price has been falling for some time, and for some time means
years,
5 years. Yeah, maybe.
I think it's more than that.
But if we go back to, say, the 1960s, the price pretty well started and got stuck. And despite several efforts, like Space Shuttle was going to launch things for hundreds of dollars per kilogram at one time, that never happened. And in fact, the price probably gradually went up from the 1970s up until the 2000s, when, frankly, SpaceX deserves almost all the credit for coming in and changing that paradigm. And that isn't about their reusability. That's just off of their determination to lower cost and see what happens, and creating a manufacturing environment that runs on a production scale and not on a bespoke made-to-order rocket system. The efficiencies in production they created let them lower the price quite a bit. The efficiencies they're capturing from reuse, I think, are yet to actually be forwarded to the marketplace. And I don't know that they recognize them entirely yet, but I think they're at the point where they should be recognizing it. Their books are, of course, closed, so we can't see in there. But the first few rockets didn't save them any money that they reused. They cost them a lot more because they had to be really careful about looking at them and analyzing them. But now that rockets are flying 5 times, I think we're seeing those boosters are actually going to lower costs. Whether they intend to return that cost value directly to the market or not is unclear. Right now, from what I can see, prices might actually be going up a little bit. For instance, the Falcon Heavy launch price appears to have gone up. SpaceX is happy to consume all the extra launches they can get for their own business in Starlink. And that is probably representing a huge cost savings to the market, but we don't see what the cost of those launches are. So I might hypothesize that the $65 million public launch is well under $30 million if I'm a SpaceX internal customer at this point, and that potentially that price could be offered to the public at some point. So that's interesting. If all these companies enter the market and a lot of them have funding, then they're not going to just naturally go away because there's no customer, right? They're going to create customers. And this means that if I'm a small sat launcher, there's a golden market opportunity coming up in the 2 to 3 year area where these companies, both US companies and their international competitors, are going to be scrambling to take your payload. And you could be flying things for nearly free at some point, I think, just because there'll be so much competition before the shakeout.
I predict a drug dealer's model where the first one's free just to get you hooked.
There you go. That's a good plan, and I think you will see some things flown for free. When you look at the actual price, at one point we were at $50,000 to $80,000 a kilogram, and then maybe you got down to $10,000 a kilogram with some modern launch systems, and the Chinese just slammed the price down to $5,000 a kilogram to SSO for small launchers. They did that with a huge government subsidy, which is basically government just handing ICBMs to nominally commercial companies and saying, call these launch vehicles. And I want to be clear on that, and something I'd like to talk about more. It's different than the US government handing old Minuteman missile engines off to companies, because those were engines that were decommissioned from ICBMs that were in the ground. They weren't building new ICBMs as launch vehicles. It's a very different model. One is theoretically more sustainable than the other. But the question is, what's going to go on all these? I see Michael's asked that question, and I'd love to hear from the audience what you think is going to go on all these. The obvious thing is that we're going to have both high bandwidth and low bandwidth communication systems out there. I think the low bandwidth Internet of Things and text messaging from companies that have been demonstrating that, like Link, Charles Miller's company, is going to be really, really interesting. And they're going to get to fly for a lot less than their business plan probably called for some period of time. Then you're going to have a lot more Earth imaging and a lot more bandwidth and a lot higher cadence than we thought we'd even get back when we were talking about Terabella and Planet, 3 years ago. Now you're going to have Planet, Black Sky, Thea, and a whole bunch of other folks in that range and international competitors. CubeSats of all sorts and varieties from universities and high schools. And it might get crowded. So this makes the space situational awareness situation a lot more interesting, and the space degree mitigation question a lot more interesting. I didn't answer that question. My gut feeling is you're going to have 3 large companies in the medium and heavy lift market, and you might have 2 or 3 companies in the small responsive market, unless they have a very specific advantage that appeals to a specific customer, likely the military. Could be a couple more that could almost fit in that market. Unless a disruptor like Spin Launch or somebody with something completely different changes the whole paradigm. But in general, I think you've got 3 on the big end and 2 or 3 on the small end.
Honestly, that is a little more pessimistic from where I was coming from. I figured there would be a total of 10. And by the way, I think they're going to all be reusable. I don't know where ULA, Boeing, Lockheed fit into this larger equation. That's my very strong bias.
Well, let me talk to that real quick. So, I think Tory Bruno's contention that almost all the value in the boosters is in the engines is not wrong.
He's right, yeah.
And bringing back the whole booster and reducing its performance on launch, because you have to save a bunch of fuel to bring it back, is a question. And SpaceX obviously sells reusable launch and launch where you get the full fuel capability of the booster, because some people need that. If Tory's right and he can use up all the fuel every time and still recover the engines, and all he's got to do is put a new aluminum tube and some tanks on there, I think that's interesting. So I would not just dismiss them. I think Vulcan could be a very interesting competitor in that model.
Even with they are going to have to be a new company to pull that off, though. Like organizationally, don't they have?
They've done that already. That's something I've also got to say I admire that Tory's done. So Tory got the message from SpaceX, and they cut management severely, and the culture changed. He is a rare leader, because it's not too often that a company that has corporate inertia can possibly make the cultural change required to deal with a disruption from entrepreneurial companies that come in with an entirely new culture and a younger workforce. Lou Gerst did that at IBM when he took over there, and nobody thought that would work, but he pulled it off. He saved that company, and I think Tory has done that. Take a look at what he's done management.
Okay, that's really interesting. I'm gonna kind of re-examine that. I have written them off, but on your advice, I will pull them out of the fire just yet. I'll watch. Because now you've got me a little bit curious. Whereas I admit I had just, if you say there's only 3 on the top and heavy end and 3 in the middle end, I was thinking there was probably room for 10, and that's an arbitrary number. I think some of them are going to wind up specializing, but oh my God, I would not want to be in the launch business right now. I don't care how cool your widget is. That's not the business I want to be in right now. So it's going to be a dogfight as these companies kind of, there's going to be attrition there. There's going to be frustration, and I don't know if there's enough money in the system, whether it's private capital or, God forbid, customers, I don't think there's enough money in the system to keep dozens and dozens and dozens of companies alive for even 2 years. So I think that crash and burn cycle is going to happen really soon.
Yeah, I think, like I said, that they'll go for 2 or 3 years, burning some money. And I want to get back to reusability. That is not the only secret sauce that counts, particularly in the long run. The low-end launch market, the smaller payloads. Neither Virgin Orbit, for instance, or Relativity at this point are reusable systems, and I'm not sure that they need that for their advantage, because their advantages are different. Orbit's ability, if they can pull it off and get enough mass on the front end of their rocket instead of on the back end, is huge. They get up above the weather. They launch from any inclination, anytime. Once certifications are appropriate, they can theoretically take off from any horizontal launch facility, basically any airport in the world. And that is so much better than sitting at the Cape waiting for the lightning to clear.
Right.
Being in a very narrow launch area and having to get all of the air traffic and boat traffic, out of the way and coordinate all that. That is expensive. If you can just fly out over the empty area of the Pacific Ocean and make a near equatorial launch, or turn and make an SSO launch, that's really powerful. And who cares if they can reuse it? Honestly, it's not a big portion of the cost once they get the scale of manufacturing going. And for Relativity, again, their secret sauce is not at all about reuse. So everybody loves reuse because it's beautiful watching those boosters come down. I've seen it in person a couple times, and man, it is great. But that is not the only thing happening.
So you bring me to a point I wanted to get to. There's a pretty marked difference between vertical launch and horizontal launch. We were talking to Colonel Wolf a few minutes ago. I've asked this question to George Neal, the FAA, formerly at FAA. I asked this from the Government Affairs Office and the Bureau of Economic Analysis yesterday. How many spaceports is enough? How many spaceports is too many? And I think that's a legitimate infrastructure question right now. So you're saying that might be the key, just to horizontally launch, but how many spaceports is enough?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's the key. I'm saying that's one of
it's a key, sure, yeah.
So for some customers, actually being sure that you're going to launch on that day from that inclination is worth a lot of money.
Yep.
And for those customers, reusability is not going to matter. Just making sure that the launch happens. And back to ULA, let's also not forget they have 150 successful launches in a row without a failure. And that's worth a lot to certain customers.
Yeah.
SpaceX is doing an amazing thing, and they're obviously catching up. But right now, if you absolutely positively want to make sure there's almost no chance of failure, then ULA can charge a premium. So
one of your first. Oh, please go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So how many spaceports? Theoretically, at some point, I think we get to the difference where an airport and a spaceport isn't that different, because we really, really aren't concerned about the rocket landing on a population center. Once we can feel that comfortable, and I think if you look at the precision with which SpaceX not only takes off, but puts their rockets back where they want them to be every time, then I think that licensing becomes a fairly easy thing. Whereas right now, yeah, we've probably got too many ideas for dedicated spaceports in the United States. We probably need more globally, honestly, because there are other places that you might want to launch for, whether you're a US customer or launcher, or whether you're a global launcher and customer. There are reasons to do that. And I think, yeah, we're going to see a shakeout there. Every state doesn't need to have a dedicated spaceport, but at some point, I think systems similar to what Virgin does, maybe even larger, will be able to take off from any large runway airport.
I'm going to insist.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, please.
I'm really sad that Strato launch had their hiccup, but it looks like they're moving forward and that launch is still part of that equation. So that's going to be super exciting because it offers the same advantages, potentially on a bigger scale if somebody can build the rocket.
I'm going to insist that Seattle gets a spaceport. Maybe not every place gets a spaceport right away, but boy, do I want Seattle to have one. So I'm just going to put that stake in the ground and say I'm going to advocate for that.
I'm happy with Vandenberg, where I can watch the launches from
sure
and drive up there if I want to. But
I think that there's Bill Wolf earlier was talking about, what if every state, what if every governor was kind of given a mandate to build a spaceport? I think that's actually not unreasonable, given what's happening. So I'm going to stay on the optimistic side of that. I'm just going to kind of wish for it.
Well, I think from an orbital standpoint, at least a vertical launch orbital will be just fine with Kodiak, Vandenberg, Brownsville, Mars, and the Cape on the continental United States. I think that'll do more than we need from that perspective. When we go horizontal, if that model works, there's a whole lot of options.
Well, one of the things that Neil was talking about was, what if there was a prize? He used that model. What if there was a prize to get folks to translate from one port to another port? And he had a slide up that some of them are only 150 kilometers apart. Some of them are 300 and 400 and 700 kilometers apart, using that as a distance model with a prize attached to accomplishing as a point-to-point suborbital way of leapfrogging the technology. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so point-to-point is interesting. I think you're going to find out, though, that it's farther in the future than everybody wants to believe, because the licensing is going to be problematic, particularly for the reentry portion. Launching something towards another city, you've got to be 100% sure that basically ICBM is going to come in exactly where you said it was going to be. And I don't think we're there yet. And I don't know how many test flights you need, but it's a lot more test flights than we require of a human launch system these days. It's going to be a lot of testing, and you're going to have to think about what are the contingencies and management for that. So I don't think we're there yet, but it solves my down mass question, which I brought up to begin with. And I like the prize-based idea, but at first I think you're going to be doing point-to-point from Vandenberg to somewhere in the ocean. And you hit that point over and over and over again, then maybe we're going to let you go from Vandenberg to somewhere in the middle of Nevada, right? And then eventually to somewhere useful. But we're not going to put you down anywhere near a city where you want to be for a while. And there's international complexities to this. Okay, I mean, if the United States is sending a vehicle from Los Angeles to Shanghai, the Chinese really have to believe it's a passenger vehicle. And
yeah, that pinging signal from that's important to not be spoofable either, right?
Exactly, yeah. So there's going to have to be a comfortable verification system when essentially ICBMs are flying all over the earth all the time. This right now would set off a problem.
Yeah. I'm going to switch gears. You brought up Charles Miller. By the way, he's working on a great project. I'm excited to see that, how that evolves. But I want you to talk about your days with Charles Miller about 4.5 years ago. Whatever you're willing to share. I don't want to pressure you, and I'm not even going to give the audience much of a heads up. You tell me what you want to tell us.
So I had the joy of being on the 2016-2017 transition team, and another group of people just got to do the transition team shuffle. I'm glad we didn't have to do it during COVID. So for me, and it was first of all, an amazing and wonderful experience because I got to go have my own office in NASA headquarters in a little locked up suite on the second floor. And basically anybody I wanted to talk to would show up. And that's the head of a mission directorate or the director of any center or any particular PI or scientist working on anything that I thought was cool would show up. So that was like a dream for a space geek to get briefed on all this stuff. And outside folks from all over, you know, nonprofit organizations like National Space Society and retired people like Chris Kraft called in and spoke to us, people that I had always admired and wanted to talk to would give us their 2 bits and we listened to everybody and I was really proud of that. I will say that when the team started out, it was primarily a group of very highly qualified individuals that I would say were fairly traditional in their space orientation. And I was the commercial guy. And I felt we needed, given the trajectory that the industry was taking, more commercial blood on the team. So I asked that Charles be added to the team, and he was. And we also added Steve Cook from Dynetics.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was a fantastic experience. I'll tell you, behind the scenes, argued about some things that you might figure out, and I won't go into the things we disagreed about, but we did agree that America should return to the moon, and that was super important. You know, we agreed that should be done sustainably. We didn't need another flags and footprints model or a flags and footprints model to Mars. We needed things that would be economically sustainable, because if you look at the trajectory of the United States budget and the ever shrinking portion of that budget that isn't part of the entitlements, the part that the president and Congress can actually play with, it's getting harder and harder to budget for good investments in our future. So we had to find ways that public-private partnerships could be created that would bring in private investment to achieve the mission goals that NASA needed to achieve, as opposed to just asking for more and more taxpayer dollars. We did, however, ask for more taxpayer dollars, and we got more taxpayer dollars for the first time in 30 years. That budget had been fixed at $19 billion nominally since George H.W. Bush left office, and it was never adjusted for inflation or anything. So I'm really proud we did that. Now, working with Charles was great, because obviously his experience going back to NanoRacks and his experience at NASA before that were invaluable. He had been a leader in commercial space for quite a while, and I'd always admired everything that he did. So we worked together well, and I'm so excited about what he's doing at Link. I will tell you one funny political transition story, right? There was a dust up a few months ago about the Biden team not being given the access to facilities that the GSA provides to transition teams. So the GSA has a basically 90,000 square foot set of offices that they make available to the transition teams. And this is not, of course, just NASA. This is Department of Energy and everything else. And it's not obvious necessarily where these offices are. At least the entrance to them was between 2 kind of generic sort of businesses on the street. There was no sign on the door. But when I got in there for the first time and walked in, I saw it had already been decorated for the new president of the United States. And the GSA people were pretty clear on who that was, because everything was in pink and red with flowers. So it was decorated for the first woman president of the United States, including apparently 90,000 feet of like fuchsia colored carpet, which my understanding was somebody on the Trump team had removed. That was an amusing secret insight I'd be glad to share. I can't hear you, Michael. You're muted.
Sorry, been doing this for 2 days straight and I still get it wrong.
I do have to note that George Neild asked that a lot of folks are wondering what the change in administrations for NASA and the space program with continued growth in commercial space activities. When do you suppose that kind of question will no longer be relevant?
Yeah, please. I mean, like you did. I saw that you had shared some texts, some chats with him, but let's go into that, right? So
I love that. When will that no longer be relevant? Meaning NASA won't be setting the agenda, right? They'll be part of it. So right now, if the National Science Foundation decides to do some science and go study a rodent in Patagonia, you know, they can issue a grant, and a researcher can go book a commercial flight and rent a car and drive out to the field and pitch a commercial tent or stay in a hotel and go study their rodent and come back and do the whole thing for a few $1,000s, right? And hopefully publish some good work within their domain. Now, right now, if an exobiologist wants to go to Mars, you know, we've got to build a special launch vehicle, a special capsule, a special transit system, a landing system, and the worst part, we have to build a ascent vehicle to get them out of the Mars gravity well, then bring them back and reentry, and it's all a customized thing, and it costs billions of dollars. That's not sustainable in the future of direction we're going in the U.S. government. So it was really important to our transition team, and I hope the new transition team embrace this. I haven't seen any indication of what's going on there, but that tying in our commercial and our international partners is part of what eventually became Artemis was absolutely required, because once you do that, then this question is no longer relevant. NASA can't just go change things when they booked in all of these commercial companies and international partners who are helping to get the job done so the US taxpayer doesn't have to pay it all, and have contracts that require that we deliver on our side, right? So once you've got international treaties saying, you know, Japan's going to put in X amount of yen and Italy's going to put in a billion euros, then all of a sudden it's a lot harder for Congress to just go cancel that. They can't pull back on that. And when the commercial companies have private investment into the facilities and the infrastructure and are providing launch services, not only do they reduce the cost for NASA, so we can do a lot more science for a lot less, but there's a level of commitment there that's a lot harder to untangle politically. So that was conscious. I hope that the current and new team at NASA gets that and sticks with that plan, because if it's just we in government are smarter than the rest of you, and we're going to decide what the missions are and how the hardware is all going to work, and we're going to, you know, pay you to build the thing that we designed, that's doomed. That isn't going to work in the long run.
I think you answered my question. You don't have any insight into what's happening now, right? Like
No, I mean, I could just say you saw who was on the NASA transition team, and if you haven't, go Google it. So it's a bunch of very smart people with good experience in NASA, almost entirely scientists though. So, right, I didn't see anybody with what I would call commercial experience on there. There's one astronaut and a lot of scientists. I'm hoping that they got input on the economic and the international policy issues that are really, really relevant to making these strategic decisions, and that they didn't just make them purely on science. I love science, but if you look at what's going to work in the world, there's a Venn diagram, and the engineering's got to work, and the economics have to work, and it has to be politically viable. And there's an intersection of those three things, and you can do that. Anything that falls outside of that intersection of that Venn diagram is not achievable. So there's lots of cool things scientists would like to do that is unaffordable or can't work from a policy perspective. Things that policymakers want to do, they can't actually be done technically, and things they both want to do that nobody can afford. So you have to have everybody on board on that. So I don't know. I've not seen any results on that. It'd be really interesting to see who they put into the presidential appointments going forward. There are only 3 Senate-approved presidential appointments at NASA, and then there are another half dozen PAs, non-Senate approved, so they could put in chief of staff or something, for instance, fairly quickly, and that might tell us where they're going.
Okay. I'm going to open this up to the audience here to ask some questions here in a moment. Before I do, I just want to ask what's next for you? You're back to writing a bunch of articles. Is that, think pieces? Is that I know you've got some other academic stuff in the works. So do you want to talk about what's next for you, or is it too soon?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I stepped down from my career position at University of Southern California in order to dedicate myself to the confirmation process in the Senate and to the job as CFO. I was certainly aware that the election was an uncertainty when I originally agreed to take this position, probably back in March of last year. But I will note that I expected there'd be a good chance that I would be retained even if there was a change in administrations. The Obama administration kept George W. Bush's NASA CFO. And when I was on the Trump team, I actually personally fought hard to keep David Radzanowski, the Obama CFO. That's not a position I recommend get changed in an agency immediately, because it's not a policy-making position, but that person has a lot of insights as to how things work and where the bodies are buried. So I thought it was worth that risk. Turned out it wasn't. I assumed I would go through on unanimous consent. Both Radzanowski and Jeff DeWitt, Trump's first CFO, went through on UC, meaning the Democrats did not oppose DeWitt at all, even though he was, a member of the Trump campaign and an elected Republican political in Arizona. So I thought there's no problem with me getting in on UC, but of course, welcome to 2020. Things were delayed for COVID, et cetera. I didn't get nominated till July 27th, and the Senate goes out on recess in August. I thought, fine, they'll UC me when they come in September. So I left USC. But come September, Justice Ginsburg unfortunately passed. That took all the air out of the Senate for a month and a half while they fought over SCOTUS, and then the election, and bad luck. So I'm looking for a job. That's mostly what I'm doing, and I'll certainly be writing some articles, but that doesn't pay the bills. I've got some consulting work I'm doing for University of Oxford, and doing some work on an FAA grant through Florida Tech, and I'll keep staying engaged in space.
Okay. Terrific. I mean, we definitely want to see what happens next. So please keep us informed. You're coming back next month to talk about strategic assets in space. So we would certainly like to see what you have to say there. I'm going to open this up to some questions. I know that there's been a few comments in here. I want to bring in, and Miss, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Himali?
Yes, Himali.
Okay. She's at, is it JPL? I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So please give us some of your comments here.
I think some of the points that Greg brought up about the science focus, and I've been seeing that within our own culture over here. I think there is a realization of what's going on in the industry, but I think the culture, most people have been there for years, decades, right? So the culture is still very inward looking. And so to try to change that culture and try to get them to think in terms of how do you partner up externally will require a little bit more of a push. Though, the NASA SMD chief technologist, he left that position recently, but he had started off some pitch days with the Starburst and Techstar aerospace accelerators and so on. So there's things that are happening, but we have to be aware that it is a very science culture focus.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I will say at the top level, for instance, Thomas Zurbrücken at SMD, I was just talking to Thomas again this weekend. He totally gets it, and he sees how much more he can do. And I think the CLIPS program is a good example of engaging with the commercial sector there. They can be a little more risk-taking. They can continue to do the flagship missions the way they've been doing them. JPL is going to deliver the goods, and we know that. But we can also start working on some more innovative and risk-taking smaller ventures at the same time. But I do think there's a day when you're going to be able to fly a lot more rovers from JPL, because launch is going to be cheaper and the reentry systems are going to be standardized, and we're going to be able to do some really cool stuff and just so much more science. And I hope the science community gets on board with that, because I know a few of the older scientists tend to have this view that this commercial thing is a threat to science, and that they're going to refocus everything NASA does on economic exploitation and, you know, taking care of a bunch of billionaires as opposed to doing the work of the taxpayer. And the goal that NASA needs to continue to be what it has been, which is to do great science, but we can at the same time move the economy forward and contribute to broad public-private partnerships.
I totally agree with you, Greg. I think science can be the focus. And like you said, Zurbuchen is definitely trying to push that. And Michael Seablum was a part of Zurbuchen's chief technologist. So last year he did have some entrepreneurial pitch days and so on. So there is definitely that hope. I think the bottoms up culture needs awareness and change, saying, hey, we don't have to be isolated. We can build together.
Exactly. And, you know, I'm hoping we also get past the traditional versus commercial battle. There are things that need to be done traditionally. Nobody's going to build a commercial Europa lander.
Right.
That's just not going to happen, right? That's got to be cost plus. That's got to be traditional. It's got to work. It's not a risk-taking venture.
Right.
So we need to know there's a place for both.
Right, right. And I think Bill was the one who mentioned early on about, you know, there needs to be integrated assessment across not only just NASA and its centers, but across all the different agencies. And hopefully there's a way to provide a level of some guidance pathway going forward, so we know where the commercials can participate. We know where the, you know, outscape landers, whether it's Europa landers, who will participate. That if there's that kind of a thing that we could work together on, that would be a great thing.
Yeah, you're totally right. It's got to be across agencies. And the thing I'm proudest of, and I'll be perfectly honest, I can't be proud about everything that this administration did recently, but what they did with space and bringing back the National Space Council and the way that Vice President Pence managed that, and the way that Wilbur Ross from Commerce stepped up, and that Elaine Chao from Transportation stepped up, and what Scott Pace did has been amazing. It's all of government rowing in the same direction and actually leading the country in the right direction instead of just following. I am so hoping that the new administration will continue with that model and put the right people in place at the Space Council so that you have that whole of government approach.
Yeah, I hope so too. And the momentum is rolling really fast commercially. So hopefully they'll keep up with that too.
Would anyone else like to ask a final question?
I'll ask one of Greg.
Thanks,
Hi, Greg, this is Michael.
Hey.
We asked a poll yesterday. So assuming we have launch capability for flying people, well, interesting numbers of people to LEO and beyond, would you go?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'm convinced that we need a professor in space program. So first of all, suborbital, I think that it's great Alan Stern's flying on Virgin, but somebody needs to go with him and analyze the economics and business cases.
Yes.
So,
the next question is, would you go and stay?
Yeah, you know, at my age, and some of my friends, I remember talking to Stu Witt about this a while back, I would take the one-way mission to Mars, frankly.
Thank you.
I would do that. And even if that wasn't a long-term one-way stay on Mars, I would do that. I love where I love planet Earth. It's the best planet in the solar system. And the idea that billionaires are going to go escape and leave this crap pile to the poor, this is nonsense. This is the best place to be. Jeff Bezos is right when he says Mars makes Antarctica look like a paradise. I understand that, right? But I'm willing to do that because somebody needs to, and it would be an exciting contribution to the future of humanity, even if it might be a little uncomfortable.
Or short.
And I think that is one of the, and this is just a personal observation, that is the one thing that very few people in Congress or even in the rest of our own industry understand, that there is a viable market in crazy people like you and I in that regard.
There is. And you've also got to realize that exploration has risk. Who was the first person to sail around the world? My friend Stu Witt likes to ask that a lot.
It was not Magellan. It was
his. Not Magellan, because he died on the way in the Philippines.
Right.
Captain Cook got killed in Hawaii. Okay, so that happened. So honestly, NASA could have put somebody on Mars for so cheap, because the majority of the cost is the ascent vehicle and all the fuel and lift capability that it takes to get that thing there. If you don't do that, you can send somebody to Mars, and we should do that, right?
Wow.
Good luck with that to Congress, but we should do that. Sign me up.
All right. With that kind of awesome vision of the hopefully near future, we are going to call a close to this month's Blue Marble Week. Lila, would you like to sign us off here? Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate y'all were here. All of our speakers are amazing. The audience is amazing. Thank you very much. I'm going to go dark now. Have a great day, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone. I am so honored that you all attended and provided your insights. And thank you to the Space Force Association for sponsoring some of our speakers today. Thank you to the team who pulled this off. It was quite an initiative. And for videos of this event and more information, links to any of the reports or insights that the speakers shared, that will be on the Blue Marble Week website, which I'm dropping into the chat right now. Next month, we also have a great event. It'll be February 8th through 10th, and we're going to be talking about strategic space as it relates to infrastructure. So thank you again, honored, and I look forward to seeing you all next month.